here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it?
I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high.
You have forgotten to say, I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas.
I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high.
Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one.
No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here.
Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas.
No politics here. No politics here. No politics here.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, foggy, stolen land in sunny California. We are sitting on stolen land here, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, folks. It is Saturday, December 20th. Can you see? No, I can't. I can't see without my glasses. These glasses make it even harder to see. But we're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Can I get a happy birthday from the man himself? Yes, happy birthday, chatter. Happy day of birth. It's a Saturday, fun day, but the type of fun that we're going to be having is the type of fun that we always have. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Because there's a lot going on in the world, and let me just say, my body substitutes. It's body update, medical update as always. Some of the things that you guys like the most for the parasocial hour, okay? Because it's 10:23 a.m. I'm live early. Many of you are wondering why I'm live early. Part of it is because I can't go to the gym. And part of it is because my foot hurts really bad now. My ankle and my back basically substitute between one another. Like it either is my ankle that hurts a lot, hurts like a bitch, or it's my back that hurts like a bitch. So good news, bad news. Good news, back doesn't hurt. My Kirk is not hurting as bad today as opposed to yesterday when I couldn't even move. I was really stiff. But bad news, my ankle hurts real bad. But the reason why I'm actually early, break out the dogs, show us. You guys want to see my freaking toes? They're so busted. Look at this. You guys say no, but I'm going to show you anyway. It's not, I have a wrap on right now, but look at that. Look at that. Shit looks fucked, bro. It's all black and blue. Down to my freaking toesies. Swollen and weird. Yeah, it is swollen and weird. Anyway, there's a bruise line, bro. I know. Yeah, low Kirk. Low Kirk, they're going to have to cut it off. Hopefully not. Bro, why your toes weird? No, the other dogs, they make Kaya and Fifi. Kaya and Fifi are out and about right now. So they are not here. They're out on the town. roaming the streets. Yes, Dave Chappelle had a new comedy special. I did not actually see the new comedy special, but I saw pieces of the comedy special, and I'll obviously be talking about the new comedy special that Dave Chappelle came out with, where he had a lot of daggers for everybody finally, because all the fucking anti-woke shit has gotten so out of control that we low-key, Kirk, we might have gotten Dave back a little bit. So that's cool, you know? And another moment for woke is back, woke 2.0. Anthony Joshua beat the fucking doors off of Jake Paul. Obviously, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and that's precisely what I did last night with my dad and everyone else that was at my house. I tuned in to Netflix, and I straight up watched Jake Paul get annihilated by the behemoth himself. Anthony Joshua, a two-time heavyweight champion, belt holder, gave the fucking belt to ass, basically, with Jake Paul. Obviously, for boxing enjoyers, it was disastrous. It was a disastrous performance because it looked sad. It looked like a sad state of affairs. You have Anthony Joshua, the man with the legendary uppercut. What is it, like 28? I forget what his career looks like. Here, I'll just pull it up. But like Anthony Joshua at some point was like, one of the most famous boxers on the planet, one of the most famous athletes on the planet, and heavyweight belt holder, heavyweight unified world heavyweight championship winner from 2017 to 2019, then 2019 to 2021. Has this long ass career, 36 years old, from the fucking UK, yeah. And he's 6'6", 245 pounds. He's a psycho, right? Only had 4 losses in his entire career, and it's wild to me that this was even a thing that Jake Paul would have attempted. Like, it's just the hubris. Like, this is a gold medalist boxer. You're out of your freaking mind, right? Like, this is a real boxer who isn't, super far out from his career peak, right? Like, he's not at his peak, but he's not super far out. He's not like 50. He's not 40. He's not fighting a guy in his like 40s, 50s. Or even older than that. It's not Mike Tyson, right? You're fighting a guy who's 36 years old, who until recently held the belt for heavyweight champion. And it's crazy because like Jake Paul doesn't have the reach, Jake Paul doesn't have the weight, and Jake Paul doesn't have the skill. So it doesn't make any damn sense that he would even try to attempt such a thing. And I think like maybe if it wasn't Anthony Joshua and the size disparity, the reach disparity, the skill gap wasn't so severe, he could have potentially tried to like wear down his opponent, and potentially make him annoyed enough to open up. Cause like there was a point where Anthony Joshua, for the first 5 rounds, is like pretty restrained. Okay. First 5 rounds, he's very restrained. So much so that it almost feels like there was a contractual obligation or something. I'm not going to be like a scripter here. I'm not going to say that it was scripted or anything like that. But it did feel to me like he was just like testing it, He was just like opening up a little bit, weighing the distance with his left, some jabs, jab, really restrained and keeping up his pacing, keeping up his breathing. Meanwhile, Jake Paul is sitting across from him. And now this is an incredibly impressive feat as well. The fact that like Jake Paul even put himself out there with a Titan like Anthony Joshua is impressive. If you're willing to get your ass beat, you're willing to get your ass beat. There's nothing to it. And he did, right? And it's crazy because like he was just running around. He was running around the entire fucking ring. And there were a couple moments where he did actually have a couple decent dodges. Jake Paul did, right? But ego takes you only so far, right? Ego takes you so far. I guess it was the shit ton of money that he was making off of this event that was the reason why he was doing it, along with the ego. But I guess his technique was to just like really piss off Anthony Joshua. I guess it was his goal was to just like annoy him, survive as many rounds as he possibly can, annoy the fuck out of him to a degree where like he just drops his guard, and then he can get a couple sneak hits on it. Okay? And it almost worked. Like it almost worked. Like rage baiting your opponent to that degree almost worked, because he did have a couple moments, but because he was so fucking fat and so worn out, okay? Because he was so fat and so worn out, and those 3-minute rounds are devastating, especially if you're, again, sitting in front of a fucking monster who's sitting at 6'6", 245, 245 pounds. There were a couple moments where he did actually get a couple decent hits on Anthony Joshua. But one of the funniest things I saw in the fight was Jake Paul. I think it was in the 5th round or something. He actually gets a pretty solid hit on Anthony Joshua. Okay. And what's crazy about it is he ate it. AJ ate it, and it was nothing. Like it felt like he ate the hit, and it wasn't even like oh no, I got hit. Like there was no. It immediately connected with Jake Paul. Like immediately, like didn't even brush it off. Just went boom, and then boom. It was so fucking crazy to me, and I think it was probably because at that point Jake Paul was dying, and the reason why, I mean, his technique was pretty obvious, run around, try to make up for the reach disparity by annoying him and causing him to drop his guard at some point so you can get a couple sneak hits. It didn't work because the first 5 rounds Anthony Joshua was very restrained and consistently kept the distance. Okay, consistently kept his distance and was like trying to land some normal hits from afar, trying to find an opening so he can do his, trying to find an opening with a right uppercut at any point. He didn't really have any opportunities for that. But because Jake Paul had because Jake Paul did not have the necessary cardio to be able to keep up with him like that, obviously he just kept diving. He kept diving. And he kept clinching over and over again with the goal of regaining his breath. Like he just kept fucking clinching up every single time. And it was so obvious that he was just like clinching off for dear life because he was just gassed. He was so fucking gassed. Even from the first round, it was obvious that was what he was going for. He broke Jake Paul's guard. It was a sparring match for him, not a fight. Jake Paul got outskilled. These champions train for 15 to 20 rounds. No, I know. I want to sub to you because you're actually based, but I'm afraid if I get banned. Wait, what? Why would I ban you? Unless you say some dumb shit. And I think AJ was trying not to underestimate him to avoid an embarrassing upset. Once he saw Jake was tired, he closed in. Yeah, I mean, it was obvious. It was obvious to me. Yeah, this is the funniest thing. Like he posted this shit, right? He posted this shit, except what came immediately after this direct hit was an unfazed Anthony Joshua immediately landing a right, shrinking Jake Paul's already tiny brain ever more. I could not believe it. I was like, damn, he actually did get a couple. But like, he literally just, Anthony Joshua ate that like it was a tickle, dude. It was crazy. And Jake Paul already has like 3 fucking neurons left up there, and he just eradicated the remaining 3 neurons. Is wild. I assume Jake Paul's brain is now smaller than the size of a walnut, smoother than chicken breasts. Yeah, his ass got no folds left, bro. He just fucking Anthony Joshua cleaned out the remaining folds that he had up there. Just flattened it out. The remaining wrinkles up there are gone. Okay? Doctors at the end of the day are going to look at Jake Paul's brain as like the most, like the biggest victim of CTE of all time. But in any case, yeah, it wasn't like great to watch from a, technical boxing perspective, and I totally understand that. If you're like a fan of good boxing or whatever, of course you're not going to appreciate this fight because it doesn't feel like a fight at all. But it was it was fun specifically because it's Jake Paul and he's a villain and he's getting his fucking ass beat. That was fun for me. I watched it for that reason because I watched it going in, and I think a lot of people had the same opinion, right? Where I suspect you guys were all thinking the same thing I was thinking, where it's like, this is scripted, right? Like they're going to do like $100 million play here. Anthony Joshua is going to disappoint by, taking a dive or something. Maybe like, maybe it's just, I don't know. I just never think that Jake Paul is actually going to do an honest fight, right? I don't think that was going to happen, right? One thing people need to realize is that Jake is not a YouTuber. He's a boxer. He's been training for 7 full years. To put that into perspective, Joshua became world champion 8 years after he started training. Yeah. Also, no, Jake Paul is a fucking YouTuber still at this point. Because just because someone has been training boxing for 7 years doesn't mean that they're actually a skilled boxer. That's the difference between someone who might not be at his prime, but is still like very clearly a world title holder versus Jake fucking Paul, who's been training for 7 years. There are plenty of people who I think in the professional sphere that if they also tried to like find themselves in a comparable weight class to Anthony Joshua with a tremendous reach disadvantage, who are professional boxers who've been boxing for like 7 years, who'd probably still get the fucking doors knocked off of them. Okay? In any case, 7 years of training don't mean shit if you're 7 years of ass. 7 years of training don't mean shit if you're fighting. Like, it's only significant for someone like myself. Like, I would not be able to fight any of these people, okay? Jake Paul, probably a much better boxer than me, right? But I'm not a boxer. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you're trying to make a name for yourself as like, in the boxing world, and you're just consistently beating people that are way, way past the point of their prime, like super fucking old, yeah, no shit. Eventually, you're going to run into a person who's going to whoop So, you know, to give credit to Jake Paul, the fact that he was even capable of sitting in the ring with a monster like Anthony Joshua, respect. Okay, I think it's really fucking annoying that he. I mean, there is this like WWEification of boxing, so I assume that like the fans of the sport will get really annoyed with Jake Paul, but everyone hates Jake Paul. Like everyone, there's something here for everybody, right? There's something here for everybody because it's like we watch it and we're like, oh, thank God he's getting his fucking ass whooped. Like, oh, Jesus Christ, finally. Especially when he like would put himself around legendary characters that are way past their prime by dangling a shit ton of fucking a shit ton of money in front of them, like, you know, putting just like exploiting the like former symbols, right? Former symbols of boxing, shit like that. It's very frustrating to see, and I totally understand that. Even though I myself am not like a fan of the sport or a fan of the professional sport in general. But did the guy knock Jake out? He didn't have like a full blown knockout, like in the way that Jake was like frazzled. But yeah, he did knock him out. Double broken jaw. He would have had a better knockout if Jake Paul didn't. I think if he didn't actually quit, because the last one. Look, first 5 rounds, Anthony Joshua was just like not really opening up. Okay. Not really opening up at all. But I think there was a point where Jake Paul actually did take advantage of him trying to punch and then land one right here. And I think after that, it was over. Like, because the 5th round, you see like an attitude shift. You see an attitude shift from Anthony Joshua where he's like, all right, I'm done. Like, I'm done. I need to, he's tried to clench up every time I fucking hit him. So I think what he was going for, I suspect, was anytime Jake would just drop his guard and try to duck another one of his like jabs, or when he was doing a combo, I think he was trying to hit him with a fucking right uppercut while Jake was on the way down, trying to dodge, but that never happened. If he had done that, he would have fucking killed him, I think. That's what it felt like to me watching from afar, that he was like trying to hit him with an uppercut while Jake was going down after a combo, and he could have killed him there. But he did not do that. But he did actually destroy the fuck out of Jake Paul's jaw. There's an x-ray, broke it in 2 different places. So congratulations, Jake Paul is going to shut the fuck up for once. Was very disappointed Jake wasn't rolled out. I mean, dude, this was embarrassing. Even if you're not like a super big boxing fan, you watched a villain of the internet, a villain of society, run around on his hands and knees, basically begging not to get his ass beat by this behemoth of a man who ended up beating the fucking doors off of him. Are you kidding me? He still made a bag, but you know, that's how it goes. I like to think that this is the moment where Jake landed a hit and then immediately
is not taking those
look.
punches very well, but that punch right there from Jake Paul was the cleanest shot of Jake Paul.
Yeah. People should walk away with 3 things I've seen in the Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua fight. All the cryptocurrency dildos are just like trying to find a way to make this seem favorable to Jake Paul. Jake Paul's one of the toughest boxers in modern history. No, he's not. Like, what the fuck? What are we? Why would he be one of the toughest boxers in modern history? I don't know shit about boxing, and even I know that's not the case. Like, that's such an insane thing to say. What a crazy statement. Yeah, for a random guy off the street, sure. Yeah, it's impressive if it's like a dude who's never trained, who put himself in a serious competition with a world-class, world champion boxer. But he's at this point, he's trying to make a name for himself as like a career boxer. It's just not going to work. Be careful, he's going to challenge you next. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking fight Jake Paul, dude. I don't have 7 years of boxing training and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure, you can beat my ass. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I know where my skills lie, okay? The fuck are we doing? This is what I mean. Guys, I'm a 34-year-old adult who is a political commentator. What are we doing here? Are we having like are we 14 years old? We're like, oh, you could beat him. Okay, sure. Anyway. He landed clean shots on AJ despite having every disadvantage. Nobody can say he rigs his fights anymore. Yeah, my ankles got destroyed fucking running down a basketball court, okay? But in any case, that was fun. That was a fun, exciting thing to watch because of the way it ended. And I think, yeah, overall, I think woke is back. I think that's what took place here. Because like Anthony Joshua, for the ball knowers, is considered a anti-white racist or a black supremacist racist as well. So like that makes this fight even funnier. Okay. And obviously Jake Paul is like MAGA. I think there was a point where he said something about like a black boxer where he was like, this was disrespectful to the supreme black race or something. He just said something like that. He says something along those lines, and then people were like, you're being fucking racist. You're being fucking racist. Oh, the other thing, dude, watching Jake Paul like actually be fucking terrified. You can tell Jake Paul thinks he deserves to live. No, that was also a very, very... Bro is simply African. What do you mean he's a black supremacist? I'm not saying that, dumbass. I'm saying that was the fucking controversy around him where like white people got in their fucking feelings. Which is why I'm saying that this makes it even funnier. Chill, fuckhead. Bro, you're the one who got mad at me. The fuck? Misunderstanding my point. That's what people were crying about. Okay? AJ is a good example of what's wrong with mass immigration. First of all, he's an anti-white racist, as per his speech during BLM protests, where he called for blacks not to use white businesses. Secondly, he waves around a third world flag as if it's worthy of respect and represents him. My prediction, he will. First of all, he lived in Nigeria. Okay, like it's perfectly valid for him to promote a country that he lived in, like his own personal background. Like he's Nigerian. He's of Nigerian descent. Why the fuck wouldn't he rep that? White people sometimes feel so jealous almost. Like I swear to God, when people get mad at this shit, when people get mad at stuff like this, it almost feels like you're just upset. You're just jelly that you don't have anything that you can like point to beyond, I don't know, jellied eels or some shit. Okay? Like, what is this fucking fragility? But this is why I'm saying, like, woke is winning again, okay? Third world flag. Third world flag, yeah, fucking hell. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Anyway, my point is, woke is back. It's very obvious that woke is back. And these guys are hating it. These guys are hating that woke is back, okay? Hold on. Let me post, I'm going to post these, Last night was a big hit. Remember, anti-woke was popping. Anti-woke was popping last year. What happened last year? What happened last year with Mike Tyson? A Maoist. That was a telltale sign that anti-woke was popping off. What's going on now is that woke is fucking back. You feel me? You understand? It's very clear. That is my takeaway, okay? That is my takeaway from this. Mike Tyson is a Maoist? Yeah, well, he's everything. Let's just move on from Mike Tyson's background as a champion of woke, because he's not. But I was trying to make the joke fit, okay? I was trying to structure it in a way that it fucking makes sense. Shut up. Bro's posting like he won to cope with a double broken jaw. I know. He is, Jake Paul broke his jaw in 2 different places. There was like the x-rays that came out actually. It's not great. Not looking too great for our boy. But yeah, boy, AJ was cheesing, better angle. Oh, this was, yeah. This is like, is this edited? Cause it looks like a meme where he's like, wait till you find this one. Wait till you find what's coming next. Oh, this is edited. Okay. It's edited. Okay. Cause AJ is Nigerian when he loses and British when he wins. I mean, that's usually the case with a lot of non-white, supremely talented athletes. They always do that in Europe. Some do it even when they win, though, to be fair. Like there's the racism in Europe. European racism hits way different, bro. It's on a different playing field, honestly. I don't think it's edited. Oh no, he is laughing. It's not a joke. That smile is what crocodiles do before they chomp. Like, look, he is actually smiling. Like if you see in the video, like you see it. Look at his face. Mo Salah spoke out once against his manager, and the media started calling him Mohamed Salah. Yeah, that's all it takes usually. Oh, but it was great. It was great. It was fantastic. It was fun. It was fun watching all the fucking racist mauled. There was also a very strange. There was also a very strange character that I wonder if you guys saw. Like, if you want to understand, like the Jake Paul boxing fans and the mentality and the behavior that they represent, it's this fucking guy. I think that perfectly represents this. Look.
I want y'all to see something.
As soon as I saw this, I was like, there's no fucking way, dude. Like, this guy's out of his mind. Look, watch.
I gotta see this.
Look at this guy.
What is this nigga doing? What is...
Bro, you are a gross person, man. What the fuck? Like, this is not even on some, like, woke shit, okay? Please, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, it is on some woke shit, too. And I suspect that they're there together. But what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing? What is this, bro? What is this? What the hell? What the fuck? Why did you think that this is... Why did you think you wanted to... Why did you think this would be a good way to show yourself to the rest of the planet? Okay? Not all men, but somehow always a man. You know how they say that? That's how I feel right now, a little bit. But even like beyond like the fucking, even beyond like the fact that he's just like simulating sexual assault on Netflix for some fucking reason. Like, do you think this makes you look cool or good? What the fuck are you doing, brother? It makes no damn sense to behave like this. A white man, I'm posting like a race realist right now. Hey, Yugo. Was there a Yugo raid? Ugopnik raid? Hey, shout out to my Balkan brother. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, stop making me rewatch instantly. I just think this is the perfect demonstration of just like Jake Paul fans and like just like right wingers in general, like the alpha guys, you know what I mean? The men's right activists, watchers. Because like, listen, like contextually, there are places like me and Will do shit like this to one another as like best friends. You know what I mean? Like, but this is such a fucking gross and weird thing to do. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm not even gonna sit here and be like, oh, this is always unacceptable. Like, this could never happen. It's like there's a time and place. You know? I feel like you thought in your head when you went in for this that you were going to look so cool. Like, look at me with the girl I brought to the Jake Paul fight that's like totally out of my league. Let me fucking dominate her a little bit. Let me look like a pervert real quick. Hold up. Let me look like a fucking pervert. I don't think he brought her. She's a stranger. She's in front of the barricade and he's behind. Nah, there's no way. Nah, there's no way. That seems far-fetched. That seems a little insane. I'm ready to believe that that's his sister before I'm ready to believe that that's like a stranger. You know what I mean? And even that I don't think is likely. I love being a woman. Anyway. Oh, they also remember the photo that we caught on the Jeffrey Epstein files? Like they removed it. Anyway, let's blast off. I forgot because I was talking about the Anthony Joshua beatdown. The fucking the beatdown on anti-woke from AJ. It was very exciting. But we obviously have a lot to cover today. There's a lot going on today. And they're calling AJ Joy Boy. It was a Joy Boy ass moment, dude. I could hear the drums of liberation in my head. I could. What did they remove? Hold on. We're going to get into that. Now, part of the reason why I started early today is because there's a lot of news to cover, but also because Ro Khanna's coming. Ro Khanna's coming over, which is probably not something that you ever thought you would hear on this broadcast, but Ro Khanna will be in the building in a little bit and in an hour. And we're going to be talking about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff quite extensively. As you guys know, he's as you guys know, he is one of the main Democrats in Congress that has been leading the I mean, he goes everywhere. That's true. Yeah. He does go everywhere. But live early. Ro Khanna in the building. Epstein to talk Epstein files and next steps. Epstein files release flop as Trump is redacted. TPUSA drama turns ugly. CLANDACE drops anti-Semitic alt. HOGWATCH and more. Get in now. Roe is coming to your house because he wants your support when he announces his candidacy for the presidency. Hey, listen. Listen, all I'm saying is, if you don't treat me better, I'll do it. Are you going to give a critical interview, or are you going to just hang out and talk Epstein? I mean, we'll talk about a bunch of other stuff too, but it's mostly going to be about Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. For your title, it's Khanna with 2 N's. It is. It already has 2 N's in the title. Anyway. Candace first because girl, please. I mean, I covered Candace a little bit yesterday, but it is pretty crazy that she... So Ben Shapiro called out Candace Owens for being anti-Semitic and a conspiracy theorist, and I fucking despise Ben Shapiro, obviously, as you guys know. Part of the reason why I despise Ben Shapiro is because he literally made Candace Owens. And it's this weird situation because, like, you know, I think I go back and forth on this because, like, from an American domestic politics perspective, they're both horrible, right? They both believe in pretty much all the same shit, except on Israel and on anti-Semitism, right? Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens are identical in their worldview in virtually every single thing. But the place where Candace Owens actually comes across as a more popular figure or has like the moral position is Israel. However, what's guiding her Israel position is anti-Semitism. And the place where Ben Shapiro is supposed to come across as the more moral, more coherent person is anti-Semitism. But Ben Shapiro is very pro-Israel. So this is a unique predicament. And the same goes for the entire, like, Tucker Carlson and all these other people. This is not a defense of Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens in any way, shape, or form. It's more so to tell you that, like, they have morally repugnant worldviews that are damn near identical. And yet, for some reason, liberals look at this, with the exception of, people in this community we watch, obviously, from afar, and we're enjoying the explosion, the implosion of right-wing infighting, the ideological differences at play here, and the sharks that are out because there's blood in the water, and everyone is trying to basically take advantage of the void that Charlie Kirk kind of left here a little bit, and the additional media attention that's come in the direction of Candace Owens and many others. Some people are jealous. Some people want to take on that mantle as like the top dog in the right-wing commentary sphere. It's perfect. It's everything I could have ever wanted. Didn't get the link again. Can you please send? Yeah, you got it. Don't worry. How likely is that Trump is going to try and get himself on $1? Probably. Massey is terrible on everything except Israel. Please don't ever platform Massey. I mean, this is what I mean. It's like Thomas Massey is another great example of this, where, like, I do think he's sincerely anti-Israel. I think he's sincerely anti, Jeffrey Epstein. And he has played a much more important role, in my opinion, in the release of the Epstein files than even someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene has, right? So these are weird allegiances that are forming. I don't think these are long-standing allegiances. This chat is filled with TikTok leftists. What the fuck are you saying? Platform Massey? I know. There is no platforming a congressperson. Everyone is being stupid about that stuff. I don't really care about that. Having said that, though, yeah, look out. Hasan might give Thomas Massey clout. I know. Having said that, though, there is this strange new boundary specifically being built around Israel. But what's interesting about the boundary around Israel is that it's not like a single issue that doesn't touch anything else. As a matter of fact, it's one of those things that is all encompassing in very meaningful ways, partially because of the pro-Israel contingency and how much it has embedded itself in American domestic affairs. Because this isn't like if I was running around, I don't know, talking about one angle, like even if I was, let's say I'm like anti-Ukraine, right? And there are plenty of these guys out there who are like anti-Ukraine. They think, Russia should just take over, yada, yada, yada. There is not a lot of conversations you can have beyond just making your case for why you're anti-Ukraine, why you're pro-invasion of Russia, or why you think America shouldn't give any aid, render any aid to Ukraine whatsoever, right? But the conversation basically ends there because the advocacy groups are not as aggressively involved in meddling with domestic affairs. The advocacy groups are not as there is no censorship, for example. There's no censorship demands coming from Zelensky that comes out and goes like, Mr. President, they are talking shit about Ukraine, you must make sure that they are fired, that doesn't happen. There isn't like a Ukraine pact that demands fealty. There is no there's the Votnik soup guy, but there is no stop anti-Semitism version of Ukraine. There is no stop anti-Ukrainianism or something, right? It doesn't. A lot of anti-Semites in the chat reported, I already banned him. You guys are still fucking on it. I personally banned him immediately. Okay? The reason why I bring this up is because, the reason why I bring this up is because it's obviously a more significant part of domestic affairs than other foreign policy issues are. Even though foreign policy, of course, is foreign policy almost always has a domestic impact, right? So the reason why I say the Israel thing is a little bit different is because of the way that pro-Israel advocacy groups have embedded themselves deep into the orifices of American society, and oftentimes portray themselves as Jewish advocacy groups. Almost always portray themselves as Jewish advocacy groups. And this has created a unique environment. Obviously, one of the things that we are going to be talking about today is the Epstein files. And one of the ways in which I think the Epstein files are relevant and significant, one of the major ways in which they are obviously relevant and significant, is around Jeffrey Epstein's affiliation with potentially our intelligence community, CIA, and also the Mossad, the Israeli spy agency. And yet, mainstream coverage around that has almost always been either completely omitted from the conversation, or when it's even covered at all, like the NPR coverage around it, is presented as an anti-Semitic conspiracy, right? To which I said, one must wonder why any kind of suggestion that Epstein could be an asset for Israel as well as the U.S. is only referred to as an anti-Semitic conspiracy in mainstream media, when there are thousands of emails between Epstein and the former Prime Minister of Israel, and there's very little coverage on this. on mainstream media. Like, this is yet another one of those moments where I think this is yet another one of those moments where the blood libel or anti-Semitism allegations. Sorry, dude, but now I care far more about how people in our actual government were related. Vassal states are secondary to that. Wait, what? No, my point is Israel doesn't operate like a vassal state. Do you not understand the broader point that I'm making? That's it. That's the issue. When you have American media, okay, American legacy publishers refusing to cover this connection between our intelligence community and the Israeli intelligence agencies with a man who is seemingly the most infamous person in American news right now, Jeffrey fucking Epstein, being the connective tissue there. And that connection is never brought up. And the only times where it's ever brought up is to disparage and to basically say this kind of this kind of connection is simply anti-Semitic. This kind of connection that you're making is simply anti-Semitic. We will not cover the deep ties that Jeffrey Epstein very clearly had to Israel. We will not cover the ties that Jeffrey Epstein had with the former prime minister and other Israeli spies and things of that nature, even though all of that is clearly being discussed in independent media because Jeffrey Epstein's emails are out there for all to see. And that people fucking say that this is anti-Semitic. It's crazy. What is AU? AU interviewed Bibi? Who's AU? Bibi on Australian news talking about Palestinians? Oh.
It's that simple.
Why do you think?
Here's Representative Thomas Massey. Epstein had close ties to our own intelligence agency and Israel's intelligence agencies. That's why they're trying to stop this.
He is working so hard not to get them released for so many months. What do you think the real reason is?
These files implicate billionaires and friends of him, of his, and political donors that he's trying to protect. And Epstein also had close ties to our own intelligence agencies and Israel's intelligence agencies. That's why there's so much effort in trying to stop this. And I do believe they'll try to stop it somewhere else. And that's going to backfire on them too.
So the president.
So that was there's two different angles here that are obviously very interesting. Number one, after a joint initiative from Thomas Massey, who we just saw, okay, and Khanna and numerous other congresspersons that pushed for the Epstein Files Release Act, which got so much public pressure that it actually caused even the Republicans to say, all right, fine, we'll release the files. And Donald Trump actually signed it, right? They were forced to release the Epstein files yesterday in accordance with the law, except the law was very clearly designed to ensure that some of the things that the DOJ did not happen at all. For example, the heavy-handed redactions that the Department of Justice lawyers engaged in directly contradicts the language of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which directed the DOJ to provide internal communications regarding their decisions. Not only did they actually hit the heavy marker, the heavy black ink marker, and we saw hundreds and hundreds of pages. According to the BBC, over 90% of the files were redacted. We still haven't even seen the entirety of the files at all, right? And there were instances where, like, there were some publicly available photos, for example, that were redacted as well. Do you have any idea what they would put the image of MJ and Diana Ross with their kids? That's Paris and Prince Jackson, MJ's kids, and Diana with her daughter. The unredacted photos public on the internet. That could have been an accident. That could have been a mistake. Or they could have made it so that it looked worse for Bill Clinton or something. But it's very obvious that it was like it was very obvious, as I called months ahead of time, that they would just simply dangle some red meat in front of the base by saying, look, Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton. Don't look at Donald Trump. He's not in any of the photos. Don't look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not in the files at all. Donald Trump was not related to Jeffrey Epstein at all. And they went through and basically hid every single instance of Donald Trump with the exception of one photo that they missed. Okay? And the reason why we know that they absolutely heavily redacted Donald Trump is partially because there were plenty of photos of Donald Trump that the House Oversight Committee had actually released from the Epstein files. Okay, ahead of time. None of them were in the fucking Epstein files. Okay, and this photo, file 468 from the Epstein files that includes Donald Trump, has reportedly now been removed from the DOJ site release per Oversight Dems. So we found this photo on stream, and we realized when we found this photo that they had forgotten to redact Donald Trump in this photo because he wasn't the main thing in the photo, right? Because he was in the actual cupboard, in the actual drawer, they forgot to redact this photo. So this is one of the only fucking photos in the entire Jeffrey Epstein files where they forgot to remove Donald Trump or redact Donald Trump. Only because it most likely slipped past the AI detectors or most likely slipped past the 200 different Department of Justice auditors and lawyers that were looking at this. Because it was in the cupboard and you can barely see his fucking face. Now they deleted this photo as well. They took it out of the fucking Department of Justice release after people noticed that they had failed to redact one of the photos of Donald Trump. It's like they're trying to look guilty. It's so fucking insane. And we know this not only because of the discrepancy, but we also know this because Todd Blanche, former Trump defense attorney Todd Blanche, current Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, sent a statement to congressional Republicans in which he admitted that not only had they redacted 1,200 victims from the Epstein files in order to preserve and protect their identities, but they had also redacted the names and identifiers in the same exact standards applied to the victims of politically exposed individuals and government officials. Yeah, from the Epstein files, during one of those encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago where he introduced her to its owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing the 14-year-old Doe to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump, playfully asking him, referring to Doe, this is a good one, right? Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. And the suspicion is maybe they didn't redact like all of the mentions of Donald J. Trump, but instead redacted the mentions of Donald Trump. But it's pretty crazy. It is pretty fucking crazy that they were so heavy-handed and so incompetent that they fucked it. They fucked it up again, as I told you they would. And now they're overcorrecting and deleting with a heavy hand whatever mentions of fucking Donald Trump even exist. Part of this is because obviously there is an overwhelming amount of data here, and it's very difficult to just, I guess, even with the months and months that they had. Thank you, Chatter. This is a beautiful drawing. I love it. At least you didn't make me look bald this time, so respect. Are they incompetent, or is there a Q leaving breadcrumbs? No, man, they're fucking incompetent, okay? They're incompetent. Never rely on the Democrats to actually do the right thing and fight back. Always expect the administration to be incompetent. Always. What is this? Is this photo real, not a joke? What? No, I don't think this is real. No, it's not. It's not. Don't be mean. MAGA cult is waiting for new instructions on how to defend child sex trafficking. But the thing is, like, people have seen these files. Khanna's seen these files. I'm going to talk to him directly today in about half an hour. And Thomas Massie has seen it. One of the major things that Thomas Massie said yesterday that I thought was very important was, by the time Friday rolled around, if they did not have 20 to 25 co-conspirators, men that were outed as engaging in illicit acts alongside Jeffrey Epstein, that would imply that they actually redacted the names of all of those co-conspirators. And we do not have 20 to 25 names right now. You see, you feel me? And the only place where we know the same number 25, the only reason why we know that the 25 number, aside from Thomas Massie, was mentioned was in the Ghislaine Maxwell court deposition, or the court filings for Ghislaine Maxwell, where in the court filings that they did not redact, they say there were 25 co-conspirators. There were 25 co-conspirators who got separate deals. Okay? So obviously, very clearly these guys just went in with the heavy black ink pen and just took out every mention of Trump and Trump affiliates and maybe even like other super wealthy people. Okay? Every day that goes by as like the Alex Joneses of the world actively try to defend the Trump administration, and like the QAnon guys try to fucking still hold on to a crumb of hope for Donald Trump being the pedophile destroyer, is another day where they are further vindicated in their initial suspicion that there is this like deep state elite pedophilic cabal taking place. And it's so funny that they literally ran on that. That was their galvanizing principle. That was what they organized around. The notion that there are like elites that are engaging in illicit sexual acts. And there is this deep state pedophilic conspiracy. And now that there is more evidence to suggest that maybe it's not a conspiracy theory, but it could be real, every single person that ran on that is turning around and going, no, but actually Donald Trump is not a part of the cover-up. It's not. He's not. Please don't say it. Please don't say Donald Trump is a part of the cover-up. Don't. That's not the case. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's like you got everything you wanted. You're getting proof, more proof than ever before, more proof than just whatever fucking dumbasses made up on 4chan about how like, elites are actually ordering child sex slaves like they're ordering pizza by using code words. That wasn't the case. It turns out they were just straight up saying it. There are pieces of the court documents that came out where Jeffrey Epstein is mad that one of the people that was trafficking minors for him was actually trafficking people over the age of 18. He just straight up says, I need to see identification to make sure that this victim is under the age of 18. Like that's how flagrant it is. That's how open it is. There's no like cheese pizza, hot dog mentions or anything like that. They're just straight up being like young child now. It's crazy. Why couldn't it be both? I mean, the reason why it can't be both is because there's no evidence for one, and there is a tremendous amount of evidence for the other. Okay? So, as I said, as I called initially, that the Trump administration was going to try and dangle red meat in front of the base to try to get them to focus their attention on Bill Clinton, who is a known co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. They did. They redacted everybody except for Bill Clinton, okay? They redacted Donald Trump from the files. They redacted other financial elite from the files. And the only person that they seemingly did not redact that was a politically relevant individual was Bill Clinton, okay? Now, will this actually succeed? Read my logs. Basketball. What? Basketball stream tomorrow. Read my logs. Okay, take an hour off, chatter. I can't play basketball any longer. My ankle is fucked up. The other thing that I also said was that they would absolutely fail to do this because they would somehow fuck it up, and they did. And the way that they fucked this up now invites even more scrutiny. It makes them look even more guilty. Okay? So that's where we're at. That is where we are currently at. The two different angles that are, the one angle that the media is covering is the fact that Donald Trump and his DOJ very clearly eliminated mentions of Donald Trump, including going back in after they released this, deleting this fucking photo from the Epstein dossiers. Oversight Democrats called it out. Yesterday, we found out that one of the few mentions of Donald Trump, one of the few images of Donald Trump in the Epstein files was this photo. Today, the photo is gone. Why would you do that? You're so fucking stupid. Why would you openly engage in this? Why would you delete mentions of Donald Trump after the fact, dumbass? You look even more guilty now. It's out in the open. That's so crazy. Here it is. This photo, file 468 from the Epstein files that includes Donald Trump, has apparently now been removed from the DOJ release. Attorney General Pam Bondi, is this true? What else is being covered up? We need transparency for the American public. It's so crazy that they did this. Like, it's so crazy they got called out. And instead of just like letting it sit there and be like, no, what are you talking about? See, of course we didn't redact Donald Trump. They chose to delete it, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Always assume the admin. This incompetent admin will find a way to fuck things up. It's kind of them just saying, like, fuck you, law, we don't care. Yeah, except you can't entertain that. You can entertain that when you got, you know, Reagan numbers, but you can't entertain that when you don't have Reagan numbers. When you have Trump 2 numbers, you can't be fucking running around and being like, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, we're not giving our own base this information that they desire after running on delivering this information to our own base. Fuck you. There's no way. They're going to go crazy over it. They're going to lose their minds over it. This is going to piss off the normies, as I've already told you. Okay? And I need you to understand something. This is Trump's least popular position with his own base of support. Republicans have never really deviated away from Donald Trump on any of the issues. Usually, it's 80% approval on virtually all of his policies, with the exception of this. On the Epstein files and the mishandling, Republicans have a 54% disapproval rating on Donald Trump's handling or mishandling of the Epstein files. 54%. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, oh, it's just only a marginal majority of Republicans that don't like this. That's crazy. You need to understand. that needs to be compared with the 80% approval for everything else. Donald Trump's been fucking up everything else, okay? And yet Republicans seemingly are still on board with everything. They still show 80% approval, 80% approval, 80% approval, no matter what. Even Asmongold took Trump's dick out of his mouth on this one. Yeah, because he's fucking seeing the tea leaves, okay? That's the other thing. Just like with Israel, Asmongold, who spent the last 2 years consistently complaining that I and many others needed to be deplatformed because we were anti-Semitic terrorists, has now turned around and is like defending Puka Nakua and saying like the primary responsible, the primary party responsible for anti-Semitism growing in America is Israel. It's like, bitch, that's my take. You called me a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist for that for 2 years. He went from demanding that every college campus protester get deported or fired or thrown in fucking prison or something to saying, well, you know, we really got to deal with this Israel shit. Yeah. Asmongold is backtracking his support for Trump and Israel as their approval nosedives. Despite a year of daily praise, Asmongold now claims he never trusted Trump. And he says protecting Israel is America first, despite prior calls for protests to be jailed. Protesting Israel is America first, despite prior calls for protests to be jailed and deported. And I love that this guy says 1 year from now. Actually, guys, oh, no, never mind. I thought there was a defense of Asmongold. There are people that I've seen defending Asmongold being like, well, he changed his mind. No, he didn't, you fucking idiot. Last week, he was still saying, I'm the primary vector of anti-Semitism growing on this platform. My opinions didn't change. His did. One must ask the question, why? As a matter of fact, even when a shit ton of people in my community after October 7 were like, fuck you, I don't want to hear from you. I can't believe you wouldn't immediately say like, these guys are, you know, barbaric, super rapist monsters and have no emancipatory need here whatsoever. And how dare you say this is, you know, Israel's responsibility after 75 years of apartheid and genocide and ethnic cleansing. Everyone that left this community realized perhaps I was right and they might have been fucking wrong. Asmongold 100% spent the last 2 years going after every single person, every single fucking person that called out Israel with maximum intensity. He aligned himself with Ethan Klein. He was one of the major advocates for deplatforming. And I kept calling it out. And I said, how is this free speech? How is this free speech? How is this free speech? And now that Donald Trump is losing his motion, losing his momentum, he is slowly going to back away. Okay? And I told you this already. I told you this from the start. His subreddit was partnering with the ADL. Partnering with the ADL to deplatform people like Morgan, deplatform people like myself, deplatform other pro-Palestinian content creators. And now he's over here talking about partnering up with Nick Fuentes, an actual anti-Semite. While simultaneously taking a stronger stance against Israel. So what changed? Did Asmongold's mind change? No, of course not. He's a fucking grifter. And I promise you, even tomorrow, he will still turn around and say Hasan is actually an anti-Semite and he needs to be banned, while simultaneously going based on fucking Nick Fuentes clips praising Adolf Hitler. None of this matters to him. None of this matters to many in his audience either. They just want, they want to get W's. They want to get a victory on what they have perceived is a political opposition that's like ruining their lives, making the platform of Twitch more woke, right?
Isn't it time for Asmongold to stop sucking Trump's dick? I've been very critical of Trump regularly. If you
I told you. I told you when the winds turn, he's going to stop saying, yeah, based. Did I not?
you look at any of my commentary discussing things that he's done, you'll see that I'm extremely critical of him, even more so recently since the Epstein stuff. So this is just, it's again, just the typical Reddit, one-dimensional thinking, because, you know, you couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. If she was going to do something, she would have. So, yeah, you didn't even vote? Of course I didn't vote. Why would I vote if I don't feel like the candidate represents my viewpoints and my values to a degree that I feel confident voting for them? And I think that I've been proven right. I have been. I think I've been proven right with that. And I voted for this? Yeah. I mean, if I had known he was going to do this, I would have voted for him. I would have. Like, I 100%. I didn't vote for Donald Trump, but if I did, I would say that I voted for this. This is better than watching. I've been waiting for this to happen ever since BLM. This is what I voted for? Well, I'll tell you guys, how many of you guys that voted for Trump, you're getting even, it's even better than what you would hope for. You know he wrote this. Yep, this is what I voted for. Yep. To Iran, support for the Houthi terrorists must end immediately. Beware, because America will hold you fully accountable and we won't be nice about it. Hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before. What I voted for Trump to do was like what he did with the DEI stuff on day one. What I voted for him to do is what he did with, like, for example, Iran. You didn't vote? Yeah, exactly. But I would have voted. If I would have voted, that would have been what I voted for. Did Trump earn your vote by now? If I could go back.
Yeah, this doesn't even do the amount of glazing he did / justice. Yes. This is not even a fucking fraction of the glazing. I mean, every fucking day. Yeah, based. Yeah, based. Yeah, based. Every time, every single fucking time, dude. He went nutty mode. He was blowing bubbles on Trump's dick every fucking day. Not only did he blow bubbles on Trump's dick, I mean, he openly stated it too. Aside from the Epstein stuff, Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do. Maybe there's too many crying Karens on social media, so they're afraid of the optics. But this seems so dishonest. It won't work either. The bridge is burned, and those people will always hate them. Okay? I voted for none of this. Prominent influencers, including Theo Von, Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, are trying to distance themselves from the president. He thought there was more farming to be done on October 6, 2025. So he was still standing. But I promise you, the point is going to come. The day is going to fucking come where he's like, oh, yeah, Trump is not great. Not great at all, actually. Not based. Guys, Trump was not based. Never liked him. Never liked him. Yeah. This is why I always say, like, it's unimaginably easy to fucking grift to the right. They are so stoked to hear someone go, the president that we voted for is awesome. Okay? And because he doesn't have any sort of like ideological conviction beyond owning fucking libtards or whatever, okay? Beyond owning libtards and assuming that it's like liberalism that's responsible for video games being destroyed somehow, okay? That he doesn't have a real stake in this. If tomorrow his audience was like, that's a bridge too far for me, I'm done with this Trump shit, why the fuck are you still glazing Trump? He would magically overnight change his opinion and then make it seem like he actually had a sincere change of heart. That's a grift. That is a grift. Now compare that to my advocacy over the course of the past 13 fucking years. Public advocacy on issues, not on candidates, not on politicians, but issues. Issues first. And these are the motherfuckers who try to act like I'm a grifter. Doubt it. Asman always goes against the chat. He is at the mercy of his community. And if you can't see it, he's at the mercy of the broader sentiment expressed by his community. 100%. He bans dissent in his chat. He rarely ever tackles people who have serious disagreements. I fucking yell at right-wingers in here that come into this community. I yell at leftists that come into this community with regular frequency that try to do the like holier than thou, woker than thou shit. I'm pretty open about my positions and have been for a decade plus. Okay? There are tens of thousands of hours of advocacy that you can tap into to see where I'm at. You're simply coping. He's a grifter and a fascist piece of shit, but we should remember this man might single-handedly bring back the bubonic plague. The plague is spread. Okay, dude. That's it. Realistically, even if Trump released the files, unless it condemned him and other elites, many people would say it was edited and fake. I watched his comments on Ghislaine today. I didn't get the impression he was considering a pardon. Why are people saying this? Again, wrong. They're saying this because he implied it. They're saying this because his own personal defense attorney, Todd Blanche, who is now the deputy attorney general, went and floated that idea. Okay? You just really can't stop thinking about him, huh? Rent-free and everything. Sad, very sad to see you come to this. Yeah. Asmongold has talked more times about me on his broadcast every single fucking day. Demanded my deplatforming. I've never even demanded Asmongold get deplatformed. Sucks to suck, bitch. Numbers on the board. Asmongold has a 100-to-1 ratio to my commentary on him versus his commentary on me. You could say it's delusional. Facts are still facts. This is projection. It makes you feel bad in the off chance that you see me covering Asmongold, especially because he's doing a serious attitude shift right now because he smells that there's blood in the water, and you can cope all day. But if you look at Asmongold's YouTube channels, if you look at Asmongold's YouTube channel versus my YouTube channel, what I choose to actually cut from my stream and post on my YouTube channel, for every 2 videos on Asmongold that I do as the largest political commentary person on this platform now, botted or not botted, doesn't matter, versus how much he talks about me, there is a major disparity. Okay? Bro just learned word projection yesterday and he's testing it out. Yeah, exactly. Ad hominem incoming. Yeah. You have no counterfactuals. This is an ad hominem. Bro went on a whole fake campaign against Twitch just to try and hurt us on. Exactly. Exactly. And now he knows the ship is sinking. And as I fucking said, over and over again, when the ship is sinking, he's going to pull out. He's going to pull out. He's going to be like, yeah, I like Trump for the anti-immigrant stuff, but this Israel stuff is not for me. Okay? And I said this already. I told you this. He went from defending Donald Trump trying to deport Mahmoud Khalil for participating in anti-Israel protests on Columbia campus to now talking about how the number one spreader of anti-Semitism is actually Israel. It took 2 years, but he's there now.
Time and vote for him, I absolutely would. I did not think that he was going to go this hard at all. Is it time?
We have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence.
I might be misremembering, but I think you said you DM'd him on Twitter about how he's wrong about that. I did. He was spreading so much misinformation about the Mahmoud Khalil case, specifically about what the Constitution protects and what the Constitution doesn't fucking protect. I told him directly, I DM'd him directly, and I said, Asmongold, you are wrong. The First Amendment does protect citizens and non-citizens alike. Okay? It's expansive. He really wasn't. You are just delusional. Wait, what? Asmondad was a Hasan fan? He really wasn't. You were just delusional? I don't know why you're bringing up Asmondad in this conversation, especially in a way that is like, that makes you look delusional. I have no issues with Asmongold's dad. I even reached out to Asmongold at the time to offer my condolences. I don't want to talk about Asmongold's dad. It's not relevant in this conversation at all, but I promise you, you're the one who is saying weird random shit. Not only are you fighting an internet battle for a person that doesn't know who you are, but now you're also just like bringing up totally random things that do not favor you at all. Yeah, we love Asmondad in this community. Rest in peace. Anyway.
We have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves.
The evidence, by the way, is like maliciously edited clips and things like that. Everybody who's part of the America First agenda should view being listed on this website as a qualification to run for office. If you get listed on this website as being an enemy of the goals of Israel, then you are actually America First. Like, you can't say this about Palestine, you can't say this about Israel, and somebody who's an activist for this is going to be criticized in this way. It's ridiculous. They try to dox, mislabel, defame, slander, and misrepresent anybody who goes against their interests, and then creating a chilling effect across the entire country to prevent negative discourse about a country.
Asmongold collab with the ADL to try to get me and others deplatformed for criticizing Israel for the past 2 years. He supported every Trump initiative on this. For days, for virtually every single day for the last 2 years, he has demanded that I get deplatformed. Others who are anti-Israel get deplatformed, consistently called him anti-Semitic. Here, the most insane version of events, is the fucking Sabra Hummus Gate. Okay? Sabra Hummus Gate. Asmongold did a fuck ton of videos. Talking about how anti-Semitic all of the people that participated in the Sabra Hummus thing were, and how they must be deplatformed. And his community ran with that like crazy. All the while, they were calling Nick Fuentes based. He also bragged about getting game devs fired for tweets he didn't like. Exactly. These guys are major fucking hypocrites. His community was upvoting the fucking ADL. Hasan's anti-Semitism visualized. The head of the ADL on CNN claiming Hasan's extremist rhetoric radicalized a DC shooter. Last week, Asmongold, without any evidence whatsoever, connected an anti-Semitic hate crime conducted by ISIS affiliates in Australia back to me and my community. That very same week, he talked about how base Nick Fuentes was for saying Adolf Hitler is awesome. Do you understand? Do you understand how fucking insane that is? The ADL's putting pressure on Twitch again. It's time for Asmon's harvest again. #1 farmer in Twitch. Damn. And that just after Hasan's claim that his radical viewpoints don't cause any negative PR for Twitch. Yet here we are again. This is Dan Saltman, and he's the one who's leading the charge against Twitch's double standards and anti-Semitism culture. Literally Dan versus Dan. The ADL can be ridiculous at times, but in this case, he's 200% right. Hamas Diddy Piker is openly propagandizing Terry organizations and recruiting people to become Terrys themselves. He's no different than your garden variety extremist imam strapping bomb vests to brainwash guys. He's on your dick right now, per usual. If he's on my dick, he could at least talk to me, but he can't. Because he is terrified that there are those in his audience who also don't fuck with Israel now, okay, or never really fuck with Israel, who would call into question whether or not he is a sincere political actor. He is capable of presenting himself as this like honest guy by living in filth. Every one of his fans goes, oh, he obviously doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about money. He still lives in this like filthy home, right? So clearly he's like honest, not realizing that you can live in a situation like that. And that's marketing, I guess, to a certain degree, when your position, your worldview is inconsistent. You look to someone like myself and you go, oh, Hasan is a socialist, but he dresses nice. He showers daily. He has a nice home to live in with his family. Okay. And it's clean. Obviously that's hypocritical. Look to my output. Listen to my words. My positions on things do not change. You're caught up in the aesthetics of it all.
They only have the power that you let them have. And so if you see something like this happening, you can just simply get enough people together and then make it stop happening. But AIPAC pays them so much, you have to get a lot of people together. Yeah, it's by the way, that's going to happen. It's going in that direction, and they can't stop it. People don't want their country run by a foreign power. And I think that it's snowballing very, very...
Yeah, he's too scared to talk to me, so he talks about me. In an environment where he can control the narrative, in an environment where he can easily lie. Because anyone that actually goes into his chat and goes, hey, you're wrong about this actually, here's what Hasan actually said, instantly banned. Whereas when Asmongold's fans come in here, I actually enjoy having a conversation with them, and I would totally have a conversation with Asmongold. He's the one who's ducking me. He's the one who unironically refuses to have a conversation with me. He's the one who's worried about having a conversation with me. He won't even watch the live stream when I'm talking about him, when he knows. Why would he ever talk to you when you offend him every time you mention him? Do you think that if we had a conversation, where first of all, offend him every time you mention him, what's more offensive? Demanding that I get fucking deplatformed because I'm a terrorist? Or saying objectively that this person who has presented himself as not showering daily doesn't shower daily? What's more offensive, you think? Because one is an opinion, a very negatively framed opinion that actually is inviting financial harm and sometimes even actively saying that the government should take action, or in moments where the government has taken action against someone like myself for, advocating for positions that he apparently now holds as well, saying it doesn't go far enough. That's not offensive. That's not mean. That's not fucked up. But me saying Asmongold doesn't shower, something that he personally has admitted to over and over again, that's offensive. The soy right have no fucking consistency here. Both are not good. Brother, do you not see the fucking difference here? I'm not negatively framing something. You think it's negative that he doesn't shower, okay? And you're upset that I'm mentioning something that he has mentioned. That's a part of his brand. I like how both of you are talking about each other right now like kids. Again, very silly. We don't have to do this back and forth. He's the reason why this is a back and forth. We can talk to one another. I have always stated, anytime, any place, that I am willing to have a conversation with Asmongold and I will be respectful. He's the one who runs away from it. So if you have an issue with that, go ask Asmongold why he has an issue with it. Okay? Go ask Asmongold why he wants to talk about me, but not to me. You play victim. Again, I'm not doing that at all. I'm the one who's saying I'm down to have a conversation with him directly. I'm not playing victim. I'm not a fucking victim at all. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit that Asmongold has called me a fucking terrorist over and over again, especially because now he's crawling back to the Israel is a dangerous entity that has unironically warped American politics so disastrously positioned. He's saying it himself now. So what happened? The reason why he doesn't want to talk to me is because his viewpoints do not hold up, because they are fucking inconsistent. That's the reason why he won't have this conversation. That's the reason why he's always running away from these sorts of contentious conversations.
Very fast.
That Mahmoud Khalil is removable under the Secretary of State Marco Rubio's assertion that his continued presence and his actions in the United States actually compromise foreign policy and political priorities. That's very stunning, because that is actually the only thing that she ruled on today. She did not rule on the other allegations that were raised by DHS that he allegedly misrepresented information on his green card application.
None of that matters. It doesn't have to matter. Like they can just deport him for whatever reason they want. That's what the rules say. I said this at the beginning. Everybody was getting mad at me for saying this, but like it's a fucking fact. Yeah, that's what the rules say. That's fucked up though. No, it's not.
What I do is revoke visas, and it's very simple. A visa is not a right. It is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study.
That's right. Get the fuck out, bro. Get them the fuck out. This is what I voted for. It's crazy that left-wing people have gotten flanked so bad that this is now a position that they have to fight against.
That would Ms. Oz.
What happened? Yeah, I did. I already added him. I said the rats are escaping the sinking ship. Asmongold commended the ADL when they were getting pro-Palestinian CC's deplatformed for criticizing Israel for the past 2 years. He supported Trump deporting Mahmoud Khalil. Now he's trying to pivot to an anti-Israel position. Is there any solace knowing that the winds are changing in roach infestment basements? Yes, there is some solace there. I will welcome everyone with open arms. Okay? As long as they arrive at the correct side on this issue, it's great. My fear, of course, isn't necessarily that they will arrive in the anti-Israel position, but they will arrive at it by, the Nick Fuentes perspective. They will turn around and say like, yeah, fuck the Jews rather than fuck Israel. Okay? That's my fear. My fear is that a lot of the anti-Zionist sentiment turns into anti-Semitism rather than a sincere criticism of Israel as a foreign entity. Okay?
Stork did. We're not going to give you a visa, and if you do that,
Mr. Look how mad he is. I think he hit his enraged face.
Come on, Mr. Secretary. And every single one of these cases, the factors are different.
Senator,
the bottom line is, if you're coming here to stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you have a
First
visa
Amendment
and we
apply
find you,
to
we will
people
revoke
living in
it.
the United
And
States?
we're going to do more.
It shouldn't. If I could go back in time and vote for him, I absolutely would. I did not think that he was going to go this hard at all.
He states that talking to you would be a waste of time. His community tries to cope by claiming he's little broing you and not dodging you. I know. It's because it's parasocial, okay? It's parasocial. It's incredibly parasocial. They want to save face. Asmongold wants to save face, and the people that openly say they love Asmongold also want to save face. You both strawman each other and it's depressing. Okay, then tell him to have a conversation with me so I can have a sincere debate, to have a normal conversation where I understand where he's coming from. The problem is, he's the only one who doesn't want to do that. Anyway, Congressman Khanna is here, so I'm done talking about fucking Asmongold. Okay, obviously there's a, more serious subject matter to cover. Anyway, that's a whiplash-inducing statement, huh? Hold on. Hey, what's going on? Okay. Let me see where the chair is. Hold on. Hey, what's going on? Hasan. Love the belt buckle and the fucking shoes. Okay. There it is. Okay. All right. That's good. And then here we go. Okay. Very quick. Okay. No super niche office chair for the guest, man. It's not super niche nor an office chair that is super niche at all. Here it is. DOJ releases. Here, I'll start this off.
President Trump did not address Friday's long.
After months of delays, the Justice Department now beginning to release hundreds of thousands of documents from its investigation into sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. But this morning, despite a new law from Congress requiring DOJ to release all its Epstein files by Friday, that's not going to happen. What's being released now, sources tell us, is less than half of the files. In this initial release, never-before-seen records from the investigation. Thousands of photos.
Welcome.
Nice to see you in your
Congressperson Khanna in the building, everybody. All right, so yeah, it's a SM7B. I'm sure you've done a lot of these before, so you got to speak directly into the microphone.
I got you.
Welcome. This is your third time on the stream.
But the first time in your studio.
Yeah, the first time
ever.
Which is
all in like Christmas holiday spirit. I didn't know that. I didn't know you had the Christmas spirit.
Yeah, I'm I waged for many years I waged a war against Christmas as a Muslim American, and I decided to give up on it. I'm the most I'm presenting myself as a lover of Christ because I feel like the environment has shifted quite a bit.
Well, Christmas is a great holiday.
I love it.
Who doesn't like Santa Claus and Nutcracker and the Christmas Carol
or gift giving
and gift giving?
It's commodity consumption. I love that.
I mean, I'm a big. I mean, I grew up celebrating. I'm of Hindu faith, but it's. I think it's one of the great times.
I think Americans have nailed it on how to do holidays because everything that they do revolves around getting the family together, eating a lot of food, watching something on TV.
You're American.
Well, yes. Well,
you refer to it as a third person
sometimes because I did grow up in Turkey. My whole family is still in Turkey, so
I just don't want to give quarter to Trump or something here.
No. I know. I'm an American citizen. I was born here.
Yeah.
I'm an anchor baby, so. For now, my citizenship is not called into question, even though it gets called into question all the time. Laura Loomer constantly
she hates me. She hates me.
Yeah. Oh, she's gonna lose her mind today. Then
it's like two of us. Oh my gosh, she's probably gonna say that Qatar is funding this.
Yeah, of course.
Every tweet starts out with Qatar is funding it. I mean, doesn't matter whether you're going after the generals in the military or whatever. Yeah. That's like your standard line.
Every time I'm like, Qatar, please fund me. What are you doing? I'm out here. I'm waiting for the money. No, I'm just kidding. This is obviously a very important day, as is every other day. But thank you for coming on today. We're going to be talking about the initiative that you and Thomas Massey were championing in Congress.
Championing. We're not giving up.
And still are championing that had a very unique moment yesterday. Do you mind talking about the act for those that might not know what it is? Also, do you want anything to drink?
I'm good. I'm
okay.
Good.
I'm gonna grab a diet Dr. Pepper for myself real quick. But while I'm right here, while you explain it.
Well, look, these are over 1,200 women who, as young girls, were raped or abused. There was a rape island that Epstein had set up. And rich and powerful men, powerful politicians, powerful business folks would go to this island, and either they would rape these underage girls or they'd be standing by as you would see paraded there a 15-year-old, 14-year-old who would stick out as a sore thumb. And everyone knew they were underage, and they did nothing. They covered it up. Or they trafficked in women who may have been 21, 22, but they paid for it and abused them. And what we want to know is who were these rich and powerful people? And how do they have such a hold on our government that they prevented prosecution and investigation? One of the files that came out yesterday showed that there was someone who complained to the FBI in 1996 saying that Jeffrey Epstein had photos of 12 and 16-year-olds being nude. And the FBI said nothing, did nothing. Why?
Yeah.
Who are these people? So Thomas Massey and I passed a bill. I mean, I can go through how Herculean it was. We had to overcome Trump. We had to overcome Johnson. We had to overcome skepticism in both of our parties. We had to overcome the Epstein class, the billionaires who didn't want this coming out. But we persevered.
The New York Times editorial board that was like, "Hey, let's not do this." Actually,
yeah. I mean,
so many outlets in mainstream media, so many editorial boards in major legacy publishers were just like, "Hey, now." Let's not release this stuff, actually.
You know, they called me, they kept, all these journalists who kind of like my economic policy and me, think of me as a serious person, said I'm a conspiracy theorist because I was leading this. And they'd say, oh, how's your friend, the vice president? He and you are both conspiracy theorists. I don't know what happened to the vice president because he was the one who was out there saying we should release these files. Suddenly he's gone quiet. Anyway, Massey and I, we overcame all the establishment opposition. We forced a vote. We got 70 Republicans to break with Donald Trump and say they were going to vote for us. We flipped Donald Trump. He ended up endorsing our bill and caving to the Congress. We got 100 senators. Schumer had to introduce my bill in the Senate for unanimous consent a week after I'd called on him to step down from the Senate. So we got the whole process working. President signs the bill, and this means they've got to finally release the files. And then we see yesterday, they don't release 90% of what they're supposed to release.
And what's interesting is, from what I understand, you were aware that this could potentially happen, right? So there was language in the act that Donald Trump signed into law that specifically detailed certain things that the Department of Justice could do, including if there were any sort of significant redactions, they had to walk through exactly why they were redacting. And from what we understand now, there were over 200 Department of Justice lawyers that went through and engaged in significant redactions. The BBC's estimation was that apparently 90% of the files were redacted, somewhere along those lines. Okay, hold on. Kaya,
who's hungry?
She is. She's hungry for love, but she'll get you. She'll get a lot of fur on you. So I'm gonna Kaya, place.
What type of dog?
She's a mix. But she's a mix of a bunch of different things. She's a big lady. But as I was saying, Donald Trump's former defense attorney, now Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, actually released a memo as well to Congress, Republican Congressperson, from what I understand, saying that politically active or politically involved persons were also redacted.
Yeah,
similar to the 1,200 plus victims. And
it's outrageous. I mean, look, they are redacting information to basically protect people who are in the government or in politics or in business. And if you look at the law, we explicitly say you can't redact things to protect people's reputation or if it's going to cause embarrassment. They're doing exactly the opposite of what the law says. And then, the two documents we wanted out. One was a 60-count indictment of Jeffrey Epstein because the 60-count indictment never saw the light of day. And it was ultimately 2 counts he was charged on. But there were 60 counts. Now, why do we want that document? Because that document will talk about how he made all his illegal money. How did this guy make $500 million. Who was paying him? Who were the other men involved with him? They didn't release that. They didn't release the prosecution memo justifying that indictment, the draft indictment. All of those draft indictments and prosecution memo got buried. And in our law, which you got up there, we say specifically all internal DOJ communications, including memos, notes, decisions to charge or not to charge, investigate or decline to investigate. Specifically, that language was for getting these two documents, and they're basically disobeying the law. And by the way, this isn't even, what's so scary to me is it's not just concealing Trump's name. I expected that they would try to eliminate the Trump name. They're protecting something else here. They're protecting rich and powerful interests going well beyond Donald Trump. That's what has me the most concerned. Like, what is it that they're trying to protect, and why are they trying to protect it?
Yes. So there's obviously the thing that a lot of people are hyper invested in here, which is, of course, the worst crime, the international sex trafficking of minors that took place. But then beyond that, there is obviously a lot of paper trail and a lot of financial crimes that took place as well, and a lot of very connected, very wealthy individuals that were Jeffrey Epstein associates. And we simply want to figure out, like, what level of involvement did they have? Not every single person, I suspect, that was pictured around Jeffrey Epstein was engaging in the worst of all crimes. That's not my assessment of this at all. But I do fear that that, just as you said, that is precisely what they're trying to protect here. That's precisely what they're trying to hide. Now, I have a bunch of questions. Why do you think that why do you think that they actually sheltered the public from the initial plea bargain deal, for example, like the other details that came out about how the first time Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and prosecuted, there was this trial that took place, and Trump's former labor secretary, Alexander Acosta, was the prosecutor on the case, who offered him a sweetheart plea bargain that no pedophile has ever gotten since or ever will, where he was allowed to be released on work release while he was in prison. That's insane.
He abused people while he was released. I mean, that's how horrific this was.
So that was, that was one of the major things that I was invested in, that I wanted to find out about. Why do you think they're openly hiding this side of the Jeffrey Epstein profile?
But because they know there was a huge amount of wrongdoing. That's one of the reasons we wanted that initial indictment draft, because there were supposed to be 60 counts, and all those 60 counts would be exposed. Acosta prosecuted 2 counts.
Yeah.
He got rid of all the 58. Then he does the plea bargain deal. We wanted to see the memos, what went into the decision to say that was reasonable. And I'm sure there are dissenting opinions of people who said, absolutely not. We wanted to see that email correspondence, those memos. They're hiding this because they know that they're rich and powerful people who intervened. Yeah. And they know that justice was not done, not just because of Epstein, not just because of Maxine
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell. You'd think I know it by now. Ghislaine Maxwell. I always get the name messed up. Ghislaine Maxwell. But it was done because of rich and powerful men.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's the financial elite that's obviously very connected to Jeffrey Epstein in ways that we already know, in broad daylight, constantly in and out of like these meetings, constantly photographed with him, some of which the House Oversight Committee has actually released, like the Democratic Oversight Committee has released as well, partially from, I believe, the Epstein, what is it called? Not the manor, but like the data dumps that came, the photographic dumps that came are not just from the investigation, right? Like the estate. The Epstein estate.
They're two different things.
Yeah. So can you describe that?
There's the law that requires the Justice Department to release them.
Yeah.
And then there's the letter that I sent to the estate saying we got to release that information. And Comer, who's the Republican chair, subpoenaed him because of Summer Lee's work and Robert Garcia's work, and they are releasing information. So there are two places we're getting this information from.
Yeah. And so a lot of the photos that were coming out from the oversight committee were coming from the estate, from if I recall correctly, and yet some of those files that would definitely be in the investigation in the Jeffrey Epstein files, right, from the court proceedings, are redacted. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this invited a lot of scrutiny, a lot of suspicion that the Department of Justice had actively redacted Donald Trump and many other high-profile players in American politics from the initial file release. One of the things that they ended up doing, and I suspected that initially they would, most likely just offer a little bit of red meat to the base and say like, oh, look, see Bill Clinton.
Right.
And they did do that. And I also suspected that they would be so incompetent, as they have been over and over again, that they would still somehow find a way to fuck it up, which they did, right? And the oversight Dems actually called this out. Yesterday, we found out, alongside the rest of the internet, when the files were being released, there was one photo that actually made it through the censors. And one photo of Trump that made it through the censors. But it was a photo that was in a drawer, so I guess like
they didn't notice
whatever. Yeah, they did not notice that Donald Trump was in some of the files, and what the Department of Justice, from what we understand now, did was when they realized that Donald Trump was in this photo, they just deleted it. It's
well, the cover up is always worse than the crime. Someone probably thought, oh, am I going to get in trouble with Trump or the Trump White House? And it's absurd. I mean, look, this is the issue that is unraveling in part his presidency. This is the only issue where the MAGA base is brazenly defying him. Why?
Yeah.
Because he said that he was going to expose these people. He said that he was going to expose these corrupt people who get one set of justice, who raped young girls, and he's going to bring justice. He's not a perfect person. No one thinks that Donald Trump has led a perfect life, but they thought he was actually going to expose these folks and return government to people. And he's betrayed that promise. And that's why you look at my X feed. I encourage folks to just go and look at the X feed. I've got more MAGA supporters standing up for me than I ever have in my entire political career.
Yeah.
They're staking my side over Pam Bondi's side. They're going after the DOJ, saying you're killing Donald Trump's presidency. And so this issue, everyone says we got to take the fight to Trump take the fight to Trump. They all do memes against it, call him a fascist, call him a dictator. No one has actually been able to break the MAGA coalition. The reason Massey and I have actually been able to break the MAGA coalition is because we're actually saying we're on the people's side instead of the system side, that the system is rotten. That's what you got to do as a first principle for the Democratic Party. The system is rotten. Too much big money, too much influence of wealthy people, too many people who are getting away with things, and that we're going to be on the side of the people against this rotten system. And that was what Trump was saying, but he hasn't delivered.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think this is, from my analysis, it almost feels like this is one of the purest expressions of like class politics that Americans can get on board with. It's not dialectics, it's not materialist at all, but it is like something that they have seen or something that they've suspected. There's obviously a lot of conspiracy around this sort of stuff. Like this was the whole motivating principle around QAnon, right? Or Pizzagate, or numerous other conspiracies that were not true at all. But now what I am seeing is that there are some people who see that this is valid, as opposed to the previous formations of these sorts of conspiracy theories. There is evidence on this, unlike people who claim that these super wealthy people were communicating with one another and like using code words for child pornography or ordering children off of Wayfair or whatever. They were pretty brazen. They were pretty open about like Jeffrey Epstein. There's stuff that came out from the files that Jeffrey Epstein was mad at someone that was redacted that was procuring children for him, and they were over the age of 18, and he was like demanding to see their licenses to make sure that they were under the age of 18. They weren't
sick,
they were not using coded language at all. They were pretty flagrant They were pretty blatant about.
They controlled the law enforcement. They thought if the FBI is not even investigating it, what do they have to worry about?
Exactly.
I mean, there are documents saying, I have a woman for you. I have a girl for you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just sickening stuff. And 1,200 victims. For anyone who says, oh, there's not other rich and powerful people who are involved, I said, one person is not abusing 1,200 people. Just the math doesn't work up. There are other people who are on that rape island who either watched young girls be paraded around or raped them. And, you know, the reason this is, I think, resonant is people feel an anger that they've lost their economic voice. They don't control their own political voice. There's something that's wrong with the system. And this is like the symbol of what's wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a perfect demonstration of like how the super wealthy get away with doing heinous crimes while simultaneously controlling the levers of power, right? And I think that's the reason why a lot of people, this is a bipartisan thing, and not bipartisan in the sense that like politicians are on board with it, but this is a bipartisan issue in the eyes of the public. And as you also suggested, as you also correctly pointed out, I believe it's Donald Trump's least popular issue with his base, 54% disapproval, as opposed to everything else where the MAGA base basically is 80% approval rating on anything that Donald Trump is doing, with the exception of this, where there's a 54% disapproval. So it's pretty significant. And one of the angles that I wanted to cover here, however, that I feel like the media is noticeably absent on or omitting is the potential connection with not just the super wealthy, but like intelligence, right? I know I'm sure you've seen the drop site reporting on this stuff, because there was Jeffrey Epstein's JE Vacation email address was leaked, was hacked, and his entire correspondence with world leaders and everyone else was leaked for all to see. And there has been very little coverage on this from the legacy publishers, unfortunately, and the only time I ever hear about this connection between Jeffrey Epstein and potentially Israeli intelligence, even though he is very clearly connected to Ehud Barak, and we knew about this even before the emails as well, and numerous other high-profile world leaders. The only time legacy media covers this is to say it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy. It's to say, oh, this suggestion is so ridiculous. And I believe Thomas Massey also brought this up yesterday, where he said a big part of the reason why there is this major cover-up is because it is very likely that Jeffrey Epstein was connected in some way, shape, or form to our intelligence and also to Israeli intelligence as well. Do you have any opinions on that?
Well, my opinion is that that's why we need the release of the files. That's why this was drafted in a way that would get the FBI files, that would get the national security files. That's why the lawyers of the survivors say you need all the files, the financial files, the national security files, the FBI files, and anything that isn't a current national security issue. So we even drafted it saying you can't overclassify information. If there's not a significant, clear national security threat, then it has to be declassified. So this will put to rest. The issue is if we could have transparency, if the American people can see the files.
Yeah.
And if they can't see the files, then conspiracies will continue to grow, whether true or not. And so I guess even the legacy media should be just calling for the release of the files.
Yeah. And there is this somewhat elitist attitude, I feel like, that at least I've seen. I have tremendous respect for many journalists that I know and love that work at these outlets that want to do very good work and oftentimes do very good work. But overall, I feel like the editorial teams and the way that they respond to this kind of stuff is to simply say, "Oh, the public doesn't know how to handle this information," and I think that's a dangerous line of thinking in general. The idea that people are too stupid to understand what's going on. But I do think that invites additional scrutiny, and that actually invites a lot of conspiracy theories, many of which can go down a dangerous path and actually do become anti-Semitic conspiracy theories if the truth is not assessed by credible actors and investigative reporters. So I always appreciate what DropSite is doing in terms of doing that investigation, that investigative reporting, and that work. there are, you know, connections between Jeffrey Epstein and obviously Ehud Barak. There's connections between Jeffrey Epstein and people that were possibly involved in Iran-Contra that just recently came out. And I guess one of the questions I have for you is, there was another statement that Thomas Massie made that he said 20 to 25 people, if they are not outed as being co-conspirators or, you know, as you know, being engaged with Jeffrey Epstein in some way, shape or form, by the time Friday comes around, that means that there will have been heavy redaction in direct violation of the act that was passed.
Correct.
Have you guys actually seen the unredacted files?
We have not. We've requested to see them. In fact, one of the things that Thomas and I were discussing today is putting together a committee of Congress, me, him, maybe someone from the Judiciary Committee, to go and look at these files, even if it's in a classified setting, to be able to say what complies and what doesn't comply. Because right now, they have shown no good faith in complying. And the reality is, we know that the survivors' lawyers have seen the files. And they have told us, and the survivors have told us, that there are other powerful men who either abused or raped these girls or showed up on the rape island while these girls were being abused. I mean, it's not hard to visualize. Think of a party. You got a lot of models, some of them in their 20s, and then you've got like this young girl walking around nude who's 14 or 15, and all these rich, powerful men there. Now, my view is every person, man, there is guilty if they didn't say something in terms of abetting abuse. And so it's not just men who actually abused or raped these girls. It's also people who were showing up to these sick parties knowing that young girls were being paraded around. And that's the type of information that we're going to get if we get that 60-count indictment, if we get the 82-page memo that the prosecutions wrote, and if we get the FD forms, the FBI forms of interviews of all of the men who were interviewed by the FBI to understand what happened. I mean, how do you have a situation of a release where no one else's names are in there being investigated? Obviously, if there are 1,200 victims, even if the FBI concluded that some of these people were innocent or not guilty, they would have interviewed them. They would have been witnesses. There would have been questions. Where is all that stuff?
No, absolutely. I guess redacted, or they haven't even released many of the files yet, right? Like there's still so much that they are very clearly going through to hit the heavy-handed redaction that they did to the first tranche of data that they were forced to release, even though that was also in violation of the act that was passed. So my question, and I'm sure everyone else's question here, is what are the next steps here?
Well, there are a few steps. First of all, obviously, impeachment is on the table for Pam Bondi. There is criminal prosecution that she could face, or others at the Justice Department could face. And by the way, that criminal prosecution risk runs well beyond this administration. The next administration, in my view, it can't just be kumbaya. There needs to be accountability for crimes committed, accountability for crimes committed with ICE, accountability for crimes committed in the Caribbean where innocent boatmen are being killed, and accountability for crimes committed in not complying with Massie and my Epstein Transparency Act. Accountability is going to be needed. But Massie and I are also in the process of drafting a bill for the inherent contempt of Congress. What does that mean? Pam Bondi could be fined every day if she's not agreeing to release these documents. And we're going to propose a group of people in Congress, a bipartisan group that gets to review these documents so that we can assess what is a legitimate redaction and what is not, and actually have her comply with the law. Because my goal is not retribution. It's not to score points against the president's cabinet. My goal is justice for these survivors and actually figuring out how we get these documents out. One point, I think this first run may have been a test, them just seeing, okay, what can we get away with? And the outcry that it's come out, hopefully this pushes them to realize this, that they're not done with this. Just the before Christmas release isn't working. Yeah. That there's going to be more demand for these documents to actually come out.
Yeah. So that's one angle for sure. And I think that there is a lot of appetite across the board, across the political spectrum for some kind of transparency in all of this. Clearly, if that wasn't the case, then Donald Trump wouldn't have signed this act into law to begin with, right? they have mishandled this process. Absolutely. I guess. What are the next steps? Not to throw curveballs here, but like, what are the next steps if like Donald Trump offers a blanket pardon across the board to everyone that's mishandling this or deliberately redacting things in violation of the law?
Well, he could do that, and it would make it harder for them to be prosecuted in the future. But, do you really want to be a career Justice Department official or even appointee having as the capstone on your career being pardoned by Donald Trump for protecting pedophiles? I mean, that's really what people will be choosing. And then it'll be the next administration that releases all of this. But we are not giving up, because the reason I believe it's possible to shift the administration is we shifted Trump from calling it a hoax to signing the bill, because the one thing he can read is public opinion.
Yeah.
And he saw that this was going to be a huge story. It was hurting his presidency. In fact, he kept saying, I don't know why we keep talking about Epstein. I want to talk about all my achievements. He knew it was the Achilles heel, the kryptonite of his administration. And so now he's going to realize that this was another whiff by Pam Bondi. Susan Wild said it. She keeps whiffing. I don't know. She's so out of touch. She was supposed to meet the survivors. And then she said, oh, I've got an appointment. I can't meet the survivors.
Yeah. There was one thing that I also wanted to bring up with Pam Bondi's inconsistency in the way that she's actually talked about this, because obviously initially when they got together and did this like fake release of the Epstein files with all of the MAGA influencers,
right.
And that was a major W. Like, they thought that this would satiate people's appetite for the truth.
Right.
And very clearly, it was all the stuff that we had access to already. And I think they thought that the people would just not demand more, where they were like, oh yeah, we're tuned in. We saw this, libs of TikTok was celebrating that they got this tranche of data.
Yeah.
But in the process, there were certain things that Pam Bondi had said that we now know are absolutely untrue. The notion, for example, that a lot of the CSAM that was in the Epstein files was commercially bought CSAM. We now know that there is, we now know that that's probably not true, right? Because there is a lot of not just redacted, but like CSAM slips that are all over the Epstein files that were released. Obviously, they're not going to digitize copies of child sexual abuse material, but like it's very clear that that was a hard copy that wasn't actually like digitally acquired or anything like that. There's instances where Jeffrey Epstein personally is actually like procuring or creating CSAM as well with 14-year-old victims, and the notion that this was the notion that this was just Jeffrey Epstein's doing, that he was just simply procuring all of this stuff for himself, is very clearly untrue. So that inconsistency, does that reach the boundaries of perjury? I mean, or does that only happen if Pam Bondi is in front of Congress, I guess?
The biggest thing is she's obstructed justice. She can be impeached because she didn't comply with the law. I mean, that's the obstruction of justice, and that's grounds for impeachment, is grounds for criminal prosecution. She also lied, right? I mean, she stood up in front of the country and said, there's nothing more to see. We've released everything.
Yeah.
And by their own admission, they're releasing hundreds of thousands of more documents. What changed?
Yeah.
How did they suddenly find all these documents? By the way, there are 300 gigabytes of files on the Epstein files. How do I know this? Because Kash Patel in front of Congress said there are 300 gigabytes, and they've released yesterday 2.5 gigabytes. So you can do the math. I mean, they've got hundreds of thousands more documents. And what are these documents? All the interviews. They're 1,200 survivors, all the interviews that they were conducting, all the other men who were on the island, all the other men who participated in this. I mean, we don't want just random documents. We don't want just random files. We don't want just random photos. We want to know who was on that island, who knew about these young girls being raped, who engaged in either rape or abuse or sex on that island. I mean, that's all that information is in those FBI witness interview FD files.
Yeah. Also, what level of involvement did Steve Bannon have, for example, another Trump affiliate that we know was deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein? And there's a lot of inconsistency in the way that he's also presented himself here. At first, after Julie K. Brown's investigative reporting at the Miami Herald.
Yeah, she's terrific.
She's amazing. When the second Epstein trial was starting, Bannon actually went to Jeffrey Epstein and conducted these interviews in the form of deposition training and to do PR. And then, when the attitude shifted against Jeffrey Epstein even more than it had, he very quickly turned around and said, "Oh, I'm just shooting a documentary," right? But there are so many photos of Steve Bannon being chummy with Jeffrey Epstein. Why is none of that in the investigation? Why was that redacted? I mean, this is not even Donald Trump at that point. This is a totally, supposedly unaffiliated person. So, like, why is the Department of Justice not only sheltering Donald Trump, but sheltering Trump allies who are political operatives themselves? I mean, that's not a matter of national security, right?
No, they're sheltering rich and powerful people.
Yeah.
Just like they're sheltering the survivors. I mean, the whole point of the Epstein Act was that we want to know who these rich and powerful people were.
Yeah.
That they weren't charged. Usually the Justice Department doesn't release things on people who weren't charged because they figure, well, your reputation shouldn't be destroyed if you weren't charged. But in this case, we know that the process was corrupt. We know that the law enforcement couldn't be trusted.
Yeah.
We know that they didn't follow the FBI tips, that we know that they didn't prosecute. So in this case, the American public is saying we do want everything out there because the justice system let these women down.
Yeah, justice delayed is justice denied, and the justice has been delayed. And the further they, the further that the Department of Justice tries to engage in this cover up, they're only expanding on the injustice that they participated in early on. So, what do you? This is actually a good question. What would you think is like a solid example of a legitimate national security hypothetical for you? What would be a real example of a national security concern that they engage in some sort of redaction on?
Well, look, if there was actually some conversation where it would expose someone who is a spy or a CIA agent and expose who they are and their identity or expose their family, you don't want to put people at risk who are in those roles. If Epstein happened to know something because he knew a lot of powerful people about our national secrets in terms of our sensitive weapons or sensitive information, you wouldn't want that out there. So I can see there being, or if there were some comments made about a foreign leader, that you don't want the American president to be exposed in that way, or another country thinking something. So there are cases, and we can debate what those cases are.
Mm-hmm.
People often say, why did you not write the bill in a way that said everything has to come out and not even have an exception for classified information? And anyone who's been in Congress more than a day will tell you there's no chance anything like that would pass. There are too many people in Congress who'd just find that as the excuse. Khanna and Massey want to get rid of classified information. So we had the narrowest possible classified drafting to be able to get that bill through.
Okay. So that, for the record, that in and of itself, though, I think does lend even further credence to the suspicion that there was some kind of involvement with the intelligence communities, which is one of the prevailing narratives that is often left unaddressed, like I said, with the exception of mainstream outlets just simply calling this a conspiracy theory. But obviously it goes beyond that as well. There are people who are not, CIA affiliated that are being sheltered here very clearly. There's also Donald Trump being sheltered here with the redactions, as we have seen from the actions that the Department of Justice took after people realized that they failed to redact some of the Donald Trump photos. And this is this is so silly, right? But as far as the potential involvement of Israel, are you familiar with the drop site reporting on this stuff?
I am. Ryan Graham and drop site. I'm well familiar.
So you're familiar with the back and forth correspondence that has taken place. I mean, even with these files, there was one photo with David Blaine doing. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. David Blaine doing magic tricks in a room with Jeffrey Epstein and also former Prime Minister of Israel Ehud Barak. former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, had also, is it David Copperfield? I thought it was David Blaine. Anyway, here it is. Performing magic tricks for Jeffrey Epstein. Is this David Copperfield? Am I wrong? I don't know. One of the magic guys. Performing magic tricks for Epstein and a few notable names, including Israeli Prime Minister at the time, Ehud Barak. And the question I have, no, that is David Blaine. Okay, you guys are. Copperfield also did it as well. I don't know why everyone is so worried about who the magician is here. I'm not implying that the magician is the important figure in this. Okay. Anyway, even though both were involved in different ways, doesn't matter. So it's things like this. It's things like this that people understandably want answers for. Do you feel like omitting this kind of stuff or refusing to talk about this kind of stuff is adding on to the scrutiny that people have for mainstream media nowadays?
Yeah, I think it all should come out. And we've drafted, that's why the classified exception we drafted was the narrowest possible way, that you have to justify it. It can't be excessively used. It can't be used to cover up what actually took place. And we drafted it with the narrowest way, in a way that could still pass the Congress. Because the reality is, if the bill doesn't pass the Congress, there's no use to it. But that is why what we're saying is that there needs to be people like Massey and me who get to see these documents, and then we can have a yes or no vote on, is it truly something redacted because it's going to protect the survivors or families or protect certain classified information, or should this be out there? My view is, if you don't have this out there, that's how you, as you pointed out, have conspiracy theories take hold. I mean, if there's nothing to hide, put it out there. Let people make that determination. By the way, the biggest thing that could be out there is the indictment, the 60-page indictment. Yeah. So people know, okay, was there foreign involvement? I mean, that indictment will say that right there. If there was no evidence in that indictment of foreign interest, that would be a big tell that, okay, maybe there wasn't there. If the indictment says, look, here are the 60 counts and here are the things that were happening from overseas, that would be a big issue. That's why we explicitly drafted.
Wait, this is the indictment for the second investigation or the first one?
This is the 60-page indictment, 60-count indictment that the assistant U.S. attorney in Florida put together in 2007.
Oh,
That Acosta ignored and then charges just 2 counts. Those are 60 counts. You don't have 60 counts just of pedophilia. You have 60 counts of money laundering and transactions. We want to see all of that. And that will get to the questions that you've been asking.
So that the other side of the story also is Alexander Acosta is out there, you know? Like, he is out there. Is there any demand to maybe pull him in front of Congress? Is that something that you guys can entertain? Because, like, he was the labor secretary at the time.
He came before the Oversight Committee, but he's just not, you know, I don't think we can believe him. I mean,
so because there is the famous secondhand there was some reporting in the media at the time that when he was labor secretary and he resigned because of the Epstein stuff, there was this question where he was like, oh, well, at the time someone led me to believe that he was actually intelligent, someone from higher up, because there was also a subsequent federal investigation that was taking place. And there were a lot of co-conspirators that actually were sheltered from the law in what seemingly was even beyond the sweetheart plea bargain that we've seen. Like, there's no instance where there's this virtual RICO case almost where you can where you find so many people who are criminally liable potentially for financial crimes and potentially for sex crimes as well, trafficking of minors, where all of the other people that were engaging in these acts are not only given blanket protection, blanket immunity, but we don't even know who they are as unindicted co-conspirators at all. Like, it's unimaginable. It's unheard of.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm seeing some of the questions. It's a great thing. You get instantaneous feedback. One, why is there no enforcement mechanism? There is. The enforcement mechanism is the obstruction of justice. You don't have to put in, this is one of the big misconceptions out there. Anyone who doesn't violate who violates a congressional law by definition is obstructing justice where Congress has asked it for justice purposes and can be face decades in prison for that. So the question is not, is there an enforcement mechanism? It's, are we going to actually have it enforced? And if it's not going to be enforced by this administration, it needs to be enforced by the next one. The second point is that Acosta should be prosecuted if he's if there's clear evidence that of perjury. I mean, you can't come in and lie to Congress.
Well, now he has now he has a cushy job at Newsmax, because I've been following his career. It's very interesting, going from Florida prosecutor upstart to like labor secretary under Donald Trump to then resigning in disgrace, or at least like trying to quietly exit the Trump administration when the Epstein stuff was coming back to the forefront, only to now sit on the board, I believe, of Newsmax. That's what he's doing now.
And look, there's got to be an accountability of what did he know? But the reason it's so hard to prosecute all these individuals and hold them accountable is we don't have the files. So, there's got to be the evidence of what came out. And then we can say, okay, now we know that someone was lying or not lying.
Absolutely. So there is also, there's also the question of Kash Patel. Didn't Patel say that there were no other individuals that could be charged in front of Congress? There is also...
How does he know that? The survivors don't believe that. Do they think that all 1,200 survivors were raped and abused by Epstein? Of course not. There were other people involved.
And they themselves, according to Thomas Massey, who has spoken to the lawyers of many of the survivors, say that there is at least 20 to 25 people that are supposed to be in the first tranche of data that came out, that was supposed to come out yesterday, were supposed to be outed.
That was the whole point of the release, and not a single person. We don't have any single information about someone who was engaged in the abuse or cover up of the abuse beyond Maxwell and Epstein, and that's why this thing is a farce, and that's why Massey and I are upping the ante, saying we will use all our powers, whether it's inherent contempt, whether it is impeachment, whether it's referral for prosecution. The reality is that Massey and I have been effective on this issue because we have cracked the MAGA coalition, because it's bipartisan, because we're taking on a corrupt system. Now, by the way, this is a corrupt system that has led to billionaires accumulating value. We need to have a billionaire tax in this country, a wealth tax. It's led to overseas wars. We shouldn't be bombing people, innocent people on boats in the Caribbean. It led this kind of corrupt system to the Iraq War, which was wrong. It led to us at 20 years in Afghanistan. It led to the overthrow of Libya, which was a total foreign policy blunder. It led to supporting of Netanyahu and the genocide which the Israeli government committed in Gaza, and a blank check. And I was one of the few politicians who stood up and said no to the $14 billion, and who has gotten on Delia Ramirez's bill to say block military sales to Netanyahu's government, and who's gotten on Rashida Tlaib's resolution to say that what the Israeli government did was a genocide. But the point of all of this is, if we are not going to have politicians willing to tell the truth when it comes to things like Epstein, how do you expect them to tell the truth about issues of foreign policy? How do you expect them to tell the truth about issues of economic policy? The currency of modern politics should be courage and truth-telling, not just charisma and memes. Are you going to stand for principle in this country?
Yeah, it's the media landscape and the people's attitude has changed quite dramatically since the first time we had a conversation at the DNC. If you recall, you were one of the congresspersons leading the charge against Israel. And even then there was a lot of restraint for, saying certain things about Israel back then that many Democrats didn't even broach, obviously. And I think that played a role in the Democrats losing.
It did play a role. It's not a thing.
Yeah,
the data shows that.
So that's actually something I wanted to ask you about. This is not to the same degree of severity as the Epstein redactions, but Ken Martin recently said that they would not release the autopsy or the assessment that came out about how the Kamala Harris campaign, how the Democrats lost to Donald Trump. How do you feel about that?
Well, they should obviously release it. I mean, it's just kind of arrogance to not release it. But I'm not, I'm not crying a river because that autopsy was done by consultants, and I'm not sure that I need to listen to DC consultants about what we did wrong. I'd rather be out there in the community. That said, it just kind of speaks to this sense of lack of accountability. Like we need to understand that the American people are upset at the entire system. They're upset at both parties. They want a new generation of leadership. They are sick of speeches that go like this. I want to renew the American dream. I want us all to have an equal opportunity. I want us all to have a great life. And you said nothing. How about specifics? Do you stand for Medicare for all? Do you stand for taxing billionaires in a wealth tax? Do you stand for cutting the bloated defense budget? Do you stand for not giving Netanyahu a blank check of military sales? Are you willing to say what happened was a genocide? Are you willing to stop Wall Street from buying up single-family homes? Are you willing to hold people accountable who've committed crimes with violating the Epstein Transparency Act? Are you going to speak truth to power? And if you're just going to give platitudes, it doesn't matter how many consultants you get.
Yeah.
You say how many, we used to need to use the word affordability. We need to use the word higher prices. That's not what lower prices. That's not what wins.
Thank you. So this is actually something that I've been very critical about as well. I think a lot of people on the Democratic Party side as well are either deliberately obfuscating Zohran Mamdani's victory in New York against all odds, against the Democratic establishment as well as the media, who were very critical of him, or the people on the Democratic Party side who said, "Oh, this is just affordability" as a buzzword, right? And my frustration now is it's not just saying affordability is a problem. You also have to have tangible policy prescriptions, and you have to really hammer on those tangible policy prescriptions, and that's precisely what Zohran Mamdani did in New York.
That's right.
That played a formative role in his victory, like a campaign that is anchored around policies. You mentioned a couple of them. Medicare for All is a fantastic one. Obviously, taxing billionaires, a wealth tax is another great one. I'm totally on board with those issues. Do you feel like the Democrats, in the absence of unifying around these key issues, who keep leaning onto the likes of the Welcome Pack or other consultant-backed movements that are trying to dilute the message a little bit and to simply say, no, you don't understand. The people actually want marginal improvements. And here is the polling that suggests that this marginal improvement is actually much more successful. Do you feel as though that is playing a role in why the Democratic Party as a whole is still incredibly unpopular in the face of Trump's incompetence?
Yes, look, this is going to be a fight. We're not going to have kumbaya unity Democratic Party, the lowest common denominator. I mean, you can't say I'm for affordability and then go to the billionaires and say, give me some money and I'm not going to raise your taxes. I mean, you have to stand for things. And when you stand for things, you're going to upset people. You're going to upset people if they have to pay higher taxes if they're billionaires. They may still support you, but you got to be honest with them like FDR was. You're going to upset private insurance companies if you're for Medicare for all. You're going to upset the defense industrial base if you're saying we're going to cut the defense budget. You're going to upset pharmaceuticals if you're going to say that Americans shouldn't pay a higher price than other countries, and if not, we'll take away your patents. You have to be willing to challenge economic power. And the Democrats kind of don't want to do that. So what are we going to have? We're going to have a fight in 2026 and 2028.
Yeah.
And the fight is going to be, are we just going to be a party that says Trump is bad and he's terrible?
Yeah.
Are we just going to be the party that says we're going to stop ICE agents from ripping away kids from their families and deporting innocent people? And we're going to stop the irrational tariffs that in some cases have increased food prices. And we're going to stop the assault on the Department of Education and U.S. aid and the hollowing out of NIH and the attacks on universities. All of that is needed. But I don't think it's enough. I don't want to just be the anti-Trump party and return to how things were.
Yeah.
I want to be the party that says that ordinary Americans have been screwed because we've gotten into wars overseas that have not helped them, but have helped the defense industrial base, that we have seen them suffer with medical debt at the expense where private insurance has profited, and that we are going to have a bold progressive agenda. Billionaire taxes, Medicare for all, $10 a day childcare, stop Wall Street and private equity from buying up single-family homes, 1,000 new trade schools, free public college, stop giving a blank check to Israel and Netanyahu, start investing in at home in our communities, to have a Marshall Plan for America to build up good-paying jobs here. And by the way, stand with workers over AI. Don't have just AI eliminate all jobs. Make sure we're standing with truck drivers and warehouse workers and customer service agents, and that we have AI technology not be stopped, but be developed in a way that helps workers. We need a vision in this country. And that is what I think that the fight has to be in 2026 and 2028. The Epstein issue for me is just a proof point of character.
Yeah.
Call out the Epstein class so you can have the trust to call out a corrupt system that hasn't been working for ordinary Americans.
It's a litmus test in the same way that, like, I think Israel was a litmus test. I often would tell people that would accuse me of being so single-minded on this issue that not only was it morally repugnant, and of course I was going to stand against genocide, but that this lack of movement around Israel or the complete defense of Israel's genocide was actually a litmus test for a lot of people that caused them to check out of politics in general and refuse to vote because, as Ta-Nehisi Coates very famously said at the time, a party that doesn't want to save lives against the genocide, what makes you think they will preserve democracy? And that was the assessment that a lot of people made, even if they didn't specifically say that. But they were just like, these guys don't stand for me. They don't care about my interests at all. And I think that's where we're at. And Democrats' refusal to recognize this reckoning, this populist reckoning that's coming from the bottom up, is the reason why they're still sitting at like a tremendous negative disapproval rating. Like it's a negative approval rating when they are supposed to, when they're supposed to be very popular because they're supposed to be the opposition to Donald Trump.
Right.
So it's not enough. And so I'm glad that you're calling this stuff out. And I really appreciate that you've noticed the tide shift that has moved away from the establishment Democrats and the way that they are trying to present themselves. You've called out Chuck Schumer quite a bit.
Well, I was the first Democrat to call on him to step down.
Yeah.
And then people said, bro, your career's over. You can't get any bill through the Senate. And then 1 week later, there's Chuck Schumer reading Ro Khanna's bill, the Epstein Transparency Act, acting for unanimous consent. You know what progressives need to learn? That when you're strong, people will bend to you. When you're strong in your convictions, then people will come to you. That's the one thing, actually, Donald Trump, as terrible as he is, understands. Yes. That if you are strong, then people will come to you. What we are is so weak. We say, we can't criticize Chuck Schumer because Chuck Schumer then will not move my bill. I just showed you. You can call for Chuck Schumer to step down, and he still went and he introduced my bill with unanimous consent because I had the people on my side.
Yeah.
We have so many politicians who are more concerned about building friendships with Chuck Schumer than building friendships with our base. If we have the base, if we have the American people, if we're fighting for the right policies, the politicians will follow. I don't court the politicians, I court the people. And that's the fundamental difference in who we will have leading this party in 26 and 28. Are you going to be with the people, or is your constituency the people in Washington, D.C.?
So, question for you, in all of this calculation that's taking place right now, because there is definitely this attitude shift. I've noticed it as well. You have the likes of Graham Plattner, in spite of like their, inconsistencies from their past with like all this opposition research coming out. It seems like the Democratic base of support that previously would move on the whims of MSNBC, now known as MS Now, and establishment Democrats are actually demanding more radical politics and do actually see that as the pathway towards electability. In the past, mainstream outlets for a lot of the high propensity voters on the Democratic primaries that are, those who go out and vote, the older Democrats, they would be moved by the editorial board of the New York Times when the New York Times said electability is actually about about moderacy. Electability is about moderate Democrats. You have to vote for moderate Democrats. They would believe people, but I think the sequence of electoral defeats have left a lot of liberals who previously thought that moderate Democrats were the pathway to success in demanding more from Democrats and are totally on board with much more quote unquote radical politics like Medicare for all, which is not radical at all, obviously. Yeah. And so now you're seeing the messaging shift a little bit on the Democrat side. What do you have to say about people that will come out and be like, oh, I'm not taking any AIPAC donations now? It's great. It is a market sea change, right? Unheard of. 5 years ago. People used to criticize Bernie Sanders for saying he's not going to speak at AIPAC. They would have the audacity to even say like he's anti-Semitic for refusing to speak at an AIPAC
is
summit.
spending against me in my district, calling me a liar right now because I co-sponsored Rashida Tlaib's bill recognizing what the UN recognized, that the Israeli government has committed a genocide in Palestine. But look, I'm glad that politicians are saying that. I don't take any PAC money. I don't take any lobbyist money. But here's the point. That's not enough. First of all, because money can go through different organizations and different people. They may not take it, quote unquote, through AIPAC's website, but those same donors can then call some other new entity.
Or subsidiaries. The MFI is another one, Democratic majority for Israel. And also the same exact American donor base can still go and give these guys money, as you said.
But so my point is, where do you stand on a policy? Right. I said to someone that I think that one thing that the Democratic primary will want in the future leaders of the party is just the ability to say that what happened in Gaza was a genocide by the UN. And they said, well, bro, this is going to be like the 10th or 15th priority. I said, of course, when you ask someone, what do they care about? They're going to say, I want to make sure I have health care. I want to make sure I have a job. I want to make sure I can afford my rent. And I want to make sure I have housing. I want to make sure people have a living wage. But people don't vote just on who's going to increase minimum wage or who's going to help their grocery bills. They also vote for a sense of character, of values, of who they want to be as a people.
Yeah.
And the issue of Gaza goes to who we are. Are we going to deny things that we all saw with our own eyes? Are we going to lie to ourselves about who we are as a people? Or are we going to aspire to be a people that treats everyone with dignity and human rights? And yes, of course, what I care about is a job and housing and living wage. But if you don't speak to people's values, if you don't speak to their sense of morality, you'll never get them knocking on doors and giving years of their lives. And that's, I think, where the disconnect happens, where these consultants look at the polls and they've never had to inspire. They've never had to lead. They've never had to mobilize. They've never had to organize.
I mean, this is a conversation that you and I had at the DNC specifically on the issue of Gaza, but also beyond that on immigration. If you recall, one of the major pain points for someone like myself was the anger that I had for the Democrats and their inability to deal with the issue of immigration because they were so scared of what they were seeing in the polls about 60% of Americans being in favor of mass deportation. At the time, I said to you that like this is going to change inevitably, and then there will be Democrats who were pro more stringent, the Democrats that leaned into the white nativist hysteria concocted by the Republicans instead of counter messaging against that, we're going to look inconsistent or hypocritical. And we're there now. Public attitude has swung dramatically in the opposite direction. 79% of Americans favor immigration. It's the highest approval rating that immigration has gotten in the history of the United States of America. And that only took a year of black bagging and kidnapping and mass deportation initiatives that were implemented. So the question I have both for immigration and actually, you know what? Let's just stay on immigration for now. What do you think is going to be the broader Democratic Party sentiment at the national level against immigration now? Do you think that it's still going to demand some kind of middle of the ground approach where they're like, some of these guys are actually rapist monsters and we do have to deport them, implying that Joe Biden's administration wasn't doing that, which is a lie. Of course they were. If someone is doing a crime, immigrant, non-immigrant, they're going to get prosecuted. Or do you feel as though Democrats will be more bold and question the legitimacy of the vitriolic, racialized, white nativist, anti-immigrant sentiment that was fomented in this country?
Look, I'm the son of immigrants. My parents came here from India. When I still go on a plane, even when I'm going in a congressional delegation, my mom says, please don't lose your passport. I say, Mom, I got like the military with me. There's such a fear that immigrants have of loss. And I saw how they adjusted in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. And we had a very welcoming community. but the sense of having an accent, the sense of when you go in a restaurant and they would always order and say, no, we don't want the ice. And I said, Mom, they serve ice in these restaurants. I mean, you got to just get used to the ice. And I understand what it's like to be an immigrant. And here's what I know. Immigrants make this country better. Immigrants contribute. Immigrants are patriots. Immigrants work hard. Immigrants start small businesses. My mom would tell me, learn every single word in the English language, because that's what's going to make you a patriot and contribute to this country. Most immigrants want their kids to learn everything about this country, to contribute to this country, and I am tired.
And they work hard.
And they work hard.
They work hard to be a part of this country.
And I'm tired of this our party starting with immigrants as the problem.
Yeah.
As opposed to what immigrants do. If I were in charge when they were talking about eating the dogs and cats, you know what I would have done? I would have said our candidates should go to Springfield, Ohio, and they should stand with those Haitian immigrants. And they should start to talk about what those Haitian immigrants are actually doing.
Humanizing the migrant population against like all the racialized animus.
Instead, every trip we took was to the border. I'm not saying, of course, we need a border, a secure border. I'm not saying don't talk about that. But why are you always leading with that? Lead with what the community is doing. Now, the second thing is you got to be with a place of conviction. I got crushed a couple months after the election. I went on Bill Maher's show. And I said I voted against the Lake and Riley Act. And I said that because even if someone has committed a criminal act in this country, we have due process. We don't just take someone and deport them. And that's why I voted against Lake and Riley. And the audience basically, clearly, I lost that debate. I mean, if you look at the clips, you'll see
where are they at now?
My team was like, what, you got crushed.
Where are those liberals at now on this?
But you know what? I stuck my guns. And now the vote looks like it was the right vote. Now everyone's come around. And you know what? The people who voted for Lake and Riley, they just hope everyone forgets.
Yes.
And most of the country will forget, but progressives don't forget. What do I mean by a progressive? A progressive is simply someone who looks at this person's record, who looks beyond the rhetoric. Why was Bernie Sanders so popular? Because he had voted for the same thing for 30, 40 years. People do their homework, because they don't want just someone who's going to say the right thing in the right moment with the trend lines, who sees the wave of Bernie or Mamdani and says, how do I catch this wave? They want people who actually, when they get there, are going to fight. Because even if you win, the fight then just begins against the special interests are going to come after you. And if you don't have the record to stand up on shows like Bill Maher, how are you going to have the record when you get to the Congress or the Senate or the White House? We need people who have conviction in our politics. And what is exciting to me is all these young progressives running across the country. Graham Plattner in Maine, Abdul Al-Saeed in Michigan, Kat Abdul Ghazala in Chicago. So many. I mispronounced her name, but we've endorsed dozens across the country. These bold young progressives.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that that's where the momentum is. And it's very clear that like the establishment Democrats are trying to lean into that momentum, not fully understanding exactly why there's so much momentum or so much grassroots backing for a lot of these candidates, and simply trying to lean into that with aesthetic postures instead of demanding more, instead of openly calling out what Israel has done as genocide, openly saying that Israel is an apartheid state, and demanding change or reconsidering the way that we have aligned with Israel in perpetuity. They just simply say, oh, I'm not taking any AIPAC money. And that's wishy-washy and it's marginal. It's still good that it's like moving the needle in the appropriate direction, but it's too little too late. And I think that like you've said over and over again, Democrats need to stop being afraid of leading. Listen, we have a saying in our community, at least, that being a leftist is being right just too early. And, you get punished for it endlessly, whether it be my opinions on Israel, whether it be my opinions on how the Democrats mishandled immigration, and the conversation around the immigration. This is something that I was very critical on the Biden administration on from April 2021, when they first noticed that a lot of people were getting agitated and they thought, oh, if we just don't address this at all, if we don't do anything that Joe Biden ran on in 2020 and defeated Donald Trump on, the first 100 days of immigration was this comprehensive agenda leaning into amnesty and things of that nature. But they saw an overwhelming amount of people come to the border, as usually the case whenever there is a non-Republican in charge, they didn't know how to handle it. And this issue got completely out of control. At the time, I said they should have prosecuted Governor Greg Abbott for trafficking human beings across state lines in a deliberate, in a deliberate effort to gum up the works. The already established the immigration processing was made even more difficult deliberately, without even corresponding with the other states and officials from other states, in an attempt to exhaust their funds and exhaust their resources. And it was very successful. The very fact that Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott were able to do this without any scrutiny whatsoever is incredible, is insane to me. That Democrats should have punished them. And then they should have reappropriated funds adequately to ensure that, one, this doesn't happen again, and two, the immigrants that were already being processed now in places like New York, Rhode Island, and many other places actually had the localities there actually had the proper funds to make sure that they were integrated expeditiously and could work and not be this like exhaustive strain on the limited resources that they had. Very frustrating to see this all the time. But one last question I have for you, because we've already I've taken up a lot of your time.
Oh, this has been fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do this. Hours straight.
I do it for 10 hours, 8 hours.
That's crazy.
It's just,
you got that's but
I'm a very stubborn person.
I've been watching some of the comments, and you got a very educated and informed community, and they're the ones. People out there are the ones who are finally being heard. I mean, we're going to change things.
They're nerds. That's why. It's a Saturday afternoon, and they're sitting in here listening to me talk to a congressperson. They're not. I wouldn't say they're like the average American politics appreciator.
But they're the activists. They're the ones who will be knocking on doors. They'll be on social media. Look, we have a chance, a historic chance, finally, to build a progressive movement in this country. Had finished the job that Bernie Sanders did. I endorsed him in 2016. I co-chaired with Nina Turner and Ben Cohen his campaign in 2020. I was one of his national co-chairs. And we should have won. The country would be a different place. We wouldn't have had the mess in Gaza. We didn't. We came close. We can finish the job in 26 and 28 and build an FDR-like progressive coalition. And that's going to happen because of people here. I mean, this is the energy of the movement. And with Zoran winning, it shows anything is possible. The energy is on our side.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do you fear that that foreign governments may take action against you beyond simply trying to disparage you and dumping boatloads of funds into your opposition?
Well, look, they're going after me both because of the Epstein issue and because of my votes and comments on Gaza. And the tech, some of the tech billionaires don't like me these days because I said that we should be for the workers and not just have AI put data centers everywhere when it's increasing electricity costs and using water costs. And I said that the tech companies need to be paying for that and need to have renewable energy and need to have water use standards. And so some people started to come after me there. And so I have taken on some powerful interests. My grandfather spent 4 years in jail as part of Gandhi's independence movement, literally in jail. He was jailed twice. And the challenges as an American politician pale in comparison to that. So when I think about, what risks I'm taking, what issues I'm fighting for, I think nothing I do will come close to the courage that my grandfather had. And by that, I don't just mean my grandfather. I mean all of the people who have sacrificed for this nation, whether they're people who fought in World War II and scaled the cliffs of Normandy, whether they were people who were beaten in the Edmund-Pettus Bridge, whether they were part of decolonizing movements around the world. We have a chance to do a beautiful thing in America, to build a truly multiracial democracy of equality and dignity of every human being, to move beyond the colonizer's model of the world, to have a world that recognizes the dignity and human rights of every nation, every person. And that's what we're building here. We are incredibly privileged to be in the United States of America to have that chance.
Yeah, I always say, look, while white supremacy is definitely a resilient galvanizing factor for many Americans, Americans are much, much more open-minded about diversity than even our European counterparts are. And that is precisely the reason why, in spite of Donald Trump's popularity, in spite of how much he hammered on, undocumented migrants doing like all these crimes and whatnot, which is, pure manufactured hysteria, manufactured outrage, that Americans by and large are very inconsistent in the way that they see the world. And there's a sea of contradictions there for the average American politics understander, the median voter. And that's precisely the reason why they, the very same people, if you were to ask them, the very same people that were like, holding up even the mass deportation, deport them all placards at the Trump rallies, if you were to ask them, like, do you think an immigrant that's been here for 10 years that has done no crimes whatsoever should have amnesty after, background checks? They would all collectively say, absolutely. And I'm not making this up. I'm not making up a hypothetical person. There's evidence to suggest that this is the reality, because that's what the polls say.
Well, it's not just, it is the polls, I'm sure. But you know how I know that? Because I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, 99% white Christian. I was one of the only Indian American Hindu kids on the street. And I used to play Little League, baseball. I couldn't hit. They used to put me ninth. When I used to go up to hit, they used to say, watch the bunt. I was so bad at hitting. But I knew those folks. And I knew they were decent and kind and welcoming, and that they wanted me and my family to fit in. They didn't understand everything, but it was a good community. We are a decent and good people that has been exploited by politicians who are protecting an Epstein class, who are protecting rich and powerful people and blaming immigrants, blaming foreign countries, blaming LGBT and trans people because they don't want to deal with the wealth and the power that is shafting folks. And if we come in with truth, if we come in with honesty, and if we say, look, we are a decent multiracial democracy that can respect each other, and we are sick of having our money go to Argentina or Netanyahu. We're sick of the wars in Iraq or Venezuela or Libya. We want Medicare for all. We want $10 a day childcare. We want to tax these billionaires when you got $18 trillion in Rose District. We want childcare, healthcare, education for every American. Then I think we can inspire this country. And I call it economic patriotism, but I believe it's a patriotic vision of what America is supposed to be, of how you can have an Indian American of Hindu faith talking to someone of Muslim faith on a Saturday afternoon and inspiring a nation. Let's be the best
in a room filled with Christmas decorations.
With Christmas. There you go.
But no, absolutely. It's what you're describing is coming fairly close to class first politics in general. This doesn't mean that you write off, other marginalized identities or other marginalized groups in this bargain, but it's more so to bring voters from the other side without compromising on those values. And I think that in the absence of Democrats engaging in this sort of class first politics, they often simply engage in this aesthetic posture towards like protecting migrants or protecting trans people. And they're the first to write them off, as we saw in the aftermath of the last general election defeat, where they were like, oh, well, we were just like too protective over trans people. It's like, that wasn't even a point of contention at all. You never did. And the only reason why you were defined by those policies is because you were not defined by any of the policies that you wanted to put forward, because in the absence of being defined by easy to understand policies like the ones that you suggested, of course your opposition is going to frame you in whichever way they want to, and you're going to be and the public is going to see you by your opposition's framing, and that's precisely what happened.
Well, when, Dr. King is the most eloquent on this, and I don't remember the exact speech, but he says, when the white man said, well, how do I feed my family? They fed him Jim Crow. When the white man said, how am I going to have a voice and why should I accept my place? They fed him Jim Crow. And what King diagnosed was that systemic racism was the answer to mask massive inequality.
Yeah.
And what we need to do is build a kind of movement that Dr. King was building with Bayard Rustin and the freedom movement that Jesse Jackson was building, that had white working class, black working class, Latino, people wealthy or not, who believe that you can have a multiracial democracy with dignity for everyone and not just wealth concentrated in the hands of a few who have impunity. And to get it back to Epstein, the ultimate impunity is if you feel you can rape young girls and get away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks so much, Khanna, for coming on.
Thank you.
And giving us your time on this otherwise very busy Saturday.
I love it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, to you as well. All right. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to put this over here. All right. And we are going to continue with our coverage right now. Thank you. All right. Here it is. The Happy Santa is back. And for all of those who are watching from afar, this is why there's a difference between someone like myself and whoever your favorite content creator might be in the realm of politics. Okay? It was actually quite remarkable seeing having this conversation with Khanna, especially considering that we had a multiple previous conversations, and seeing that attitude change in real time in comparison to the DNC conversation that we had is actually pretty cool to see. Okay. Yeah. What a time to be alive, huh, folks? What a time to be alive. Anyway, a YouTube video showing the comparisons. Yeah, I mean, he was when I said Israel was doing a genocide at that time, and I'm not saying this to like dunk on him or anything like that. But at the time when I said Israel was committing a genocide, he was like, well, I wouldn't use those words, right? And that was during the DNC. And he was, as I also admitted in that conversation, one of the most, at the time, open, outspoken anti-Israel politicians. Very interesting stuff. Do you know I score your guess out? I have people here that do that for me now, okay? He cooked here. Oh my God, look at his face. No, the reason why I was laughing.
It led this.
The reason why I was laughing here is because, like, I think a lot of ball knowers know. I was smiling because I was like, I was recalling the conversation that we had.
This kind of corrupt system to the Iraq War, which was wrong. It led to us at 20 years in Afghanistan. It led to the overthrow of Libya, which was a total foreign policy blunder. It led to supporting of Netanyahu and the genocide which the Israeli government committed in Gaza, and a blank check. And I was one of the few politicians who stood up and said no to the $14 billion, and who has gotten on Delia Ramirez's.
Yeah, we collectively got hard right there, bro, and I know you did too. Wait, what? Oh yeah. No, it's cool to see. It's cool to see the difference. And for the record, I think Roe has seen the response from the public to the ways that he is talking about these issues now. Okay. Did you show Khanna your foot? No. But once again, when people ask me, Hasan, why do you do the things that you do, regardless of how much people yell at you or say this or that? How do you stick around? It's because of this, because I have convictions. So all of these things that people throw my way are hurdles, certainly, but hurdles I can climb, hurdles I can clear, because at the end of the day, what I care about more than anything else is moving American policy in a positive direction that helps people, that improves people's lives, uncompromising, unconditionally, okay? And if I were to give up or be at the mercy of my chat or be at the mercy of naysayers from either to the left flank of me or to my right, which is pretty much damn near the entirety of the fucking American political spectrum, I would just quit. I would have to quit. I would not be able to achieve any of the fucking results that I want to achieve. Slowly but surely, these things happen. And a big part of the reason why I'm able to do this is because of my community as well. You can't climb shit right now? Okay, well, I physically can't. You're right. Everyone is making fun of my ankle. But this is how you chip away and expand the permission structure in the leftmost position, okay? This chat would have had you swear off Roe after the DNC convo. Look how much he's grown. Exactly. That's it. That's why I do the things that I do, okay? I need you to understand. The reason why I'm bringing this up right now is so you understand next time you're like, why is Hasan doing this? Is he betraying the revolutionary cause? Just remember this, okay? Remember this attitude change. Remember that, it's still good to have certain allies in positions like this, because when you're in these sorts of rooms and you are uncompromising and you do actually say the truth, You have to realize that they do sometimes listen. Okay? They do. When will we do that to Fran Hong? That interview was amazing. Oh yeah, no, we're working on that too. She's dope. I'm excited to have her on the broadcast too. Anyway, so sometimes I understand it's hard. If you're a leftist, it's hard. You feel as though apparently you got glazed by what? 40K Roaches for the first time ever heard you speak uninterrupted for an hour. Roach King glazed you to basically the entire chat, the entire time, and chat was agreeing. Yeah, I mean, we'll get back to business as usual tomorrow. Don't worry. The reality of the matter is, if they were to actually listen to me uninterrupted, they would probably recognize that there are a lot of issues that they totally have misunderstood my position on. The drama piggies could not stop talking about Asmund the entire time you were interviewing a sitting politician. Yeah, what do you want me to do? Fucking talk about Asmongold when I'm having a conversation with Khanna about how what his current positions are on a lot of these issues, especially when this is a fairly impactful moment in his political career as well, where the entire country is paying attention to what Roe and Thomas Massey are going to do next as far as like holding the administration to account with the release of the Epstein files. Come on now.
Photographs, some graphic and heavily redacted, but without
anyway,
context
I'm gonna
about
pee
what
real quick
any of
and I'll
this
be back.
means. The big question, will the files reveal a list of powerful men who took part in Epstein's sexual abuse of teenage girls? The FBI insisted there is no list and initially said there was no evidence that could lead them to charge anyone else with crimes. President Trump had a long friendship with Epstein, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles describing them as sort of young single playboys together. Trump says he and Epstein eventually had a falling out.
I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert.
The White House Chief of Staff says Trump's name comes up in the files, but not doing anything awful. I sat down with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was also the president's criminal defense attorney.
Will every document that mentions President Trump, every picture of him, every video, every bit of information related to him in these files be released today or at some point in this process?
Assuming it's consistent with the law, yes. So there's no effort to hold anything back because there's the name Donald J. Trump or anybody else's name, Bill Clinton's name, Reid Hoffman's name. There's no effort to hold back or not hold back because of that. And so, but again, we're not redacting the names of famous men and women that are associated with Epstein.
To be clear, you're saying DOJ has not been ordered to redact anything related to President Trump, that there's no order to do such?
No, I mean, I would give the order. President Trump has certainly said from the beginning that he expects all files that can be released to be released, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Trump has tried to turn the focus to Epstein's relationship with Democrats like former President Bill Clinton. Friday's release includes some never-before-seen images of Clinton and Epstein together. This picture of Clinton in a jacuzzi, and this one of him swimming with Epstein's accomplice, convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. But Clinton has not been accused of wrongdoing. In fact, the White House Chief of Staff told Vanity Fair there's no incriminating information about Clinton in the files, saying Trump was wrong about that. Clinton putting out a statement through a spokesperson overnight saying, in part, they can release as many grainy 20-plus-year-old photos as they want. This isn't about Bill Clinton, never has, never will be. Gio?
Fascinating stuff there, Pierre. And why is there a delay in releasing all of these documents?
The deputy AG told me the full release has been delayed because DOJ learned of additional victim names this week. He said protecting the identities of more than 1,200 victims and their families is painstaking work. Despite whatever criticism is out there, he says they are...
Sure. Yeah, it's just about protecting the identities of the victims, right? And the greatest victim of all, Donald Trump. You see, Donald Trump is the big victim here, right? That's the That's the real victim in all of this. Not the 1,200 women who may have been sex trafficked as minors. Not the massage therapists, not the people. Just Donald Trump. Little old Donald Trump. And also the other financial elite that were involved in these crimes. Those are the fucking real victims. Tim Dillon shouted you out in his latest podcast. I don't know why he won't, he could just text me. He has my phone number. And I have his. I heard some people were saying he wants to come on or something. Apparently, at least 16 files were removed without explanation. Yeah, also none of the redactions also have an explanation either, which is why it's so crazy. Because the redactions, every single individual redaction has some intention behind it. Okay? And what's interesting about this is that there is only a blanket assessment on why all the redactions took place, except that is against the way that the act was written. Because Khanna and Thomas Massie and everyone else that played a role in putting this bill together knew exactly how the Trump administration would try to get away with this, right? So they very clearly wrote out in the fucking letter of the law that every single redaction must be accompanied by what the actual reason for the redaction is. Internal Department of Justice communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigative or to decline to investigate Epstein or his associations. All communications, memoranda, directives, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Epstein, his associates, his detention, his death, any investigative files. They were also supposed to direct the DOJ to provide internal communications regarding their decisions versus the DOJ letter to Congress asserting privilege to omit materials related to decisions because they weren't specified by law. So they are in violation of that. What? No, Tim Dillon was making a joke about how the Republican Party is cooked, and he said something along the lines of, that's it, go give money to Hasan Piker. He also says similar things about Mamdani. The felon administration doesn't follow the law. Yeah, it's a remarkable surprise to me and everyone else, I think, because I really thought that the 35 count, I really thought the felon administration, who is, who is led by the personal bestie of Jeffrey Epstein, would actually be the truth tellers here. And they would actually crack open this case wide open. And lo and behold, shocking, but they're not. They're not doing that.
Complying with the law and that the work will get done. Janae?
Very interesting that you said DOJ just learned the names of additional victims this week, Pierre. Thank you for your reporting.
President Trump did not address Friday's long-awaited release of files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The Justice Department began releasing thousands of records.
What does this call Hasan Piker?
Like when I first did an investigation.
And he has red, white, and blue socks on. Call Hasan Piker. Go just donate us. Just give Hasan Piker a super chat right now.
What?
Call that retarded Withers, whatever his name is, those fucking twinks from Colorado that live in a mountain that keep screaming. Okay, maybe we won't go that far, but I'm just saying this. It's just absurd. Anyway, get them out of here. I can't even listen. Can't even listen to them. Let me tell you something. And
what the fuck? He's saying the administration's so cooked this time. It's time for fucking woke to rise up again, baby. Let's go. The Colorado twinks, Dean Withers. And then he said, no, I wouldn't go that far. Oh, that was Tim Dillon complaining about the administration flubbing yet another instance flubbing yet another investigation.
Following the
But he's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. The fact that he knows you. What do you mean? Tim Dillon has been giving me shout outs for years, constantly complaining about how much I was getting canceled, how he never got canceled and it was annoying him. The fuck do you mean? Woke 2, baby. Woke 2.0 is here, okay? I'm telling you, a lot of shifts are going to happen. They're already happening. Shifts are happening all around us, okay? And I called it, and I told you, and obviously I told you that it wasn't going to happen without people pushing for it, and here you are pushing for it. Obviously, we're not going to step on the same landmines that maybe Woke 1.0 stepped on, because there was some growing pains, you know what I mean? 50 bones from Legal Heretic, by the way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you declaring woke? I mean, woke Sharia has been my rallying cry for the longest time. Woke jihad, woke Sharia. This is what I've been about. Because the unlimited, unrestrained, endless reactionary posture is so repulsive to the average person, brother. Because these guys are fucking rudderless. All they care about is like dominating libtards or whatever, or being able to say slurs. And the reality of the matter is that gets really boring after a while. That gets really gross after a while. And we're there. People are already going, ugh, dude, you're like a 50-year-old man. Why the hell are you still talking about how you're able to say slurs or whatever? There is, genocide happening around the world. There is the Trump administration is bombing Venezuela, entertaining the notion of doing an Iraq 2.0 in Venezuela this time. Prices have not gone down. People can't afford shit. And data centers are popping up all around the country, and it's making electricity bills skyrocket. And you're over here talking about like being able to say slurs and how we're going to be really dunking on the libtards now. I promise now. Hasan, I laughed so hard when Khanna called the chat smart and complimented people's chatters, and you had to nod along even though you call us dumbasses all day. I mean, I did get my get back there because I said, y'all are nerds, which is true. And of course, you're smarter than the average person that's tuning into politics. Are you kidding me? The fuck? I mean, come on now. But if I didn't bring you back down to reality every now and then without fucking constantly yelling at you, you would be ridiculous. You'd be a ridiculous person. And many of you are still a ridiculous person. I did also get Khanna to accidentally say Ghislaine Maxwell.
Passage last month of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, a measure the president opposed for months before signing it into law. But as CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland reports, the document dump was far from complete.
Photos this morning of many of the powerful who ran in convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's circle. Bill Clinton seems swimming in a pool with Ghislaine Maxwell and another woman with her face redacted. Clinton with another unknown woman on his lap. Celebrities, too, including Michael Jackson and Diana Ross, Epstein with Mick Jagger, and Chris Tucker with Maxwell. Many of the records are heavily redacted, survivors say suspiciously so, including Epstein grand jury records. We do see Epstein's book of contacts with the name of President Trump, his late wife, and his daughter, Ivanka. A list of girls or young women listed as masseuses keeps the names private, but shows there were more than 250.
How confident are you at the end of the day, at the end of this period, you'll get everything?
I don't feel tremendously confident that everything will come out.
Survivors, including Annie Farmer, have been fighting for years for the release of records and say they're frustrated these records are incomplete.
There's been a lot of effort and money and time put into redactions, not to protect victims, but to protect people in power.
Many of the records released have long been public already, including videos in the jail the night Epstein died, which had been...
Yeah, that came out in 2020. We know what that unredacted contact list looks like anyway, so that's not even new. There is some new stuff here. There was definitely new rare Clintons, okay? There was a couple shiny Pokemon card-ass Clinton photos in there. That is definitely real. And I think that was deliberate. Outside of seems like outside of Bill Clinton, no other politically relevant individual, with the exception of like the rare Ehud Barak, was actually shown in these investigations at all. I wonder why. And for the record, before someone even ever dares to accuse me of defending Bubba here, lock his ass up, put him in jail. I've been an advocate to throw Bill Clinton in jail for many, many years, okay? Put Hillary in there too. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Make my day. Go ahead. Make my fucking day. I despise both of these individuals. I hate their politics. I hate the impact that they've had on American politics. And also I hate the potential crimes that they were engaging in. Okay? Investigate them. Lock them up. I don't give a shit. But, you know, put Donald Trump in there too. Fair is fair.
Obtained months ago by CBS News. The Department of Justice sent Congress a letter Friday night defending what they released, saying they were being transparent but also protecting victims. But the bipartisan group that pushed through this law is not satisfied.
Was just watching Asmongold watching you and reacting to the interview, and he's very supportive overall and agree with everything except we shouldn't be ruthlessly deporting migrants. He's definitely feeling the tide shift. Yeah, he'll feel the fucking migrant deportation tide shift too. It's an inevitability. It's just that the media hasn't been like really covering that approach, even though the overall public sentiment has shifted there as well. Asmongold needs to feel a shower head. Oh, it's true. Yeah, Asmongold is Asmon woke now.
They're calling for hearings and potential legal challenges to force the department to release more. For CBS Saturday Morning, Scott McFarlane, Washington.
They have been released then, after so long, the Epstein files, or some of them at least. This was Epstein's world, through files held for so long by the Justice Department, now unsealed, or at least the first batch of them. Thousands of documents, about 4,000 in this.
Stop shitting on him, he's changing. I really think he's coming around. Oh my God. Brother, we are never going to have progress. I swear to God. I'm sorry. People are so fucking stupid. People are so fucking stupid, dude. This man spent the last 2 years every single fucking day complaining about how I was a terrorist, an anti-Semitic terrorist who needs to be deplatformed, who was putting the entire Twitch platform in the crosshairs of who? Of Asmongold, ironically enough. Asmongold-backed outrage manufacturing. You think overnight he changed? Really? He's got a kind heart all of a sudden? Okay, we'll see the switch up. If he starts admitting that he was wrong about me, if he starts admitting that he was wrong about all the things that he was advocating for, you know, I'll potentially entertain it. Okay? I just don't think that is a sincere change. I think he's just basically seeing the attitude shift, and he is trying to manage his own community. Okay? This is a political actor who has spent most of his political output attacking me ruthlessly in an effort to present me as an unserious or dangerous individual, okay? And many in his audience actually agreed with him, using Islamophobic sentiment, a person who has fomented so much hatred, not just against me, but just against entire marginalized communities. And he was always very open about it too. He's like, yeah, I'm doing whatever I can to get by. I'm doing whatever I can to I'm doing whatever I can to generate as much clout. It's not like he was shy about it. Yeah, he has openly talked about how he's doing this to benefit himself. And that's precisely the reason why I always said he doesn't have like a lot of firmly held convictions on any of the political issues that he's talking about. And that's precisely the reason why he can present his new attitude shift as a sincere change of heart, while simultaneously saying that like people like myself are fucking grifters or audience captured, even though I spent every waking hour yelling at my own audience for being insane or even you can literally look at the past 12 years of my commentary where you haven't seen my opinions change. As a matter of fact, the reason why this Ro Khanna thing was so entertaining, at least for me and many in my community, is partially because every single thing that I said to Ro Khanna at the DNC has unfolded in the exact same ways that I said it would unfold, and Ro Khanna is now on my side. Like, he moved in my direction. Bar for bar. Go back and literally rewatch that interview at the DNC with me and Ro Khanna, and then match it up against Ro Khanna's positions now, and you will understand. Okay?
First release. So our team has gone through them, and I'm going to split this up into several strands. The celebrities, the victims, the redactions. The celebrities first. We know that Jeffrey Epstein socialized widely. His network spanned the arts, business, politics, royalty, high society. And so association with him does not equate to wrongdoing. There are images of him with Michael Jackson. He's also photographed with Diana Ross and former President Bill Clinton. He features a lot in this dump of images. His association with Epstein is well known, and he is on record expressing his regret at having ever known him. Clinton is photographed in the files with Kevin Spacey too. There's an image of Mick Jagger with Ghislaine Maxwell. None of these photos have any context to them. We don't know.
Like, you understand that he's not actually on your side though, right? Because he's an establishment dem. Him echoing your rhetoric rather lukewarmly doesn't mean much. You're delusional if you think that that is the case. Not to say that he's not like a Democrat, but there is obviously a left flank within the Democratic Party right now that is sincerely advocating for certain policies that I would love to see implemented because I know it will generally improve people's material conditions. Medicare for all being one of them. And no, I don't think he was lukewarm in a lot of this stuff. But this is precisely what I was explaining earlier. This is how change happens, okay? It doesn't happen overnight. That's my whole point. Do you not understand? By the way, this is yet another instance of me yelling at people who are, or criticizing people who are to the left, ostensibly to my left flank, for not understanding that, like, there are things that you need to do to establish coalitions and get people on board with your message. And this is perhaps the worst possible time to say this, because a big part of the reason why we're seeing even the fraction of the files that we've seen so far from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is because of Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. Okay? And yeah, I don't think these are guys to my left flank necessarily. I think they're just like they're just kind of oblivious to how change happens. It's going to continue, for the record. Guess who's trying to roast you through your recent comments to his videos? Asman? I don't care. Okay? He's going to continue doing that until more and more people from his audience peel away, and actually more and more people from his audience peel away and move on to different people or to different politics, because there's only so much anti-woke sentiment you can lean into until people realize, like, okay, my financial situation hasn't changed. Like, okay, we're fucking fighting the trans people. We're fighting the wokes. We're fighting all the wokes, but like, my rent is still going up. My job prospects are in the shitter. Okay? There's only so much you can propagandize to a population that is feeling the pain. Okay? That's it. And when that fucking happens, more and more people will peel away. Maybe some of them will come here. You know, the ones who weren't like so negatively propagandized against, right? But ultimately, it doesn't even matter if they don't come here. As long as they become loyal soldiers of progress in this country, I'm happy to have them on board. You know, they can follow along.
Who took them or when they were taken. But remember, they are all part of the Epstein estate, seized over the years and sealed until now. Here's a picture of Sarah Ferguson, ex-wife, of course, of Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew, and he features too. This is an image of the former prince lying across several women. The only other person identified in this document is Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, we've cross-referenced this photo with other photos, and it was taken at the late Queen's home, Sandringham, in the UK. Of course, Andrew was friends with Epstein and Maxwell. He settled financially out of court with Virginia Giuffre, who had accused him of sexual assault. He's always denied any wrongdoing. Let's focus now on the victims of Epstein and Maxwell's abuse and how their story can be told through these files.
Yeah,
here's an image
Prince
of two young women, perhaps girls, we can't be sure, in Paris. Their identity has been hidden. The Department of Justice says it redacted more than 1,200 names or images of victims and their relatives. We know from existing testimony from victims like Virginia Giuffre that Epstein took girls he recruited on trips, including to Paris. They were often recruited with the promise that they would become masseuses, and this image here nods to that. But within these files, there are new court documents detailing how Epstein and Maxwell recruited their victims. Some of the documents are already in the public domain. This is evidence that formed part of the case of a victim identified only as Jane Doe 3. Message pads to convey missed messages for Epstein. They span 2004 and 2005. Two of them read, "I have a female for him." But there are redactions, so we don't know who left the messages or who wrote them down.
Yeah, like, is that a victim? Because Jeffrey Epstein did oftentimes utilize victims as well to bring in new people, bring in new girls. Or was that a pimp, an adult, not a victim at all, who was tasked with finding new victims for Jeffrey Epstein? This is the type of shit that is very frustrating. Okay? And it's so insincere. The way that these guys straight up made it seem as though they were redacting exclusively the victims to protect their identity while simultaneously protecting actual fucking pedophiles is insane, dude. It's incredible. And what blows my mind about it is that there are some people who are, you know, doing this now, okay, in the MAGA contingency. I think it's safe to say the Epstein files kind of backfired on the Democrats. Yeah, totally, man. Totally. This is about Democrats versus Republicans, right? No, man, this is about everybody versus pedophiles, okay? You have a literal pedophile protecting president who is besties with the pedophile that we're talking about, whose Department of Justice spent most of the time in between now and 30 days ago trying to actively delete his image from all of the fucking files. And they unironically left some of it on accident and then only went back and deleted it after the fact when people were like, oh, there's Donald Trump right there. It's so out in the open. You have to be a real fucking lobotomy recipient to not see what's going on here. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Get out of here. 90% redacted.
Then there's this. It appears to be a sort of scrapbook, storybook, similar to the birthday book, which was released a few months ago. It's heavily redacted, and it's very disturbing, to be honest. At the top here, once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl, it reads. Have a look at this too. It's an incident report from the Palm Beach Police Department. The common location for all the incidents detailed is 358.
At least 16 files from the Epstein release disappear from the DOJ webpage, including a photo of Trump with no explanation. I think we know the explanation. You know? That's crazy, man. That's actually fucking crazy. They're just so... What did I tell you? What did I fucking tell you? You can't rely on the Democrats, but you can always bank on this administration fucking things up. Okay? What did I tell you? I told you these motherfuckers are so goddamn incompetent. I told you. You can always bank on it, okay? No Kelshi, no Poly Market, but you can always put the fucking house on this admin finding a way to fuck this up. They are so goddamn incompetent. They're immoral, they're loyalists to Trump, but they're so fucking incompetent that they're always going to fuck it up. At least 16 files have disappeared from the Justice Department's public webpage for documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, including a photograph showing Trump less than a day after they were posted, with no explanation from the government and no notice to the public. I'm sure people will map out exactly which ones those documents were, by the way, and it'll show you even more. It'll give you even more insight into how the DOJ is moving here, what their ambition is here, what they're trying to fucking hide. I mean, one of the most obvious things that they were trying to do with the redactions was redacting Donald Trump in its entirety from the fucking Epstein files. And they did such a stupid job at it. Like, the smart thing to do here would have been to at least like leave some clear new Trump photos, at least to not invite so much suspicion that they were just like eradicating Trump. Control F Trump and just like delete everything. Okay? The worst possible thing they could have done is delete a photo of Trump that they failed to redact last time. That is crazy. It's so obvious what you're doing. It's the cover-up is now a part of the crime. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Yeah, also, this is why the law said downloadable and searchable. They didn't do it. Now they delete shit. Yep. Is this criminal? Yes, except, as I've said over and over again, criminality is not necessarily about following the letter of the law, but more so about whether or not there's a regulatory body that will hold you to account. And obviously, the fucking insane asylum is being run by the nutters. Okay? So they're not going to investigate themselves. They're the ones that are doing the crime. The investigators and the people who are supposed to prosecute against such crimes are the ones doing the crimes. They also redacted a face on a Clinton plus MJ image that wasn't previously redacted. They redacted MJ's kids' faces. Yeah. Oh my God. I think this is going to move people. I do think so. Because this is Trump's weakest. This is Trump's, the weakest thing, right? This is the thing that people hate about Trump. Even Trump's own fans do not like the way he has mishandled the Epstein stuff. The way he has actively tried to shelter the public from the Epstein investigation. And the way he's conducted himself. The way he's conducted himself in the process. Here are the list of files that were removed. They failed to delete the indexes. Okay, well, I don't know. Can you guys find it? The normies already hate it. Critical put a video out. Of course, of course. Who other than Megyn Kelly is going to take the opposite pivot here and try to normalize pedophilia? That is insane. Okay? Most people are at least of sound mind enough to recognize that they shouldn't be running around saying that they're pro-pedophilia. Stop, not the normie whisperer. Of course the normie whisperer is going to come out with an anti-Epstein video. Are you kidding me? It's the most normal position he can have. My dad finally flipped off Trump today because of all this. Hell yeah. Take it where you can get it. Take the W's where you can get it. Don't be like insincere about genuine attitude shifts. It's obviously not the same if we're talking about like a conservative commentary person, right? Obviously, people who are engaging in the propaganda at the behest of this administration are totally in a separate category here. Members of the media are in a separate category here. They need to be met with more scrutiny. Okay. However, if you're talking about your parents or any number of different people in your immediate family, your coworkers, stuff like that, them changing their attitude on this is good. Okay, that's a good thing. Just don't immediately don't dunk on them is what I'm saying. Okay, don't just like try to shit on them. It's good. Claims there were serious ethical breaches by the prosecutors. Talks about how seriously apparently Epstein's attorney Ken Starr, takes the Bible and the law, a man of great faith, appears to refer to Assistant U.S. Attorney Mary Willafana, doesn't want to create a written record, refers to Alan Dershowitz and Ken working, Washington to drop the Fed charges, appears to address U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta. So this was one of the suspicious. It's fucking impossible to read this shit, unfortunately, but this was a letter. This was a typed out letter that apparently was addressed to U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta. Okay. Some of the text under the redacted bars is copy pastable, by the way. Haven't seen anyone cover that. Several full victim names in SSN. Not bullshitting. They fucked up. Wait, really? No. Okay, what they deleted. I used the command line tools to compare Epstein tranche, dataset 1-zip, downloaded approximately 8 p.m. yesterday. For the same tranche, downloaded approximately 5 p.m. today. It revealed the files that have been deleted. And it's apparently, hold on, I'm going to do a cursory glance at what the files were that were deleted so I can, to make sure that there isn't anything like crazy in there. Some of these are potentially, some of these are censored for nudity. Some of these might be censored for, wait, what the fuck? Why did they censor this? This is the massage chair thing. The massage chair and the Epstein, one of the Epstein Manors. Oh, then this is the obvious one that we talked about already, the Trump image that was deleted. And then this one, I don't know why they deleted this. There's also like baby oil everywhere, dude. What the fuck is up with these guys and baby oil? Actually, one of the things that I've also found very strange about this whole process is like when you get this deeper insight into the living conditions of Jeffrey Epstein, or even like the quarters of someone like this, you get to understand them from afar, albeit in a more personal way. That's fucking Astroglide. That's for fucking. Okay, that's insane. Like he had Astroglide on his desk next to a goddamn landline phone. Like that's crazy. But the one thing that I always found so interesting about the way he chose to live, his New York mansion was more lived in as opposed to the island. The island was not inviting at all. Then the New York mansion was not inviting either. But the island itself looked so crazy. Like for someone as wealthy as Jeffrey Epstein, it always is remarkable that the island was so bare bones. You know, it was so like the furniture was so, even this right here, like this is so cheap, you know? It was so like the New York mansion is more lived in, but it's more tacky. The island, on the other hand, was so focused on almost this like performance, right? Like it looked very thrown together with like the cheapest things that you could possibly put together. I like there were beds without bed frames. You know what I mean? It's like very odd. There is definitely a marked difference between, like a noticeable difference between the New York mansion, where he spent most of his time living, versus Little St. James Island. But when you looked at like the Little St. James Island and the inside of the Little St. James Island rooms, I know the word you're searching for, but I'm not telling you what it is. Okay, tell me what the word I'm searching for. Say it. It's almost austere. The Little St. James Island, like it's very cheap and hastily put together and not lived in, right? There is no like New York is gaudy. Little St. James is just very like Little St. James was designed like it was put together at the last second with like the cheapest furniture you could probably put together. Yeah, it would look like the fucking back rooms almost. Like very purpose specific, very purpose built. Both are unsettling in different ways. Austere. Yes, sterile, austere, very liminal. Anyway, this is this is from the massage room in the New York Manor, though. You can tell like when something is from the New York Manor as opposed to photos from the island too, because of like even the furniture that they're using and the artwork that's presented. I wonder why they deleted this one. Mostly just this photo. I wonder if it's this image that was the reason why they deleted it. Well, speculating on the psychology of how Epstein operated, this is classic narcissistic performance behavior. Creating a narrative is how these people almost lack any actual chair is interesting. However, yeah, no, it's everything is a performance, obviously. Every aspect of this, every aspect of design actually feeds into a psychological profile, because like these decisions they're making, whether it's hastily put together or not, is still offering insight into the mind of Jeffrey Epstein or the people that he hired. But even the decision that he made to hire the people that he hired to do the interior decoration is still going to give you some insight. And the artwork, I think, is a very great example of this. If you notice, like a lot of the artwork is like creepy. A lot of the artwork is mostly women. A lot of the artwork that he posts all around his house is just like scary almost. Like, and then beyond that, the photos of actual people is always Jeffrey Epstein himself with very famous people. So it's very clear that he was like using other notable individuals as a jump off point to present himself as like someone in the know, someone in like these circles. Because he's not homies with the fucking Pope. Why does he have a photo with the Pope? He's not homies with MBS like that. Why does he have a photo with MBS? Normal circumstances, you put people, you put your loved ones in fucking frames and you display them. But for him, it was always a display of power, right? And it wasn't even just a display of power that he wanted to showcase to other people. Okay, it was a display of power that he wanted to reassert for himself. Like he wanted to reinforce that as well. Because if you notice, like, especially in the photo that we saw earlier that was deleted, where is it? This one in the desk drawer. A lot of the photos, if you look at Jeffrey Epstein's, like some of the photos of Jeffrey Epstein with like notable people, is unironically forward facing. It's outward facing. It's to show other people like these are the people that I'm around. But then there are some that are also facing him. So he's making the deliberate decision to look back at those photos and remind himself or reinforce this notion that this is who he is. This is who he's around. This is the extensive power that he had. It's a very, very strange thing to do. Anyway, what are your thoughts on Fidel Castro being photographed with Jeffrey Epstein? He don't got internet. What do you mean? He don't got internet, man. The fuck? I think that's a little bit different than like Noam Chomsky, who like extensively had relations with Jeffrey Epstein, far beyond what we initially suspected. He was too weird to have a family, so the only attempt he made was asking Ghislaine to have him get one of his victims pregnant to assumingly abuse. So Epstein was a strange guy? Is that what you're saying? Pretty far-fetched if I say so myself. Yes, that is the argument I'm making. I'm saying that Jeffrey Epstein was a strange man. Very quirky guy, you know, not to use such heated language, but I kind of feel like he wasn't a very good guy, okay? Kind of feel like it was a strange man with quirks and maybe wasn't the best guy around. Hard to make this judgment here, you know, but a bit quirked up, a lot of oddities. So, unlike the numerous photos that came out of Jeffrey Epstein with Noam Chomsky that makes Noam Chomsky look bad, the one photo that he has with Fidel Castro doesn't actually make Fidel Castro look bad. It probably lends more further evidence to the theory that he might have been an intelligence asset. The excessive photos could be trophies, which aren't uncommon in the realm of criminology. Killers and pedophiles often will keep tokens of those they had power over. Now, I think this was also the showcase to other people, like what level of power he had. He wanted to display it to others as well. But, yeah, still fucking insane that he just... What is this now? Why the fuck would the Epstein files be fun? This is getting too dark. This is not fun. Yeah, a lot of these guys, I think, are you know, showing exactly what their opinion is on a lot of the stuff, like Autism Capital and all these other fucking right-wing dipshits. They're like, oh, this is not fun. I'm not having fun anymore, Mr. Stark. Is like, why would the fucking international sex trafficking conspiracy be a fun thing, a fun event? Very odd takes. I've seen a bunch of the people, you know, have takes like that. I've seen a bunch of the people who approach this from a totally partisan perspective to make it seem like this is a complete vindication for Donald Trump. It's very stupid.
El Brio Way. That's Epstein's home. It names Epstein as one of 3 people arrested. The names of the other 2 have been redacted, and it's not clear why that decision was made. Over many pages, it then details the testimony of numerous victims, many of them labelled as juveniles. This file contains a number of redacted images of females. We can't say why the redactions have taken place. The rationale for the redactions is not clear in all circumstances with these documents, and that is a really big issue because there are so many black lines. Have a look at this document, grand jury testimony, and the whole thing, 119 pages, all of it is black. Now, some redactions are to protect victims, but are they all? With every black line, someone will cry cover up, and the conspiracy rumbles on. There are inconsistencies too. Here is a redaction, but then here, video of the same moment, and the hidden person is revealed to be academic Steven Pinker, who says he once travelled on Epstein's plane and had no relationship with him. Quite remarkably, there is a disclaimer at the top of the Department of Justice website saying that they might inadvertently have failed in places to redact information, and that hardly conveys a confidence of a job well done. There is no new mention of President Trump in this fresh batch of documents. The president, remember, says he disassociated himself from Epstein in the early 2000s. The Department of Justice has said that it will release thousands more documents in the weeks ahead.
Now to what is being called a large-scale strike by the United States against dozens of targets in Syria. The Trump administration says it is targeting.
Bullshit, he was part of the anti-feminist science professor team Epstein pushed. I mean, yeah, a lot of the Was this grand jury info public before? I doubt that they. No, this is from 2018. I don't know, but I suspect that this came out yesterday, right? There's no way that they. United States Grand Jury, Southern District of New York. It came out yesterday. There's new files today. Some of it is new. Wait, try highlighting and copying the black text. No, you can't. It's not. Yes, it's in the directory dataset 206 if you look at the URL. Wait, was this blacked out yesterday, but it's not? New York released, NY released it, Trump redacted illegally? Yep, second round of docs got released a couple of hours ago. I don't recall this. Wait, search Trump? I mean, this is the newer one. This is the newer grand jury. This is the newer grand jury indictment from Southern District of New York. I don't think Trump would be mentioned that much in this, even though he was president at the time. Yes, I did see that they missed covering Trump in one of the photos, and then they deleted that photo haphazardly earlier today. The first release yesterday was up to dataset 204. They released more later. Okay, so everything that came after 204 is new. So this is the new stuff. They released datasets 5, 6, and 7 today. Why are they drip feeding the documents? They're drip feeding the documents because they're just going through. They're going through every single thing to like use the fucking highlighter pen as heavy-handedly as possible. Good afternoon, Special Agent Bleep. Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name? Special Agent. Where do you currently work? The FBI. Special Agent. How long have you worked as a Special Agent? For over 2 years. Where are you currently assigned? The Violent Crimes Against Children Squad. Agent is works in child exploitation and human trafficking matters. We also work international and parental kidnappings. Have you participated in an investigation of Jeffrey Epstein and his associates? He says yes. Have you spoken with other people, including other law enforcement officers? Yes. Have you reviewed reports and documents? Yes. Testimony. Miss Bleep. So, ladies and gentlemen, some of the testimony you're going to hear today will include hearsay. As you know, that means the witness will not be testifying solely from her own observations, but that she'll also be reporting on others. Special Agent, I'm placing in front of you what's been marked as Grand Jury Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that? It's a presentation that was prepared to assist in testifying today. During the course of your investigation, have you learned where Epstein maintains residences? Yes. Where does he have residences? He has a residence here in Manhattan, along with Palm Beach, Virgin Islands, and New Mexico. New Mexico one is called the Zorro Ranch, by the way. Does he maintain an address in Manhattan located at 9 East 71st Street? Yes. If we could turn to slide 2, does that fairly and accurately depict the residence? Could you please describe that property for the grand jury? It's a multi-story residence. It's reportedly the largest residence in Manhattan. It's right near Central Park. Does Epstein also maintain an address in Palm Beach, Florida, located at 358 El Brillo Way? Yes. It's a villa in Palm Beach, right on the water, has an in-ground pool along with a guest residence or apartment connected to it. Asking about the witnesses. Did she tell you approximately how old she was when both of these photographs? Okay, well, witnesses you've interviewed during your investigation. During the course of this investigation, have you participated in interviews with an individual named Redacted? Agent says yes. For today's purpose, I'm just going to refer to her as Redacted. About how many times have you interviewed her? We've spoken to her approximately 5 times. Turn to the next slide. Are these photographs of Redacted? Yes. Did she tell you approximately how old she was when both of these photographs were taken? Yes. What did she tell you? The photo on the left, she was approximately 13 years old. And the photo on the right, she would have been 17 years old. What is Redacted's date of birth? And these are identifiable factors about the victims. So obviously they're, redacting those. That's valid. In addition to your participation in interviews, have you also reviewed reports from other law enforcement officers who interviewed Redacted? Is your testimony today based on both of your review of those reports and also your personal participation in reviews with Jane Doe? Can you speak up a little bit about a little bit more? Thanks. Okay, so based on your participation in this investigation, have you learned where Jane Doe was living when she was about 14 years old? Yes. Where she was living. She was living in Redacted. Was she living with her parents? No, not at the time. She had a difficult home life, which is consistent with other pedophiles as well, of course. Pedophiles who specifically choose their victims a bad home life, victims who are vulnerable in an effort to more easily predate on them. They target victims of broken families, people on the verge of homelessness, kids on the verge of homelessness, things of that nature. Was she going to school? She had started and dropped out. About when did she drop out of school? The beginning of her freshman year, a few months into her freshman year approximately. And at about this time, how was she supporting herself financially? She worked different jobs. She worked in catering halls as a waitress in restaurants and in clubs. Did there come a time when Redacted learned about Jeffrey Epstein? How did that first happen? She met a girl named Redacted who told her that she could make money if she massaged this rich guy. And when she heard from Redacted, how did she respond? She wanted to make money, so she agreed. What did she agree to? She agreed to go to his residence and massage him. Did Redacted recall how old she was when she first went to his residence? She says she was approximately 14. And just to confirm, the date of birth listed on the slide is that Redacted date of birth. So you testified that she ultimately went to his residence, the one in Manhattan. How many times did she go to Epstein's residence? Multiple times, dozens. During the time she went to Epstein's residence in Manhattan, did she tell you about how what typically would happen? Yes. What are some of the things that she told you about what happened there? So the first time when she went with Redacted, she entered the residence. They waited in the office until they were escorted upstairs to the massage room. Once in the massage room, Jeffrey Epstein came into the room. He lay down on the table. And once he was on the table, a girl massaged each side. And then Redacted would be asked to leave the room. The other Redacted person would stay. From there, once he turned over, he wanted his nipples pinched while he masturbated. Things progressed each additional time she went. This is, for the record, exactly what he did a million times over. Like this is again the same pattern with the ways in which he constantly pushed the boundaries, or to 1,200 plus victims, right? As far as we know, the ones that we know of, they were underage. Some of them were not minors, but many of them were also underage at the time. And he would slowly but surely just make them do more and more and more. Remember, this is a consistent pattern of abuse, a consistent pattern of pedophilic abuse. This was some of this investigation comes from the previous one, for the record. This is being relitigated in 2018, but what's being relitigated in 2018 was actually information that they had in the previous investigation, the one that he got a sweetheart plea bargain deal on that was unheard of. Okay, as Khanna said, 60 charges were brought up, and he was only charged with 2. He was convicted with 2 out of 60 charges. Because this incident is from 2002. Which was, of course, part of the criminal investigation that ended in 2008 with a conviction. So, Acosta knew these things. He read through these investigations and then allowed him to roam free to continue abusing people. And not just Acosta, but like Alan Dershowitz was obviously Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. He negotiated that plea deal very effectively. So Trump is mentioned here having sex with underage girls. No, you mean you're talking about the 14-year-old, right? He wasn't mentioned as having sex with the Send me the link. That's not a. Oh, this is the Ghislaine Maxwell one. This is where Trump was mentioned multiple times. Yeah. This is, I think this is a deposition, right? Filed under seal. This firm represents intervener Professor Alan Dershowitz, and we write in anticipation of the party's forthcoming motion practice concerning the confidentiality of Sarah Ransom deposition. Intervener requests that if the court allows plaintiff Virginia Giuffre to remove the confidentiality designation concerning the Ransom deposition, an action that will require modification of the protective order in this case, it also simultaneously remove the confidentiality designation from several related emails. The emails will demonstrate that Ms. Ransom's inflammatory, salacious, and defamatory testimony regarding the intervener and others is false, and that the deponent is not credible. Absent this relief, Ms. Ransom's unrebuted testimony will gravely prejudice intervener by publishing deliberate lies calculated to harm his reputation. Counsel for Ms. Giuffre has not indicated whether she consents to removing the confidentiality designation from the emails, and counsel has indicated that Ms. Giuffre is not sure whether she will seek to remove the confidentiality designation from Ransom's deposition, notwithstanding her prior letter requesting that relief privately. Nevertheless, we write in an abundance of caution and to avoid the risk of decontextualized and one-sided disclosure. This was the testimony. I will make sure that neither that evil bitch Hillary or that pedophile Trump gets elected. I will also make sure that everyone on the goddamn planet sees that footage and photos, and we'll release them to WikiLeaks by Sunday. I will take down Epstein and his bunch of fuck with cronies myself. I have also gone to the Russian newspaper. This is one of the victims, Miss Ransom. And these are her statements and emails. And the reason why they're using these statements is to say she was not a credible witness, and that her testimony should be sealed. Yeah, the first mention of Trump is here. Her testimony was fabricated from whole cloth. Ms. Ransom's testimony also contains a slew of other incendiary claims concerning the sexual proclivities of Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, and other prominent individuals. Clinton and Trump must pay for what they did to us, as must the rest of the men that were involved in their seedy inner circle. Another friend was one of the many girls that had sexual relations with Donald Trump. She confided in me about her casual friendship with Donald. Mr. Trump definitely seemed to have a thing for her, and she told me how he kept going on about how he liked her pert nipples. Donald Trump liked flicking and sucking her nipples until they were raw. One evening, when we were showering together, she showed me her nipples. They looked incredibly painful as they were red, swollen, and I remember wincing when I looked at them. I also know she has sexual relations with Trump at Jeffrey's New York mansion on regular occasions, as I once met Jen for coffee, just before she was going to meet Trump and Epstein together at his mansion. I've already corresponded with the Moscow police and aid them in stopping Hillary or Trump getting through. I will film my own interview with the subject and post it on every single. Yeah, these are emails from Sarah Ransom to Maureen Callahan. But given that this was like, I think the reason why they don't mind showing this stuff is because it was like struck from the record, I guess. So they're like, they were saying that she was not a credible witness. I'm not entirely sure about what happened with Sarah Ransom, so I don't know. This shit is wild. They try to cover it up, but then do this anyway. Film director Brett Ratner, who was accused by several women of harassment during Me Too. Brett Ratner. Women. And more recent was picked by Melania Trump to, it was Brett Ratner that did was trying to direct her new documentary. Appears in the Epstein files, clutching to a topless man. I think the topless man is Jean-Luc Brunel, if I'm not mistaken, for the record. Yeah, this is the Rush Hour guy. Okay, I have to pee real quick. I'll get back to this in a second here. Watch this, retaliatory strikes against ISIS in Syria.
Islamic State fighters in weapons sites. It's in retaliation for the deadly ambush in Syria that left 3 Americans dead a week ago. In a social media post, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the goal of the strikes is to eliminate ISIS fighters infrastructure and weapon sites. At a campaign-style event last night in North Carolina, President Trump hailed the operation as a success. The president is spending the holidays at his Florida resort. Willie James Inman is traveling with the president. Good morning, Willie.
Meg, good morning to you. President Trump promised the U.S. would respond following that attack that killed 3 Americans. And now we're learning about that response in which more than 70 targets were hit.
On Friday, the U.S. military conducted strikes against dozens of locations in Syria to take out threats posed by ISIS. U.S. Central Command described the operation as a massive strike and said it was a retaliatory attack.
It was very successful. It was precision. We hit every site flawlessly, and we are restoring peace through strength.
Last week, 2 American soldiers and a civilian interpreter were killed during an ambush attack by a lone ISIS gunman. In a post on Truth Social, the president warned against attacks on the U.S., writing, "You will be hit harder than you have ever been hit before if you in any way attack or threaten the USA." Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Operation Hawkeye Strike was aimed at eliminating ISIS targets, right?
While I was pissing in the bathroom, I found out that, yes, this one that we were looking at, the grand jury from the Southern District in New York, that is new. It was unredacted. This was one of the files, I think, that was previously completely blacked out. And this is now unredacted. So we'll go into it in a second. Let's finish this, though.
Today, we hunted and killed our enemies, lots of them, and we will continue. Meanwhile, President Trump was in North Carolina late Friday evening speaking directly to Americans about his record on the economy.
It's been the most successful first year of any president. I'm bringing the prices down, and I'm bringing them down fast. You know.
The president's campaign-style event follows a primetime address from the White House in which he sought to defend his agenda. Some of the president's supporters who attended the event acknowledged prices are higher, but expressed optimism about the economy.
We're really trying to support the president's agenda and slowing down inflation, and I think we're on the right track. But
bro, this is literally that's it. These are some of the biggest cultists, okay? And even the biggest cultists are like, yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction. I assume, you know, I think it's on the right track. I hope it's on the right track. Understand something. The very fact that people who are basically fucking lobotomized into believing that Donald Trump can do no wrong, even those guys cannot simply believe that the economy is doing better when their pockets are fucking hurting. Okay? It's that simple. If you got these guys that are supposed to be in the pocket, okay? These guys that are supposed to be unconditionally and uncompromisingly defending Donald Trump. You got those guys singing a tune like this, it's fucking over, dude. It's Jover, brother. This is why I'm telling you, like, in the absence of things changing quick, which there's no indication that it will, and if things do change, it'll be for the worse, not for the better, specifically around the economy. A lot of these guys who are still trying to defend Donald Trump are going to turn on him. And we have to be there to pull them back. Okay? We have to be there to pull them back to reality.
Still have a lot more work to do.
Now, this weekend marks the start of President Trump's holiday stay at his Florida home, Mar-a-Lago. Now, he says he'll be doing mostly work, and that could include a possible meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Adriana?
All right, Willie, thank you so much.
The U.S. Coast Guard is currently seizing a sanctioned vessel off the coast of Venezuela. That's according to ABC News sources. It's now the second vessel.
Oh, God. Here we go. But yeah, getting back to our pedophile administration, okay? Because remember, when people are telling you like, oh man, things are fucking surely really bad, right? This is your opportunity to ask them like, okay, banning transgenders from athletic competition, did that actually Did that actually help you in any way? Did that, Israel's doing a genocide. Pedophiles are running all over the administration. Some of those pedophiles are linked up with Israel too, for the record. And your living standards have not improved. Your infrastructure is your infrastructure is in a dire state of disrepair. Seemingly all the money goes to unlimited warfare. Okay. But hey, you own the libs. You dunked on the transgenders, right? Did that help? We're now deporting random neighbors of ours, people in our communities that have done no wrong, really. Because Trump told you that those guys are all violent criminals. Meanwhile, we know who the violent criminals are, right? They're the ones who are getting redacted in the Jeffrey Epstein files. Are things getting better for you? And if not, maybe it's time to seek out an alternative. Okay? Maybe it's time to look for an alternative vision. It's obvious that the Trump administration lied to you. Okay? It's that simple. And sometimes those lies are done at the behest of predators continuing to run amok. What is this? CIA and Mossad and pedo elite are running some kind of sex trafficking, entrapment, blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico and the Caribbean islands. They're going to frame me with a laptop planted by my ex-girlfriend who was a spy. They will torture me to death. What is this? He died. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. It's a random cryptocurrency guy who could have died for other reasons. You know what I mean? Crypto-related reasons. Who could have been killed for crypto-related reasons rather than, finding the truth or something. I love that while I'm in the middle of covering these insane things that are happening with like the financial elite, okay, there's always still a dumbass being like, didn't you put to sleep with sex slaves in Berlin in 2010? Pot calling the kettle black. I went to a legal brothel that still operates as a legal brothel in 2010 when I was fucking 19 years old. The fuck are you talking about? You think these two things are in the same vein as one another, or are you trying to stop me from talking about Jeffrey Epstein with an idiotic misdirection? It kind of feels like you are not very sincere about your cause here. Kind of feels like you're defending pedophiles, you know? Why are you defending pedophilia and pedophiles of the financial elite by simply inventing a crime where no crime took place, in my case? Why are pedos and billionaires defended so much? I don't know. Maybe they think they'll be super wealthy, super powerful pedophile billionaires one day. It's the same reason why people defend fucking billionaires in general. DOJ is removing searchable files. I mean, they never really fully made the file searchable anyway. And I don't know if that was just like broken and busted or something. I don't know. Could have been broken due to incompetence, or could have been deliberately created that way. Yeah. They constantly try to catch you out in some perceived hypocrisy while they're likely support some of the biggest hypocrites online. No, that's literally what it is. That's always what it is. It's a way to engage in hypocrisy fishing, to go, la, la, la, la, I can't hear you. I have assumed you are hypocritical in your position and don't have a fully fleshed out worldview, and therefore I don't have to listen to you. Anyway, this is the United States District Court, Southern District of New York, Jane Doe proceeding under a pseudonym plaintiff v. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. This is a different lawsuit, irrelevant to the Epstein release. I mean, or not relevant to this round of Epstein releases, I think. Were they just unredacted? No, I think they were unredacted. This was unredacted. This was previously all black. The Southern District of New York grand jury indictment. You were explaining earlier that Redacted says she was approximately 14 when this began. Did she tell you about whether she had any conversations with Epstein about her age? Yes. What did she tell you? She said that she told him she was 14. Have you asked Jane Doe what Epstein's house was like? Yes. How did she describe it to you? She gave a lot of detail about the house. She talked about the office having a round desk in it. She talked about the massage room and had a massage table. It had lotions. It had moisturizers. On the walls, there were sketches or paintings of naked females on them. And she also talked about a library in his residence that looked like it was something from out of Beauty and the Beast. Is that how she described it to you? Yes. So we've been talking about what you've learned during interviews with Jane Doe. Just take a step back. How did you first establish contact with her? My partner and I located her at the residence. What did she say to you when you first approached her? She was very nervous when we first talked to her, and she told us that she was 16. She went and massaged Epstein, and he masturbated, and he didn't touch her. And again, what was her demeanor like when she said this to you? She was very nervous. And then this entire part is redacted. She was just very nervous while we were speaking with her. Were you able to conduct a full interview with her at that time? No. At a later point, were you able to conduct a full and thorough interview with her? Yes. Why she said that when you first approached her? Did you ask her that? Yes. What did she explain to you? She told us that she didn't even really remember what she had told us initially because she was so nervous. She was so worried. She was really concerned that if she talked to us that she was going to jail. So she was really worried about being in trouble. That's so sad, dude. Like, she's so young. She's so young that and so, like, so destroyed that she thinks she's in trouble. This is very common again in minors. Like, that she thinks she's doing something wrong. Did there come a point in time when Epstein asked Jane Doe to bring other girls to him? Yes. What happened? She did. She reached out to other girls that she knew to see their interest. I want to ask you a little bit about what Jane Doe's told you about her role in bringing other girls to Epstein. Let me first just ask in general, how would she find new girls? She would meet them through friends of friends. She met them in the clubs, different social settings. In general, what kinds of things would she tell them about what to expect? She told them that they would have to give a massage either with their underwear on or nude, that he would want his nipples touched, and that he would masturbate. Would she tell them anything about payment? Yes. What would she tell them? She'd tell them that they would get $300 for massaging him. This is why libertarians love talking about removing the age of consent, where they'll be like, well, the non-aggression principle has not been violated here. This is a contract. Did Jane Doe have a sense in general of the ages of the girls that she brought to Epstein? She estimated around 13, 14-year-olds to 17-year-olds. They were mostly underage girls that she brought. She did bring a couple that were 18. Approximately how long did she participate in bringing girls? 3 years that she went. So from 14 to 17. So approximately how old was she when this stopped? 17. During that period, over those 3 years approximately, did she have a sense about how many girls she brought over the years to Epstein's house? She approximately brought 20 to 50 girls. Did she work with anyone else in recruiting the girls for Epstein? Yes. Who did she work with? Another girl her age, also redacted. Who is redacted? She was a friend of Redacted's that was living with her at the time. Did Redacted provide you with this photograph? Yes. And what did she explain to you about this photograph? This is Redacted on the left, and that's the other Jane Doe on the right. They were approximately 16 years old at the time the picture was taken. And during this time period, around the time when this photograph was taken, When they were approximately 16. Is that when they were working, recruiting girls for Epstein? Yes. So Jeffrey Epstein groomed one of the 14-year-olds, among, I assume, many others, into getting new victims of the same age range for approximately 3 years, from 14 to 17. Okay? There are slides that reference that were released alongside this. She would call who she believed was his, or she assumed was his assailant, a woman named Redacted. Why would she call? She would call Redacted and say, I have a girl who can work. This has to be Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Or I guess maybe. Why would they fucking redact that? It can't be Ghislaine. It feels like it's definitely Ghislaine. She would call Redacted and say, I have a girl who can work, and they would schedule that appointment. In conversations with Redacted, it's how they refer to these massage sessions as work. Once session was scheduled, would Redacted go with the girl to the house? Yes. What would she do in general once she brought the girl to the house? So the first time she would take a girl, they would go to the residence, they'd wait in the office until they could be escorted upstairs. The first time she would go with the girl, she would go up with her so the girl felt comfortable and kind of knew what to do. Additional visits after that, she would wait downstairs while the girl did the massage upstairs. Also, Ghislaine participated in this as well, for the record, according to a victim testimony. Ghislaine also did the same stuff, where she would bring girls in, massage Jeffrey Epstein alongside the girls first, and would like accompany them. What? Accompanying slides? Are you sure? Because this is this is not New York. This is Palm Beach. I have a female for him. She has a female friend for you. Please call back as soon as possible. She will be here at 4 p.m., but she needs to talk to you before that. Please call her back. Her new phone number. Please call her. Trump's name is on page 10. Oh, Donald Trump. A memo. But nothing else. There's no message in there. Wow. He called to say how much he disagrees. Yeah, he called to shake his head. He didn't even say anything. He just shook his head. And finger wag. That's why there's no note in the memo. He just did this. You know? Over time, she noticed any pattern in the girls that Epstein seemed to like? She did. What did she notice? Did he like young, petite, natural girls? What does she mean by natural girls? That girls were under 18, weren't completely developed. Ugh. Did she recall any particular expressions that Epstein would use to express his preferences when he was giving feedback about the girls? I'm sorry, say that again. In your conversations with Redacted, did she recall any particular expressions? Yeah. He would tell her, you know what I like. If she brought someone he didn't like, he'd be like, come on, you know what I like. What was her understanding of what that meant? She understood that meant girls who were under 18. Did Redacted tell you how much Epstein paid for her for recruiting other girls? Yes. How much? $300. That was for each new girl, or for every new session with a new girl when she brought her in. That was for each new girl in every session that she went with whatever girl. She would schedule the sessions through Redacted, would either contact her on her phone, or she would reach out to Redacted to say she could work. Anyway, I'm going to scroll through this stuff. Approximately how old was Redacted when this photograph was taken? Approximately 19. Based on her participation in the interviews with Redacted, have you learned where she was living when she was about 14 or 15? She was living with a friend of her. What was in the West Palm Beach area in Florida? Oh, was that in the West Palm Beach? Yeah, you mentioned that she was living with a friend. To be clear, she was living with her parents during that time. No, why not? She had a difficult home life. Again and again. It's always the same shit. It's always the same thing. Identifying victims with a rough home life and then having them bring in other additional victims as well from a similar background. If you were familiar with the Epstein investigation and the trial, you saw this as a pattern. Okay? How did she respond when she heard that? She agreed to it. Did she end up going to Epstein's residence? Yes. How many times did she go to the residence? Approximately 60 times. Ever go there with her friends? Yes. About in 2002. All right. During these times, went to Epstein's residence in Palm Beach. Did she explain to you what would typically happen? And then this is basically the exact same testimony that other victims gave. I have another question. I've never heard anyone seen anything mention any men victims. Is it possible that there were 1,200 female victims and no one on the island ever wanted a male companion? Seems super strange that there's so many victims over so many years with so many abusers, only female victims. Actually, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But the common ones that we do know, like the ones that we do know are, and that's an interesting question for the record. I know that some chatters were yelling at you, but that is strange. I think there are male victims, but the most that have come out, that's false. There's 25 male victims. Yeah, there's definitely male victims, but the ones that are the ones that have come out and spoken out against Jeffrey Epstein, like openly state that they were victims of Jeffrey Epstein, have all been, like, all the high profile victims have been women. And yes, the overwhelming majority were sold her soul for $300 a person. Dog, the person you're talking about was literally groomed and raped as a child. Okay? Like, that's insane. Why do you think there's age of consent laws? Why do you think there is a mutual understanding that people under the age of 18 cannot consent? Because they're children. Okay? That's why the adult is the responsible party here. That's an insane thing to do. Is insane victim blaming. That's a child that was exploited to do this stuff. Chill, this is Alan Dershowitz's alt account. Yeah. How is that any different than saying that the 13-year-old was asking for it? You know what I mean? Which is unironically what Alan Dershowitz did say. Alan Dershowitz, in his defense in the 2008 case, quite literally mapped out a pattern of victim blaming and slut shaming for 13-year-old girls. It's such an insane thing to think about now. And it was fucked up even back then, and yet they did it. Isn't that crazy? That was a successful defense for Alan Dershowitz, a tenured Harvard professor, by the way. He called the 13 and 14-year-old girls slutty prostitutes that knew exactly what they were getting into. Isn't that fucking crazy? Oh. He also had PIs follow the victims' families around. Yes, he even had PIs, or we don't know if this was Alan Dershowitz or not, but I remember cops on the investigation feeling threatened that they were being surveilled by either also private investigators or potentially members of law enforcement at the federal level. And that type of rhetoric passed? Yes. Chatter, that type of rhetoric not only passed, but passed with fucking flying colors. I'm telling you, Alan Dershowitz is a tenured Harvard professor who gets to go on television all the time. Barry Weiss, as recently as a month ago, said, we need to see more from Alan Dershowitz. Also, slut shaming and victim blaming is an effective tool that defense attorneys use even to this day, for the record. I hope you understand that. This is why, like, as hysterical as, social justice warriors or feminists may seem, there is a major discrepancy in the criminal justice system in the way that people actually analyze this kind of stuff. And there is a lot of validity to the rape culture, the rape culture statements that feminists often make, because this kind of stuff would not work if people in the jury did not also have a similar mindset about what women's place is in society, about patriarchal constructs that exist. Their understanding of power dynamics is so distorted. All of a sudden, they're not thinking about like an abused 13-year-old that was groomed, raped, but they're thinking of like how women are. You know how women are, and it works. It shouldn't, but it does. And it still does to this day, for the record. Anyway, obviously Alan Dershowitz is unique in this instance, because not only did he mount a successful defense for Jeffrey Epstein, his client, but he also personally was alleged to be involved with the victims himself. Something that he, of course, spent most of his life arguing against, saying things like, "Oh, I kept my underwear on at all times," for example. Yeah, Alan Deuce saying they knew what they were getting into, and talking about sex trafficking is insane, especially when they're 13-year-old girls, because even if they're grown, that's still a crime. That's using another crime as a defense for a crime that's just as bad. Yep. Except in that case, it was successful. Defense attorney here, victim blaming is still used in defense theories, but in fairness, it would not work in a trial where the lack of consent is due to age. No, I know. I don't think, I like to think that we've evolved beyond that a little bit. But yes, for adult rape cases, they still use it very aggressively. I mean, they used it with fucking Diddy. Successfully. So that's definitely still very much a thing. Yeah, he did not like dark-skinned or black girls, by the way. That was the other thing. We saw that already on a separate piece of evidence. He did not like dark-skinned or black girls. Did she recall him using any particular expressions? Yes. He told her, "You know what I like." What was her understanding of what he meant? She understood that he liked them under 18. When Bleep went to Epstein's house first, did she tell Epstein that she was older than she really was? Yes. Why did she tell him she was older? One of the girls told her to say that she was older than she was. When she started recruiting girls, did she tell them to say that they were older? Yes. Did there come a point in time when she stopped giving girls that instruction? Yes. Why did she stop doing that? She said it didn't matter. He didn't care how old they were as long as they weren't over 18. Why did she think he didn't care about whether the girls were over 18 or not? Because she said he had preferred under 18, and that's what he wanted her to bring. Why did she think that that was what he preferred? Because that's what he told her. You know what I like? And she understood that to mean under 18. Yeah, he was pretty open about it. I mean, there's additional evidence that we looked at yesterday where he just straight up was like, "You brought me overage girls." I can't believe I'm saying the term overage girls. "You brought me adults and not minors." And he actually had an argument with one of the people and demanded to see identification to confirm that they were under the age of 18. How fucking insane. Now, one could think that this is his own personal sexual proclivity, right? Like he was really adamant about them being underage. But There's one other aspect of this, in my opinion, pure speculation, purely speculative. Why would you be so adamant about ensuring that they are underage? Blackmail. Not just power, chatters. No, because he did not sexually assault and engage in the act of statutory rape for 1,200 people, okay, 1,200 girls. And even then, if some are over the age of 18, why should he care all that much, right? If rape is about power over the other person, and if rape is about coercion, and that's what you're deriving satisfaction from, you wouldn't necessarily care if some of the people that you are sexually assaulting are either 18 or over the age of 18. The only reason why you would care that much is because you want to make sure that you can maximize your leverage over others if you are going to use these people for blackmail. Okay? If it's just about like their physical appearance, I don't think you would care that much about whether they were over the age of 18 or not, if they looked the part, right? If it was purely about sexual gratification as a pedophile. Or even, in even certain instances, like, he wouldn't check their IDs. You know, someone can look underage while not being underage. I assume that the reason why he was, doing this was specifically so that if he was repeatedly going after, if he was repeatedly using some of these girls that he was grooming for other clients, he wanted to make sure that they were underage, specifically so that he could use that as a way to blackmail people. You talking blackmail to victors or his fellow perps or both? This part is about phone messages. All right, switching topics. Have you become aware that 2005 police officers from the Palm Beach Police Department executed a search warrant at Epstein's house at El Brillo Way? And you review some of the materials that were seized? Yes. Did they find a massage table, sex toys? Yes. Did they find phone messages? Yes. Could you please explain for the grand jury what we're looking at here? This is a room in his Palm Beach residence. Down here on the closed right corner, you're going to see the message pads. Oh, this is the message pads that we were just looking at previously. The ones that actually had, here's the Palm Beach residence. So these are the accompanying materials, okay? These are the message pads like she has a female for Mr. J.E., stuff like that. And in the message pads, there was just one message per page, or were there four laid out on two and on the bottom? There were four, two on the top, two on the bottom. Message pad we're looking at in this photograph, was that the only set of messages that were recovered from the residence? No. All right, so let's talk a little bit about those phone messages found in the house. So this message is dated September 30th, 2004. Redacted's name is on it, and then the message says she has a female for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. So given the date on this message, if this message was left by Redacted, given her date of birth, would she have been about 16 years old when this message was left? Yes. So then they go through all of the messages that you saw here, right? She has a female for Mr. J.E. I have a female for him. And of course, it's like the name is also redacted here because this was most likely the other underage girls that he was grooming to bring in other underage girls. So the message on the bottom doesn't have a date on it. There is a message from Trump here as well, but I guess they don't really talk about it here, or they must have redacted the message, or they redacted Trump's name from the document because it doesn't come up in this one at all in the 56 pages, even though we know for a fact that his name is on one of the message slips, which seemingly came at what, 5:15 a.m. or 5:15 p.m.? I assume 5:15 p.m., right? 5:15 a.m. seems strange. Oh, yeah. I guess in the convention, they would just mark a.m. if it's a.m., 11 a.m., and then 7 p.m., 9:55 p.m., 5:15 p.m. let's see, slide 10 maybe. Upper. So you can tell when these messages were approximately left, but beyond the fact that one of them is dated, you're not sure. Correct. Can you walk us through what we see here on the message pad? So bottom right, bleep is listed. On the top right, phone number is listed. And it states, wondering if you want to work with her tomorrow or what time. So the message on the bottom marked redacted doesn't have a date on it, but if these messages were left in approximately November 2004 based on redacted's date of birth, would she have been 17? So this message was dated January 13th, 2005. And then they move on from slide 10. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's the bottom left one that had Donald Trump on it. But they don't mention bottom left here. So we need names of people that went to the parties. So this grand jury indictment that was recently unsealed seemingly is more so about one element. These amounts of money are blowing mine. Like, has Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein, why is he giving $200 per person? Do you think it was like another power flex? Why not just throw him $10K? What? So does that mean that Trump was one of the clients people were being procured for at that location since the others were for Epstein? I don't know. It could have been just a phone call that Trump made. This was back when they were friends, or at least friendly with one another. It's very obvious that Donald Trump did leave a message. They didn't say what the message was, or at least called. It's on the slip. But this is all the way back in 2002. So I don't know if this is, I don't know if Donald Trump here is I mean, they were neighbors. I don't know if this implies that he was, you know, a client of Jeffrey Epstein's at this point. You know? Because most of these phone slips, most of these message slips are from Jeffrey Epstein's assistant telling him that the girls are coming in. With one exception, and that exception being Donald Trump. And there's no message there at all. Now, I don't assume that there's any OPSEC here at all. Okay. Also, yes, $300 was a lot of money back then, especially for a 14-year-old. That's a crazy amount of money. Anyway, explain to you typically happen, and then, well, this entire indictment is about Jeffrey Epstein's previous sexual misconduct and you know, statutory rape of minors, and it makes sense that this is just about that because this is a special agent tasked with handling that sort of thing. So this is just one element that was unsealed and doesn't actually show the full scope of the investigation. There are different files that are still not unsealed, or different files that haven't been released or are completely redacted. Many more that should come out similar to this one. But this is just the one angle. This is one of the many different charges. Okay? You're kind of dragging this. Can we get back to the booming economy? Yeah. That's the funniest part about this otherwise like horrifying story, is that there's not really much that Donald Trump can lean on, you know? Like, that chatter is obviously joking, but what can Trump do? What could he even use as an exit ramp here, right? What could he talk about? What could he make people pay attention to that's like much more interesting? He has very little confidence remaining in him from his own base. So he's just doing all the seizures of oil tankers, I guess. which is crazy because this last one that was just seized is a Chinese one. Oil tanker seized off the coast of Venezuela was carrying up to 2 million barrels of oil owned by a Chinese company, according to a Bloomberg report. If he thinks that this is not going to have tremendous backlash, I don't know what we're doing here, you know? Now he's not just linking up with Iranian or tankers that are supposed to be going to Iran to be refined, but now he's going after Chinese oil tankers. That's crazy. U.S. forces stop oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela as Trump follows up on promise to seize tankers. This just happened today. The pre-dawn operation comes after Trump announced a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers coming in and out of the South American country and follows the December 10th seizure by American forces of an oil tanker off the Venezuelan coast. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed that the U.S. Coast Guard, with the help from the Defense Department, stopped the oil tanker that was docked last in Venezuela. She also posted on social media an unclassified video of a U.S. helicopter landing personnel on a vessel called Centuries. A crude oil tanker flying under the flag of Panama operates under the name that was recently spotted near the Venezuelan coast. According to Marine Traffic, a project that tracks the movement of vessels around the globe using publicly available data, it was not immediately clear if the vessel was under U.S. sanctions. The United States will continue to pursue the illicit movement of sanctioned oil that is used to fund narco-terrorism in the region. We will find you and we will stop you. The owner and manager of the ship were Chinese who just apprehended a Chinese oil tanker. The ship was never sanctioned either. Clearly, this will be an international issue. I mean, I don't know. Are we... Is it for sure? Why is AP not talking about it? Maybe they're mistaking. Yeah, there's no mention of Chinese or China on this. So I don't know if like Twitter is cracking the case here. Let's be real. Still no such thing as narco-terrorism. Oh yeah, it's bullshit. Narco-terrorism is a bullshit response, but I do find it China is so fucked, they'll just make a treaty with Trump and tell Maduro to get lost. I don't think so. Like, there are certain... I mean, narco-terrorism does exist, just not in this context. Yes, like the CIA does narco-terrorism, but we're not talking about tackling the CIA, are we? Or the DEA. We're talking about a totally irrelevant country in narco-trafficking to begin with. We are tying in Venezuela, which is not a known narco-trafficking hub, into doing the crime of narco-terrorism, a made-up term. Footage of U.S. troops seizing Chinese-owned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. BBC says it's unclear if it was under sanctions, so sounds like no one really knows much about the ship yet. How do they know that it's Chinese-owned? I don't know. I mean, they probably looked at the manifest or something. Like, you can try to figure it out. Reuters confirms that it's... okay, Reuters says it's Chinese, then it's probably Chinese. Now, the reason why that's important is because there's a difference between sanctioning ships. It's still ridiculous, right? But there's a difference between sanctioning ships that are going to Iran that are not owned by like a Chinese shipping magnate or whatever versus attacking vessels and seizing vessels that are owned by a Chinese business owner. All of a sudden, you're not directly fucking up the bag, or you're not indirectly fucking up the bag for China. You're directly fucking up the bag for China. You're directly harming Chinese assets and Chinese interests. Under normal circumstances, this kind of stuff doesn't happen. Okay? This doesn't happen at all. They won't do it to like Russia, for example, even though we are, technically engaging in a proxy war with Russia. There are certain things you don't do. As I've described before, one of the unspoken rules of war is deconfliction, right? So even when America and Russia are both operating over the airspace of Syria, they will oftentimes tell one another their flight patterns ahead of time. The reason why they do this is so that they don't actually hit one another, right? And the reason, I mean, this is another one of those moments where, like, you don't touch another major powers vessels. China will hit Filipino boats with their Coast Guard and spray them with water, but they're not going to, like, actually directly engage with, I don't know, American shipping vessels, right? They won't do that. Because if you do that, you're kind of violating pre-established rules about how international trade could take place. I mean, look at what happened with the Houthis, right? Look at what happened with the Houthis. They said they're implementing a blockade, bravely, mind you, on the Red Sea off of their own coastline. And look at the way that America responded to the Houthis. $2 billion worth of munitions being dumped into Sana'a and many other targets. Now, of course, the reason why that was how it was dealt, that's how they dealt with it, was because the Houthis are not China. There's a difference between the way America operates against Venezuelan vessels that they claim are sanctioned that is going to Iran versus, you know, Chevron vessels that are coming out of Venezuela and directly shipping Venezuelan oil into America and the American coastline, as Chevron is doing currently amidst all of this chaos. And there's certainly a difference in the way that you handle a Chinese vessel as well, partially because they have a lot more tools in their tool belt at their disposal to retaliate against the United States of America. That's why I'm a little bit confused about why people were claiming it's a Chinese vessel. And I don't know how they've established that this was a Chinese vessel. Even this Reuters article does not claim that it's a Chinese vessel, by the way. Chatters, you said it is, but it doesn't seem to be the case. But as I also described, look, while many vessels are picking up oil in Venezuela are under sanctions, others transporting the country's oil and crude from Iran and Russia have not been sanctioned, and some companies, particularly U.S. Chevron, transport Venezuelan oil in their own authorized ships. So I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. But so far, no one has really confirmed it. Even Reuters has not confirmed that it's a Chinese vessel. What I'm reading is that it was an unsanctioned tanker. I don't think it's Chinese, but the Chinese bought the oil on the tanker. Yeah. Well, the oil from Venezuela that was going to Iran to be refined was also most likely going to head to China anyway. This is literally every U.S. media article on Trump hijacking Venezuelan oil tankers, only unironically. Yeah. A common through line with the way that the media in America is covering this stuff. It says that. Scroll down on that article. Oh, shit. Trump's special campaign on Maduro's ramped up military presence in the region. Trump has also said the U.S. land strikes on South American country will soon start. Nicolas Maduro has alleged the U.S. military buildup is aimed at overthrowing him and getting control of OPEC nations' oil resources. Where does it say? The darker shadow fleet is considered exposed to possible punitive measures from the U.S. shipping analysts have said. For now, the oil market is well supplied, and there are millions of barrels of oil on tankers off the coast of China waiting to offload. If the embargo stays in place for some time, then the loss of nearly 1 million barrels a day of crude is likely to push oil prices higher. China is the biggest buyer of Venezuelan crude, which accounts for roughly 4% of its imports, with shipments in December on track to average more than 600,000 barrels per day. The officials who were speaking on the condition of anonymity did not say where the operation was taking place, but added the Coast Guard was in the lead. Coast Guard and Pentagon referred questions to the White House, which did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Venezuela's oil ministry and state oil company, PDVSA, did not immediately reply to requests for comment. It says on Reuters. This is the Reuters article. It's just archived so I can remove the paywall, chatter. What are you talking about? Anyway, we'll find out whether or not this is a Chinese vessel or not very soon. So let's
taken by the United States this month. Let's go to ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang in Palm Beach County, Florida, where President Trump is spending the holidays. Selena, what do we know right now?
Yeah, Ike, well, as you say, this operation is currently underway. As we're speaking, the U.S. Coast Guard seizing a sanctioned vessel off the coast of Venezuela. According to these U.S. officials, we don't have the exact location. We're not getting that information quite yet, but we do know that this is in international waters in the Caribbean Sea. Now, this is the second time in just the last couple of weeks that the U.S. has seized a sanctioned vessel. On December 10th, an elite U.S. Coast Guard team boarded and seized another oil tanker called the Skipper off the coast of Venezuela. You can see the footage there of that elite tactical team. They rappelled on to the board of that vessel, and we're told by multiple U.S. officials that today's interdiction is being carried out by the same kind of elite Coast Guard tactical operations team. And the big context here, of course, is that all of this comes as President Trump has been ramping up his pressure and his threats against Venezuela's leadership.
So, Selena, this is just the latest friction between the U.S. and Venezuela. What are we looking at moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, just
This suit is fucking awesome. Is that the reason why chatters were saying, Hasan, you would look great in a green pinstripe suit? Is that what it is? This is a power suit, man. Straight up.
Days ago, President Trump announced a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. And that is a big deal, going after the country's oil, because that is the nation's main source of revenue. And this comes on top of the president repeatedly warning that land strikes could be coming soon. The Pentagon has already hit some 25 alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing at least 95 people without providing any public evidence or identifying those killed. In addition, the Trump administration has been amassing this large show of force, the largest in decades in the region, including deploying the world's largest aircraft carrier. So all of that is leading to major questions from lawmakers about what is the end game here? Is it about oil? Is it about going after drugs? Or is it about regime change?
All right, many questions remain unanswered. Selena Wang, thank you for your reporting.
His open nervous breakdowns, and he...
What does Ben Shapiro know about Erica Kirk and Fort Huachuca? Oh, so this is Candace going absolute nutty mode on the anti-Semitism side. And obviously we're going to continue talking about Turning Point USA, the conference that is actually turning into an absolute disaster. But before we do that, let me wrap this up with the whole... And yeah, I got the Dave Chappelle clips too. Don't worry. Yeah, I got the Dave Chappelle clips. And we'll cover all of that because Dave Chappelle came out with a new... comedy special. Just kind of dropped it out of nowhere. We got some more Turning Point USA updates coming in as well. And we got Candace Owens doing the nuke. Yeah. Jews enslaved black people, you can say sorry, you can shut the fuck up about it. She's blaming Jews for chattel slavery, which is she's not just blaming Jews for chattel slavery. She's saying Jews were primarily responsible for chattel slavery and not white people. Okay. Which is wild. She straight up openly said it. Okay. She straight up openly was like, Jews are responsible for the transatlantic slave trade, not the whites. Which is, it's expected from Candace Owens. Let's be real. Okay. But it's still wild to hear it. The papacy is going to actually be very excited to learn this new information. Yeah. She's been alting pretty hard. There's also obviously like a lot of strange behavior from the conference goers at Turning Point USA as well. This is like the Candace Owens stuff is like part of it. But yeah, she's been alting pretty crazy style. Okay. So we'll get to all of that. I don't know where I should begin. Oh, the thing I wanted to to wrap up with the Venezuela thing is that NPR's brain dead stenography continues apace here. Greg Myers informs us Trump blockading Venezuela from exporting oil isn't an act of war because it's just partial. Good to know that if China hijacked only half of the U.S.'s primary export, it would not be considered an act of war. NPR, like every other Washington media stenographer, keeps acting like the U.S. sanctions per se, making something legal under international law, or worse, that they are a form of international law. They are not, and blockading a country's trade is an act of war, whether partial or not. This is important to understand because the media does play a pretty significant role here in the way that even NPR, which I like and defend from time to time, is playing a formative role in manufacturing propaganda, manufacturing consent, or staving off potential outrage. Okay? They are normalizing America's criminal behavior by claiming that this is perfectly valid, perfectly normal, and that's how you get the liberals to be on board with the Trump administration's actions, or at least when they take issue with the Trump administration's actions, they take issue with like some of the Trump administration's actions, like maybe not following the letter of the law, for example. They'll be like, oh, well, you're doing understandable things, like Chuck Schumer says, right? You're doing understandable things. It's just you're not giving us enough information. No, it's the act alone that should be called into question. I said this back when the media cycle was around Signalgate, right? And everyone was like, oh, why is there a journalist in a group chat? It's like, first of all, that's not the problem. The real problem is, why the fuck are we bombing Yemen? Okay, sure, having a journalist in the Signal group chat or even having a Signal group chat where you're talking about your bombing targets is ridiculous. But perhaps there's a bigger problem here, which is that we're bombing Yemen. Who decided that this was appropriate? Why are we bombing Yemen? These are the questions that people should have been asking at the time, but everybody basically still was focusing on the Signal stuff. Okay? Anyway, but obviously this is an escalation, but stealing oil that's unilaterally sanctioned by the U.S. is no different than stealing oil that isn't. A country labeling something sanctioned before stealing it isn't a magic designation that circumvents international law. That's it. You understand that, right? And this is precisely the reason why when the Trump administration expands on the pre-existing permission structure by going after an unsanctioned oil vessel, the U.S. stopped and boarded a Chinese-owned oil tanker in the Caribbean on Saturday. Several media outlets reported after President Donald Trump ordered a blockade. Yeah, okay. Well, now the confirmations are coming in. Okay? But there is fundamentally no difference between an oil vessel that we have sanctioned in the eyes of the international community in terms of looking at this from an international law perspective. Just because we sanctioned a fucking oil vessel doesn't mean that that was appropriate. Okay? The difference here, however, is that China does have the economic power, the political power, and the military power to back up these sorts of threats, as opposed to a country like Venezuela, who was on the verge of being invaded by America. Okay? So this is an act of aggression that expands on the previous acts of aggression, but this time this time expands on the targets. Now you are directly, not indirectly, but directly harming China. Okay? But we shall see. But this also, in my opinion, reveals the true nature of why Trump is doing this, which is to forcibly dominate any country that even trades with China. Xi, send in the new carrier, says Michael from Pennsylvania. Does Central Committee even like China? I call his allegiance to China into question. Not to make a call-out post here, but your words ring hollow because you are still not in China. You are not on the mainland. You have not stepped foot in the mainland. So I don't even know. When you say, oh, Xi, send in the new carrier. I don't know if I believe you. Kind of seems like a fake fan, don't it? You have not committed to the pilgrimage. So the question I have for you is, are you really? You don't even know that it has electromagnetic catapults? Don't matter. Don't matter. You're like, oh, I read the Quran. Okay. Well, I went to Hajj. Okay. That gives me way more halal points. Goes to China once. Better than going to China 0 times. I'm just saying. Just saying. $1.5 because you brought that suit bag with you, dog? Hell yeah. Yeah, but you didn't go to the 21st century Marvel City Shenzhen and stayed in poo-poo capitalist Hong Kong. Okay, that's fair. And I, you know the issue there was the one country, two systems failed me. Okay. No disrespect, but Deng Xiaoping, you failed me, sir. I thought one country, two systems. Perhaps I believed the BBC and Western media when they were talking about how there is no longer a one country, two systems policy, and it's all one country now. That's what they kept saying. You know, they're like, oh, they're deconstructing some of Hong Kong's remaining political parties that are not sympathetic to the CPC, all this stuff. And I was thinking, oh, that means there's free, unrestricted travel between the mainland and Hong Kong. It turns out that's not the case. It's because of how much I love China that I didn't even acknowledge. I thought one country, one system. You know what I mean? Don't come at me.
Technology on China's latest and most capable aircraft carrier has just made it part of a very exclusive club, with the United States the only other nation with the same capability. 3 types of aircraft have been launched from the Fijian aircraft carrier using an electromagnetic catapult. China's 5th generation J-35 stealth fighter,
It's okay, I don't mind having taken city for years for being the China stand, only for you to steal the glory. I just want socialism. Okay, let's be real. I think I was also still taking a lot of shit for, you know, that position as well. Maybe not to the same level as you, but, you know, it has been really interesting watching so many people, especially with like Red Note and TikTok and all this stuff. It has been watching a remarkable change of attitude from regular folk about how they see China after years and years. Like 5 years ago, when I talked about China in any way, shape, or form, in like remotely positive terms, my entire chat would light up. Okay? My entire fucking chat. And now you got every fucking white boy being like, I'm Chinese. You met me at a very Chinese point in my life. Like, I mean, I'll take it. I do it as well. I participate in this too. But like, it is fucking crazy how fast that change happened. And I absolutely think that change happened partially because of, you know, all of the social media posting and stuff like that. But the reason why that was such a dramatic shift is literally because of how hard the West has fallen. That's number one. And how much they had heavily propagandized about how devastating the conditions were in China. So when people actually saw that that wasn't the case, when they were like, what the fuck? These motherfuckers are living better than we do in these cities. What the hell's going on? it was like a real wake up moment for a lot of people where they were like, that's crazy. I thought they were like living in mud huts. They're like peasants living in mud huts, North Korean style. They like shoot you if you fucking, watch American TV or something. Like that was the average person's position on China, that they literally thought like, China, ghost cities. They drive a tank over your house and kill you if you call Xi Jinping, if you call Xi Jinping Winnie the Pooh, they just kill you. Like there it was for the longest time. There was unironically a Yeonmi Park style cottage industry of anti-China speakers that got so much mileage in Western media. China soft power is just starting. You are watching trends. Chinese renewable investments worldwide of solving energy development problems is only going to get worse for the U.S. No, I agree. Because I think ultimately it's undeniable, right? It's just, you can only hide. You can only hide how bad things are, or you can only hide how bad things are in America and how good things are in China for a certain amount of time. But in the age of the internet, like you can't just keep saying these are tofu dreg houses over and over again. It's just not going to happen. And it low-key always goes back to what America is doing too. Like with the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, something that I've criticized openly a million times over, right? Like the broad dragnets and the mass sweeps that took place, the re-education, all this stuff was like completely unacceptable. And it was riddled with human rights abuses. Make no mistake, this is true. Now, obviously, part of that is because they saw the radicalized Uyghurs as like a separatist movement, partially defended and propped up by American state intelligence, things of that nature. Many of them are still in Syria, right? These are all things that are like you can look at that and you can criticize it, as I have many times over, right? But when you look at like the Chinese war on terror policy, and then you compare it to the American or Israeli, which is American by a different name, war on terror policy, and you're like, okay, well that's fucked up, and I agree. I agree that that's fucked up. But like, America is not a country that is allowed to have any say here, given our track record. I criticize America. I criticize China on the way that they dealt with both of these different instances. But one thing that I always fucking mention, and I don't do the whole like everything is made up by Adrian Zenz. Obviously, there's propaganda there, like organ harvesting, things of that nature. But like, that doesn't mean that there weren't like actual dragnets and mass surveillance that was taking place. Okay, calm down. Having said that, the thing that I always bring up is if the separatist Uyghur apprehension policies were the ways in which and the Xinjiang policy that China implemented was implemented by Israel today in both the West Bank and in Gaza, every single Western superpower would be fighting one another to be the first to suck Benjamin Netanyahu's cock. Okay, they'd be like, oh my God, you are literally the most peaceful person on the planet. How did you do the most peaceful thing that anyone has ever done? They would be fighting one another with weapons to be the first to suck Benjamin Netanyahu's penis. They would never give a Nobel Peace Prize to another fucking global leader ever for the rest of time. They'd be like, every year we're going to give it to Benjamin Netanyahu because he dealt with this in the most peaceful ways possible. Do you understand? It's fucking insane. Andrew Tate Pack Watch. Oh my God. Top G. Top G lost his fight. He's bottom G now? No shot. No. Top G got topped. Andrew Tate is a fraud. He has just officially lost to Chase Demore, who fights like a girl. It's official. Top G is now bottom G. Chase Demore just ended Andrew Tate's career. The Top G has been exposed. No. No. Another fucking W for woke, dude. I don't know anything about Chase Demore. Andrew Tate, when it isn't about women or India, oh my God, they're cooking his ass already. What the fuck? This just happened. What I don't understand is how this fight was even allowed. Like, we know that he does steroids, no? He got beaten by bisexual gloves. Chase is awful. He's way worse than like Jake Paul, for instance. You know what's really funny? It's just because Andrew Tate is so awful that it's quite difficult for the person that he's fighting to be more awful than he is. It's one of those, it's like the pedophile hunters, right? It's like those pedophile hunters, like they're all fucking dipshits, right? But the guy that they're like tackling is, you know, in certain instances, an out and about actual pedophile. So it's kind of like, you know, you take what you can get in that situation. The fight was a Rumble event, basically an Aiden Ross tier event. I mean, that makes sense. I doubt that there was actual. This guy was a fucking kickboxer. Look at how tiny his legs are. Jesus Christ, that's like shocking.
A shot like that, absolutely not. It's too easy to see, and you know, Andrew Tate's simply fatigued, and he wasn't able to get out of the way of it. Too much weight. Beautiful shot by Chase around the Chase Demore. Clearly dominated in round 5.
Calves are genetic, brother. I'm looking at his quads, not his calves. You think I don't know what to look at for leg density? You're injured, freaky unk. I mean, kickboxers, and he was a kickboxer back in the day, and he actually did fight quite a bit. But kickboxers usually have pretty solid lower body strength. I mean, it's in the fucking name, right? So it's he wasn't a good kickboxer, dude. I mean, he was fine. He wasn't like crazy good or anything, but oh my God, Andrew Tate lost to this guy. Tough look.
Look at his eyes there. Oh man, he did not want to get hit there. Josh having a lot of success throwing that right hand to the body and coming up top with that left foot.
Yeah, listen, Josh is there. He's trying, but this one might get waved off right now, guys. Yeah, and he's laying it off. It's over.
Oh, he just fucking spat out his mouth guard. Andrew Tate and Chase Demore had an absolute brutal 5th round.
But still, Demore right in front of him continues to strike. Tate eating shot after shot, trying to escape. This could be the beginning of the end. 49 seconds. Demore has nothing but time. Pounding away.
Andrew returning nothing. He needs to defend himself. If Chase Demore just got a bit of space, he'd be able to finish this.
Oh, if only that fucking didn't slide off of him. Look at that.
He'd be able to finish.
Oh, damn. Pillow punches. Dog, this is literally the fucking 5th round. You know how... I mean, these aren't like professional fighters, dude. You know how fucking tough it is to be, you know, out there for 3 whole minutes? Of course you're going to be gassed by the 5th round.
Tate trying to clinch for desperation, trying to stay alive. Demore stalking his prey.
Yeah, Andrew Tate finding out beating fighters his own size isn't as easy as beating trafficked Eastern European women. Oh, no. Woke is so back, boys. Round 2 for Woke 2.0. Ding, ding, ding. That's Woke 2.0, dude. Actually, I don't fucking know anything about this other guy, so. Andrew Tate post-fight in Misfits Boxing. It's better to try and lose than not try at all. I mean, true.
Yeah, I'm 10 years out, 4 years old. Gave it my all, but he's tough. I don't know what to say. He's really tough. Congratulations to him.
Do you think we'll be able to see you in here again?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back, watch the fight, make a decision, but Chase deserves this win. I'm really happy for him, genuinely.
Do you have a message to all the fans back home that are watching you?
It's better to try and lose than not try at all.
How the fuck did he even get out of jail? Brother, there was an entire New York Times investigation into this that we covered on the broadcast. The Trump administration directly pushed the Romanian authorities to allow him to leave the country. Baron Trump, maybe not after today, but prior to this day, was a huge Andrew Tate fan. What a fucking day, dude. What a day for anti-wokes. What a day for the anti-wokes. I mean, here's the other anti-woke.
So they wired it up a couple hours, like 3 in the morning. I can't sleep. My jaw's busted. They wired it up a couple hours ago, and it hurts every time I move my mouth. I lost tonight. I gave everything, and I still...
This is AI, right? This is not real, right? No, this is not real.
Lost. Feels like I let everyone down. I'm not unbreakable.
This is AI. There's no way this is real. No, I don't fucking believe that Jake Paul would... No, it's fucking AI, dude. He did actually break his jaw in 2 different areas. That's not a joke. The reason why I think it's AI is because there's no way he could talk like this, right? He just got a double jaw surgery. Am I tripping, or did Andrew Tate just kiss him? Oh my God, it's true, he did. Yeah, AJ broke Jake Paul's jaw in 2 different places. Anti-woke crusaders having a tough go. There's no way that Jake fucking Paul would allow himself to look this pathetic on camera willingly. He would never post this. Yeah. You the same size as AJ? He's an athlete though, brother? No, I'm not. He is 6'6", 245 pounds, and he's like 10% body fat. I am 6'4", 245 pounds, and 30% body fat. No, you're out of your fucking mind. I wish. Anthony Joshua is fucking ginormous. 30%, no shot. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but like, you get the point. I like that people are saying, yeah, you're 30%. No, I'm fucking exaggerating, chat. Imagine if you didn't sit all day long. I mean, there's not really much I can do currently, so. What every body fat percentage looks
Do you
like?
know your body fat percentage? Take a guess.
I'm gonna guess 21.
17. 15? Most people don't know their body fat percentage. Some people think they're way leaner than they are.
Ooh, that was a little bit harder than I thought.
Others are harder on themselves than they should be and find out they're closer to their goals than they realize.
Hell yeah.
And if you look up what different body fat percentages look like online, you won't find much help because if the numbers aren't completely made up, they're taken from less accurate measurements like calipers or handheld devices. And that confusion matters because your body fat percentage not only shapes how you look, it can also impact your health, sleep, performance, and how you feel about yourself. So in this video, I'm gonna take you through the full range from 50% body fat all the way down to 5%. Using real-life people that I measured myself.
That's my body fat
We'll see what
percentage.
each level looks like,
50%.
but we'll also hear about what it feels like
Pretty
to
much.
live at each level. I'll also show you where the average male and female lands. So as we go, try to figure out where you fall and where you'd like to be, depending on your own goals.
Yeah, I'm half
whether
fat.
that's strength, health, or physique. This is Joe. He's a 36-year-old dad, and before I show you his exact body fat percentage, this is what his life is like day to day.
I had low testosterone. Like my free testosterone was like 90, It kind of like made sense of like my lack of motivation, my lack of ambition.
On bioelectrical impedance, or BIA, Joe came in at 50.7% body fat, and on DEXA, he was 45.3%. So your body fat percentage was 45.
That's me for real, bro. Me and Joe like this, okay?
0.3.
No way.
That's lower than you thought.
That's actually,
Let's
yeah,
go.
yeah. I mean, it's bad, but like.
He said he wants to get that down to 25% by the end of the year, and I'm gonna help keep him accountable with that. So you need to be around 100 kilos. So that's about 220 pounds. If you want some accountability, we're here.
Yeah.
We can get you back in a year from now and see where you're at. Okay, and this is Alexis. She's a 19-year-old university student, and she said that day to day, she feels pretty good. What's your
Notice how 50% body fat in a woman is very different than 50% of body fat in a man. This is important to understand. Women have higher body fat percentages on average. It's normal. It is supposed to be higher, as a matter of fact. And I'm sure it's a fact that Jeff is also going to reflect on in a little bit. Very different. For example, like the unhealthy body fat percentage is sub 10 for men. And everybody is different. Some people can actually stay under 10% without any significant health complications. But like in general, I'm using averages here. Whereas for women, I believe it's like around, what is it, like 20, sub 20? No, not sub 20, maybe like, yeah, sub 20, I think.
energy like in the gym? Like, do you feel good?
In the gym, honestly, yeah. I love going to the gym.
Alexis measured at 47.2% on BIA and 48.2% on DEXA. And she told me that while she feels fine and doesn't struggle much in terms of day-to-day activities, for her long-term health, she does want to get down to a lower but still sustainable body fat.
Nobody fuck with Joe? No, I'm Joe, dude. What do you mean? Me and Joe are the same.
Percentage.
I want to go back to where I was like comfortable and confident like every single day leaving the house. I spent my first year at university and it was not a good time. I was eating a lot. I feel like my body has changed so much over the last year. Like I almost don't recognize myself. That's probably the like toughest thing.
Not everyone at this level had the same goal though. This is Daniel, and he had one of the coolest motivations for losing weight that I've ever heard.
I want to skydive.
You want to skydive?
Yeah, I want to do.
Okay, that's a new one. I have not heard that before. The weight limit for skydiving is 220 to 240 pounds. So over the next year, I'm gonna help him get there. Let's give you like a year and 2 or 3 months, all right? You're gonna come back here, get on the DEXA scan, and then you're gonna book your skydiving, all right? I'm not doing it with you though.
Lamau, your fat ass can never skydive. Sorry, true.
Yeah, I'm scared of heights. I will film you though. For long-term weight loss, I think having a purpose that speaks to you is crucial, especially if you want to lose a lot of weight, which can feel overwhelming. You need to have a good reason for why.
What happened in the news? We're taking a quick break, man. We'll get back to Candace Owens and Turning Point USA in a little bit. Fucking let me live, man. It's Saturday. I just interviewed a fucking congressperson.
You want to do it. What is fueling this for you?
Like I've got 2 children. Like I've got a 5-year-old and 8-year-old. My boy's 5, and like his sole purpose is to like beat me up. That's like straight up it. He wants to be stronger than me. He wants to beat me up.
And you just can't let him do that.
Exactly. And for as long as possible.
Okay, that's so cool. I like that. Just beat up your son.
Yeah.
And because weight loss often takes longer than people realize, a lot of people do struggle with staying motivated. A lot of people want to find motivation. And the thing is, like, it comes and goes, right? And the key to be able to run on that is to get the habit set up. So it's just like brushing your teeth, right? Like it becomes something you do. You build that trust in yourself over time that you're gonna actually execute on those habits. While speaking with people at this level, I realized that even simple day-to-day activities can be a struggle.
I'm always tired. Like I'm not like I want to sleep all day, but like I'm always fatigued.
This is the heaviest I've ever been.
That could be literally because you got a massive weight vest on at any point throughout your day, or also because of the unhealthy dietary choices that you've made that is probably also contributing to the fatigue.
It always feels like a battle. Like I'd lose
Could
weight.
also be sleep apnea at that point as well. Depression, sleep apnea. These are all things that I have, not sleep apnea, but like these are all things that I have experienced personally at that level of body fat percentage.
And then I would like gain it
which
back.
I certainly was at, by the way. I was joking when I say I'm at that point now, but like I definitely was at that.
To put on your shoes is
low
like,
test, another
it's
problem.
just uncomfortable. I never really care so much about my appearance, just about
Maybe I wasn't at 50% body fat, but like close enough.
the things I can do if I was not as big.
And what I found most interesting was that they assumed that if they could just get down to the leanest level, like single digits body fat, their exhaustion, energy crashes, and trouble sleeping.
Nope. If you get to single digit body fat, especially if your body is comfortable at this level of body fat, whoo, oh brother. I think like a healthy way to get down to that level of body fat is going to take years, and you're going to have to take many pauses along the way so your body readjusts to like being at that level of body fat percentage. If you just like burn all the way down to that point, you will yo-yo back, okay, for sure. That means you're probably not doing it in a healthy way. And also, regardless, unless you are already like a super skinny guy always, and you've literally grown up having, close to single digit body fat for some weird genetic reason, you're never going to be comfortable at a single digit body fat percentage. Most people are not comfortable at a single digit body fat percentage at all, because most people are never at a single digit body fat percentage.
Would all go away.
I'm pretty sure I would feel a lot better like this, right?
But interestingly, as we'll see, if you go too far in the other direction, these exact same issues come back around again.
Yep.
In fact, if you get super lean.
Yeah. Low T, depression, feeling like shit all the time. And honestly, if you are a guy who was at 50% body fat, by the time you get to 15% body fat, you'll probably still experience that. And not even like sub 10. You will be fucking exhausted. If you're like, I as someone who's gone through this, okay, I was super fucking obese, right? I was 320 pounds. And then I went over the years, lost all this weight and got all the way down to 220 pounds. And at that point, when I was at 220 pounds, that's 100 pounds of weight loss while still like, putting on muscle mass and all this stuff. It took like a year plus to get there. By the time I got there, I was at around 15, maybe 13% body fat. And I was feeling like absolute fucking death. Okay. Yeah. Isn't 20 to 25% body fat the optimal range for women? I mean, it's fine for men too. 20 to 25% is fine. I mean, maybe above 20 is for men a little bit. Like you're getting, but everyone's different. Everyone's different.
It can get really bad.
I know my body is tired and I just can't get to sleep. And when you're that lean, it's like the wind blows and you're
I wouldn't say optimal for men though.
And a little later, I'll show you
above
just
20
how bad
I
things
wouldn't
can
say
get
it's
at the
optimal for
very
men.
leanest level. Because unfortunately, an incident occurred between two subjects after filming that might have had something to do with mood changes that can come with extreme levels of leanness.
Okay, well, are we gonna have a problem then?
First, before we see what 40% looks like, I want you to take a guess at what body fat percentage the average man is and what body fat percentage the average woman is in the United States. No cheating by skipping ahead. I'll show you that a little later, so lock your guesses in. What body fat percentage the average man and the average woman in the US? Okay, this is Hamanish, and he measured in at 40.7% body fat on BIA and 37.2% on DEXA. And keep in mind, these numbers are very accurate. DEXA is often considered the reference standard for body composition in exercise science research and in clinical practice. It's very precise, and a 2020 review suggested that DEXA and MRI are actually comparably accurate for measuring body fat. And when combined with BIA, what I'm going to show you has tighter control and higher precision than most published exercise science studies, and it's going to be way more reliable than the online body fat charts that are out there, which use way less accurate tools and sometimes pure eyeballing, which can be way off, especially if there are differences in lighting. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly what each level looks like under the exact same lighting. Okay, so compared to 50%, you can see that at 40%, the waistline is down, the overall physique is leaner, but overall, body fat distribution is still similar. And this is Katie. She's a nurse who just became a personal trainer herself, and she measured in at 37.6% on DEXA and 40.3% on BIA. 40% body fat on women can look very different from person to person, depending on how much muscle they have and their individual body shape. And if we compare a male at 40% to a female at 40%, you can see that the female looks relatively leaner. That's because women store about 10 to 12% more essential fat than men, so 40% on a woman is visually more like 28 to 30% on a man. Men also tend to store more body fat around their stomach, lower back, and neck, while women tend to store more body fat around their hips and thighs. This is in part because estrogen promotes fat storage in the lower body, while testosterone promotes more visceral fat storage around the organs and midsection. That's a trend that'll continue.
For the record, that is like the visceral fat is also even more damaging. Is a more damaging type of fat too, or not visceral fat. Sorry, the dad fat that is like in your organs, like around your organs, is the most dangerous type, right? That's not visceral, right? That's like, you know how some dads, that's visceral. Okay, you know how some dads have like the tightest belly, where it almost feels like it's a fucking, like the dad fat when you got a dad whose like belly is just fucking protruding. And it's hard to the touch, but it's very clearly it's fat. You're round, you're rotund. That type of fat is the worst one. It literally rounds out. I had it like 3 years ago. Beer belly type is visceral fat, super bad.
At every body fat level. At 40%, how you feel day to day varies a lot from person to person too. Katie said that overall, she feels pretty good, has high energy, and her strength.
How do you differentiate between I have so fat on me, but that's just my body, and I need to lose weight, this is bad? I don't know. How you feel, chatter. And not how you feel because people are calling you like a fat ass or something. I mean like literally how you feel. Do you feel good? Do you feel healthy? Do you feel happy? Do you feel depressed? Do you have a hard time going upstairs? Do you have a hard time standing up? You know? Do you feel lethargic? Do you are you often sedentary? You know? That sort of stuff.
Is solid, while Matthew, who came in at 43.8%, said that he does struggle with sleeping and even some simple tasks like putting on his shoes.
Yeah, a lot of the shit that these guys are talking about, if you see yourself in them, that could be an indication that you might need to lose a little bit of weight.
Can be difficult.
I definitely feel it with sleep and stuff like that. I haven't been diagnosed with it, but like I know why I have sleep apnea. Like, if I fall asleep on my back, I'm gonna wake myself up snoring. Being conscious of what shoes I wear if I'm going somewhere where I might have to take my shoes off. Sometimes it's difficult to just like pop my shoes on, because I'm heavier.
At 40% body fat, men typically have a higher risk of cardiovascular disease and metabolic issues. But for women, the risk isn't as elevated. In both cases, though, exercising and eating a healthy diet can do a lot more than you'd think. Even if weight loss isn't occurring right away, research shows that exercise can still significantly improve your health, strength, and mental well-being. And if earlier you guessed that the average body fat percentage for an American woman is around 40%, you'd be pretty much right. Based on 2017 to 2018 NHANES data, the average American woman is about 39% body fat. Okay, now we're down to 30% body fat, and this is where things really start to change. This is Septarshi, and he was 30.1% on BIA and 33.3% on DEXA.
Your total body fat percentage is 33%.
Okay.
All right, but keep in mind, 30% can look quite different depending on your structure and how much muscle you have.
Yeah,
Septarshi measured in at 33.3%, and Greg measured in at 32.5% on the DEXA, so almost exactly the same. But Septarshi had 97 pounds of lean mass, and Greg had 150 pounds of lean mass. At this level,
but he's
how
also
much muscle you
taller.
carry can have a big impact on how you look.
You guys are the same body fat percentage. You had very different reactions. I feel like you were really disappointed and you were not.
30% is what some people would call the dad bod look. Assuming you lift weights, you should see some visible muscle outline in your arms and legs, but you're not quite lean enough to see a whole lot of detail or separation. But assuming you sleep well, eat healthy, and exercise, your energy levels should be pretty solid, and your performance in the gym should be good too.
I almost like the way I look a little bit with the fat on.
Yeah, hey.
It gives me the size, right?
I actually like that look too. But if you don't have those healthy lifestyle habits, 30% can definitely
That's a real dab on.
feel uncomfortable. And for men, 30% is still above
That's not
what
a dab
most
bod.
health
Oh my God. I mean, that
organizations
is like
would
what people
consider
consider to be a
optimal
dad
for
bod.
long-term
Yes.
health. And if earlier you guessed that the
30%.
average American male was 30%
Where
body
I'm
fat,
at.
you'd be pretty close. Based on 2017 to 2018 data, the average American male is about 27% body fat. So if you're a man with 30% body fat, you'd land right here. About 40% of men have a body fat percentage higher than you, and about 60% of men have a body fat percentage at or below you. So if you're at this level and you'd like a smart nutrition app that can coach you to a leaner physique, try out MacroFactor. I'm a part owner, we've got over 400,000 users, and I'll put a link to a 2-week free trial in the description box below. Okay, so this is what 30% body fat looks like on a male, and this is what 30% body fat looks like on a female. This is Brecken, and she measured at 28.4% body fat on DEXA and 28.2% body fat on BIA. So just a little under 30%. According to the American College of Sports Medicine, this is a healthy and sustainable body composition for a lot of women. Your body fat percentage, 28.0.
It's crazy. Like 30% body fat on a woman is like outline of abs, like straight up. You know what I mean? Like you are in great shape.
Hey, nice.
Yeah, so you're obviously squarely within the healthy range.
Of course, once again, remember, very different between women and men, but also very different between women and men as well. It's all about where your body stores your fat. Okay, very different, or how your muscles look.
Once you account for female
How much
essential
muscle mass
fat,
you have,
30%
how
on
your
a woman
muscles
is
look
about
in
the same as
general.
20% on a man.
Very difficult to
Here,
discern.
energy levels and performance in the gym tend to be great.
I feel like I wake up with a lot of energy, especially compared to my partner who I live with.
And 30% on a woman is leaner than most people realize.
I just feel like we hear 15, 10, like we hear such low numbers all the time. I think someone would look at you and be like, oh, you look amazing. But they wouldn't think like 28%.
The pictures on Google too, they're so different. I'm like, it shows 30% and I'm like, that is not anything that
Agree. Exactly. That's why I want to do this, to give people like an updated standard. In the USA, if you're 30% body fat as a female, suddenly only about 10% of women are leaner than you, and about 90% of women have a higher body fat. All right, we're just past the halfway point on our journey from 50% all the way down to 5% body fat. And here, at 20%, we're really starting to lean out. Based on my time on the internet, most people seem to think that a male at 20% body fat looks something like this. But it actually looks like this. This is Jay, and he came in at 20.8% body fat on DEXA and 18.6% on BIA. So yeah, really close to 20%. And you'll notice once again that even at the same body fat percentage, your look can vary quite a bit depending on your bone structure and muscle mass. Nicholas came in at 19% on DEXA, but because he's shorter and he carries more muscle, his 20% looks quite a bit different from Jay's 20%. And I'm shorter than both of them, and 20% on me looked like this. Last year, I bulked up to 20.6% body fat, and this was my physique. You see, just because you're 20% doesn't mean you're gonna look or feel like someone else at 20%. We all have different genetic set ranges where our bodies are most comfortable. 20% body fat for me actually feels too high. I felt sluggish and bloated. For me, my body's a lot more comfortable.
You think this is yours? No, I'm above 20. I'm probably like 25 right now. I'm fat,
set
Chad.
range is highly genetic, and it's a little different for everyone. For some men, it's a bit higher.
At my like when I was constantly shirtless, in all the fan cams and shit, I was at like around 15%, 16% body fat. But now I'm probably like 25.
Let's say 20 to 25%.
Don't ask me, I have body dysmorphia. I'm stupid.
If they try to get below 20%, they start to feel hungry, depleted, and low energy. In that case, I think maintaining a slightly higher level at around 20% is actually smart, so you avoid constant yo-yo dieting. Assuming you lift weights at 20% body fat, your arms and shoulders will have some noticeable definition. And under good lighting, you should even see the outline of your abs when you flex them. For men, research shows that this can be a sustainable and healthy body composition to maintain. For most people, energy levels and performance in the gym should be really solid. And if you're 20% body fat, you're probably leaner than you think. Only about 12% of men are leaner than this in the US. So if you get to 20% body fat, you're actually in a very small group. And for women, this is what 20% body fat looks like. This is Christina, who's been training consistently for over 10 years, and she measured at 21.4% on DEXA.
What if I can see my abs at 50%? Will I be a god at 20? You cannot see your abs at 50% body fat, chatter. The fuck are you talking about? That's like literally impossible unless you're like built like a One Piece character and you store all the fat in your cheeks or something, both your ass cheeks and your face cheeks.
18.5% on BIA. Here, you can definitely see visible muscle shape and more definition through the midsection. For some, this level of body fat will be lower than where your body is comfortable. For others, this can be healthy and sustainable.
You are 18.3%
47.
body fat.
Stop it.
She's
But
47
given
years
that
old.
20%
Goddamn.
is where a lot of pro-female athletes sit, I was a little surprised to see that some women still thought 20% was a bit too high.
No, like I want to look cut. Like I want to look like, oh my god, like she's jacked.
Yes, you do. You actually do. I don't know if you know that or not.
Remember, 20% on a female is closer to 10% on a male. And here's the
Could you please turn out the pseudoscience and put one of those videos about the no nut benefits timelines, please? Oh shit, you're right. Why are we listening to fucking Jeff science-based lifter Nippard here? We should be listening to the fucking based alpha chads who will levitate after their 8th month of not jerking off.
thing. If you're a woman, you have 20% body fat in the US, less than 1% of the female population is leaner than you. Actually, only about 2% of women in the United States have a body fat percentage under 25. So unless you're genetically very lean or you want to maintain a certain level of leanness for your sport, this is about as lean as most women can realistically sustain and hold while still feeling healthy and performing optimally. All right, next stop. Now we're down to 15% body fat. And this is where things get interesting. This is my friend Shamar, who's lost 25 pounds since the last time I saw him, and he came in at 15.3% on DEXA, 15.4% on BIA. At this level,
around where
you
I
can
was
see
at
clear
my
muscle
peak.
separation, even some vascularity, especially in the biceps and forearms. Your abs will be clearly visible, even under average lighting, but I still wouldn't call this extreme leanness. I actually think most men should be able to maintain this level of leanness year-round, as long as you train hard and you pay attention to your diet. It'll take some discipline, but it's realistic. That said, if you have a genetically
Is Hector on something to reach that level? That's crazy.
higher body fat set range, you may notice hunger creeping in at around this level. So if you're trying to maintain 15% body fat, you will need to pay attention to your food environment. If there are a lot of processed, delicious foods around the house, you'll probably quickly snack your way up to 20%. Your gym performance and strength should be really good at this level, and most people shouldn't have to suffer too much to get there. But you might be surprised. If you're coming from a higher level of body fat, hitting 15% might take some serious dedication.
Yes, 100%. For someone like myself, because my body is so much more comfortable staying at 20+% body fat, getting down to 15% body fat is incredibly difficult. I just ate a bunch of ice cream last night. Thanks for showing us this. You got it. It does require a serious dedication for sure. And getting rid of the treats that you have all around your house, or in my case, what I have been able to do, or what I used to be able to do, not when my fucking family is around, is substitute the treats for healthier alternatives that don't taste as good. But once you get used to it, it's much easier to just like put aside.
15.6.
15.6, man, okay.
I'm telling you right now,
Yeah.
the DEXA is the ego killer.
Yeah, I'm doing more than the average bear to be low body fat, so.
But let me ask you, are you happy with your physique?
Yes, overall I'm happy with it. Made a lot of progress.
And your performance?
Yep, yeah, no, I feel fine. And
Well, then that's enough, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Still, if you have more muscle mass and you're genetically leaner, you might be able to cruise down to 15%.
To be fair, it also requires dedication to maintain a 40% body fat too. Yeah, not for me. I could do 40% easy. I wouldn't even have to think about it, dude. As a matter of fact, if I stop thinking about it, I get the 40%.
Without much struggle at all.
I feel way better.
Yeah.
I'm 25 pounds down.
Yeah, 25?
Yeah, I'm my pounds are better, my vascularity's better.
Here's what I think. I think it's because you've taken your time.
Yeah.
On the crash diet.
Very slow.
You're still training super hard.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
You know, so when you get rid of the fat surrounding you, you actually look bigger.
I look bigger.
You do look bigger.
You look bigger.
Yeah.
I feel like I look bigger.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that happens.
Regardless, 15% is leaner than you think. Only about 2% of American men are below this level of body fat. And for women, 15% looks like this. Meet Vanessa.
Yes.
She's currently
super.
training for a High Rocks competition, which is a hybrid event that combines running and various exercise stations. And she came in at 15.7%.
Remember though, at that point, like she's 4'11", at 15%, she is super duper lean. This would be a very uncomfortable level of leanness for most women. But I suspect that, like, given how physically fit she is, like, this is not even borderline unhealthy. For many women, this would be unhealthy. But the reality is, like I said, for every body is different. Every person's body is totally different. Okay? So she probably is naturally a very slim person, a very skinny person. And this is her with like muscle mass put on. Like this is not a normal, this is not even remotely a normal or even, dare I say, healthy body fat percentage for women unless they're, unless they're unique at this point. And also this looks very different. 15% looks very different on women. Women have a lot more variability with the way that they look at the same exact body fat percentage than even men do. You might have noticed that as well. And that's literally because of like the way that people store fat. Women have different places that they store fat than men do, as Jeff also brought up. And that is a big part of the reason why two different women at 15% will look dramatically different.
Body fat on DEXA, 14.8% on BIA. And like I said, since women need about 10 to 12% body fat just for basic survival needs, this level of leanness is typically only seen in serious athletes preparing for a specific event. For a lot of women, this is where things can start to take a negative turn, especially if you're sustaining this level of leanness for a long period of time. Your hunger hormones can increase, energy can drop off, and you may lose your menstrual cycle. Staying this lean for years can also cause bone mineral loss and gut issues.
How's your hormonal health? It's sensitive. I don't want to put extra stress on my system. Okay. Otherwise, my period will get kind of wonky or like my sleep will get kind of messed up.
That said, there definitely is a fraction of women who seem to do fine at this level without any major issues. Still, for most women, 15% will be low, and sitting closer to 20% is going to feel healthier and more sustainable for long-term health. And I don't know, I think this is cool. Two of these people are the exact same body fat percentage, which goes to show that just because you have the same number as someone else doesn't necessarily mean you're going to look like them.
I saw a YouTube personality, the weight that she was aiming for, said that was sustainable for her was way too light compared to me. But because we were the same height and like had similar goals, I like pointed to her and was like, that's what I should do. But it wasn't sustainable or safe for me to do that.
Even if you're the same height, weight, and body fat percentage, you can still have drastically different metabolisms from someone else.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone truly is their own unique person, and you have to figure out what goal makes most sense for you.
Yeah, and what's most sustainable.
Exactly.
Okay, at this point, we've gone from 50% body fat all the way down to 12%. This is Jimmy, and he came in at 12.1% on DEXA, 13.8% on BIA. And as you can see,
bro's got titties on him, bro. Jesus Christ, Jimmy.
This is a very, very fit look. At this level, most men will have a fully defined six-pack with just a little fat covering the lower abdominals and a little fat left on the lower back. But at 12%...
Yeah, bro, the fucking abdominal fat and the muffin top is like... It's just... impossible to deal with. It fucking sucks.
You should be lean enough to see some visible striations, especially when you flex under good lighting.
I want people to appreciate, like, this is a true 12...
Also, as seen above, being short... like I am is just basically steroids. Yes. If you are below 5'10", you literally walk into the gym and sneeze in the direction of a weight and you will instantly put on muscle. Listen, this is the one area. This is the one fucking area where short kings absolutely have us talls beat. Okay. It's fucking insane. I don't know what it is. You go to the gym, you're like 5'7". You go to the gym, you just touch a weight and you get brawling.
% physique.
For most men, your performance will still be solid in the gym, but to be honest, Most men won't be able to maintain this level of leanness without some serious discipline. You'll most likely need to track your calories or follow.
I was talking about men. I don't know
Most
about
men
women. I don't know
won't
how it
just
works
sit
for
here
women.
without some active dietary restriction. Some men will be able to maintain 12%, no problem. But for most men, this is about as low as you can go without feeling.
5'10" isn't short. No, that's why I said sub 5'10". Okay, no, it's not. 5'9" isn't short either. 5'8" isn't short either. But 5'7", you're starting to near the short king territory a little bit.
Like you're constantly dieting. 12% body fat is lean, much leaner than people realize. In fact, a recent data report of over 9,000 American men revealed just how many people are actually below 12% body fat.
How many out of the 9,000 do you think were under?
I'm a 5-foot chud. Is it over? No, dude. What the fuck? Your height and your weight and the way you look can cause hurdles, but they're not hurdles you can't climb, okay? There's no such thing. It's only as big as a problem as you make it for yourself. That's it. This is something that I have consistently talked about, and it pisses people off.
12% body fat?
200. Maybe 500.
500?
500. 9,000 people, 400 people.
One person.
What? One
person.
Oh my
Isn't that crazy? So it goes to show like how lean that really is when you compare it to the general population, right?
For women, 12% is virtually unheard of outside of bodybuilding stages. At this level, you're just about down to only having essential body fat left. Performance-enhancing drugs are often needed to get this lean, and
yeah, bro, at that point, it's like you get... What's up? Hello? What's going on? Okay.
even then, strength and energy in the gym will almost always take a hit. Chances are you'll be constantly thinking about food. Just ask Alicia here.
I crave a lot of chocolate. A lot of chocolate. Like, I thought I was buying like a small bag of like chocolate chips, but then I ordered like a really large bag.
Okay.
And I like craving them, and I was just like handful and like ate them, and I'm like, I don't even know why I did that.
You are like me. That has literally been.
I was gonna say, this is like the level of body fat that you're at here is like fucking skipping a meal is gonna be life altering. Okay. Like there are different body fat percentages like at competition level. Like you skip a couple meals, you might fucking die.
And me, the last week with chocolate chips.
Yeah.
On oatmeal.
She's a pro bodybuilder, hoping to get back on stage soon, and she came in at 12.2% body fat on DEXA, 14.7 on BIA.
So I'm just kind of like go all day, but then when I get home and I'm finally like.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, oh my God, I'm hungry. I could eat the world. Like, I want to eat everything.
Okay, on our journey from 50%, we've got a couple levels of leanness left to go, and it gets pretty intense. For men at around 10% body fat, I've got 3 different examples. Nicholas came in at 10.5%, Ali at 9.0%, and my latest DEXA also came back at 9.0% body fat. At this level, your abs will be clearly defined, and you should have visible separation in all the heads of any given muscle. In all 3 of us, you can see a clear outline of the different heads of the triceps and noticeable striations through our chest and shoulders. At 9 or 10%, your midsection will be pretty ripped, and there shouldn't be any noticeable pouches of fat anywhere on your back or legs. Here I am at 9%, and you can see clear separation between all the heads of my quads and feathering in my back and hamstrings. 9% is very lean. I was even surprised that Ollie clocked in at 9% because his arms look so shredded and vascular, I honestly expected him to be closer to 7 or 8%. But that's the thing, 9 to 10% is leaner than people think. The fitness community has said for years that
10 to 12, 10
is the healthy, not too lean sweet spot that men should aim for.
You can get all the definition that you want and still have performance capabilities without sacrificing quality of your life.
But I'm not sure that's true. Getting down to or just below 10% body fat usually requires a lot more sacrifice than many people are willing to make. And for the vast majority of men, 10% probably simply won't be sustainable without some serious dietary restriction and highly disciplined training. I do this as a career. I think I'm genetically leaner than most people, and getting to 10% was harder than I expected. But genetics are huge, and some people can maintain 10% body fat without any major issues, for sure.
How do you feel day to day?
Great, honestly. Like this would probably be my my default.
Really, the fact that you are performing well, you're feeling good, your energy is good at that percentage. Okay, this is good, healthy percentage for you, right?
This is the power of genetics, but that's the thing. I think most guys who actually do get to or just below 10% are usually genetically leaner, and so they can hold it a lot more easily. Then those guys make the suggestion that that's...
Yes. You need to recover from your ankle quick. Woke 2026 coming back fast. Return to thirst traps. Oh, don't worry. I'll be there.
The sustainable sweet spot, not realizing that most people will have to struggle to get...
So glad Hasan is distracted and can't keep pausing this boring video. Bro, I don't understand why people get so fucking butthurt about like what I'm watching. You know what I mean? Or what I'm enjoying. Like, obviously, I like Jeff. I like this content. The video is pretty good. He's literally taking the most like anti-ED approach you possibly can, antibody dysmorphia approach you possibly can to an otherwise difficult to discern subject matter. It's a very healthy outlook overall. And people still, the wokers in the chat still find a way to get mad about it.
There. And for them, it may not be worth it. So unless you have really good genetics, you most likely won't just end up at 10% body fat. It's certainly an achievable goal, but for most people, it will be a challenge and it will require some serious dietary structure. Oh, and for women, most research cites 10% body fat as the leanest level biologically possible. So I do not recommend getting to this level unless you're doing it for a short-term competitive purpose, ideally under the supervision of a coach or a medical professional.
Yeah, motherfuckers be like, can we watch a video on how many trees are in Skyrim?
But I did manage to find a couple examples.
Sounds awesome.
AJ is a professional bikini competitor, and her DEXA scan came back at...
Whoa! Y'all are so autistic, bro. I swear to God, this chat is like, oh my God, let's watch that instead. Oh my God.
I have never seen this in my life.
What is
9.9.
But this level of body fat doesn't come without serious side effects.
It feels terrible. It feels so bad.
If I brush my hair, a lot of hair comes out. I haven't had a period in quite a long time. My last period might have been May. I know it's going to take a while to get it back.
Gia is also a national level competitor, and she came back even leaner, 9.1% body fat. Absolutely mind-blowing. But again, this is a very short-term thing that I wouldn't recommend outside of very serious competitive contexts.
3 weeks ago, I started to notice like a significant dip in my energy levels to the point where I would stand up and I'd be like, whoa. And just like walk.
Like for me, this is a deeply unhealthy level of body fat percentage, but this is like, again, super, super, super specific circumstances. Okay. Most people are never getting there, but I literally at 15% would get to that level when I first lost all the weight. Like I would get lightheaded and shit at 15%, which is crazy, but it's not so crazy when you realize that like for most of my life, I was at like 35 to 40% body fat.
Walking up the stairs or just walking because like it felt like such a chore.
Yeah. And food cravings at this level are usually absolutely out of control.
I went out for
her body is just eating her organs at this point is right. Like there is literally just like bare minimum fucking body fat at that point. It's just like
rolls of sushi and
really
Five
bad.
Guys plus fries plus eat that entire day. Your body is metabolizing it so quickly. But like, the more you eat, the more your body wants food. So
given the extreme health risks of going any lower, this is the leanest level I'll be showing for women, but there's still 2 levels left for men. And the last level gets pretty wild. Okay, 8% body fat is what I would consider shredded. This is Luke. He's a professional natural physique competitor 2 weeks out from his competition. And his body fat came back at 8.4% on DEXA.
Of course, he's 5'6". This is what I mean. Short Kings, you got this, okay?
9.5% on BIA. At this level of leanness, you'll have clear, deep striations in almost all your muscle groups. Usually the
5% is Ronaldo levels? No, dog. 5% is Ronaldo is like 8% too.
Only muscle not fully striated at 8% body fat is your glutes. And that may sound awesome, and you do look super ripped, but if you are willing to make the sacrifices necessary to get here...
Gay guy fat. Yeah, this guy's fat for West Hollywood Equinox.
you're still going to have to deal with some side effects. Your testosterone usually starts to drop off simply because your body is sending every signal to just go find some food. No time for reproduction, you need to eat. No time for sleep, you need to eat. You might be thinking about food all day and night.
If you could have one cheat meal right now, what would it be?
Sushi.
I didn't even have to think.
Now, while there may be a few extreme genetic outliers who can get here without any serious discomfort, the vast majority of men will only be able to sustain this level of leanness for a short period of time.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Can you start reciting that backwards for me, starting at G?
Dude, I couldn't do that even if I wanted.
But do you find that you have like brain fog, like you can't always get the words you want and that kind of thing?
Big time.
Yeah.
I'm running in like slow motion at all times. The littlest of things can annoy me and agitate me so much.
If you want to get to 8% body fat for a photo shoot or a competition, I do think there is a relatively healthier way to do it.
What was it that you guys did at the One Piece Gym? Oh, it was nowhere near as comprehensive as this. It was a regular in-body where you touch it and stuff. And what did mine say at that one? Does anyone remember? I had a fairly low body fat percentage. I think it was like lower than Austin and Will, or was it higher than Austin? It was higher than Austin, lower than Will's, maybe. One Piece was a gimmick? No, it wasn't a fucking gimmick, dude. It was an in-body scanner, which is again super unreliable. It's not. I think it was like 13% or something, and Will was like 18%.
As a male, eat high protein, don't diet too quickly.
Austin has a lower body fat percentage than you be, so for real. No, I think I thought I was gonna have the highest, but I didn't have the highest. I think Will had the highest, and I think I might have even beat Austin, unless I'm misremembering, which was crazy because I don't think I mean, it was all on camera. Do you guys not remember? Fuck.
Foods and try to keep your cool. But it can get tricky after the diet is over. That's because your body is constantly screaming at you to eat more. And so a lot of men will quickly rebound in weight, oftentimes shooting over where they were before they even started. That's why I don't usually recommend getting to single-digit body fat unless you have a really good reason for it and a solid plan for after the diet is over. But there's still one level left to go.
People don't realize to get to 5%, that's like a next level kind of dieting.
I personally think it's impossible for most men without enhancement.
Not to be too woke, but why would competitions like this exist? Since it really does seem to harm the contestants at 8% body fat. What? Dude, what do you mean? It's about pushing yourself to the fucking limit, dude. That's why it's a competition. It's like saying, why does American football exist? You know? Why does any athletic endeavor exist? This is a totally different thing than like the other kinds of athletic endeavors, but like, yeah, that's the whole point. You're doing something that most human beings cannot even come near at all.
It's very hard because it drives the muscle up, and so you get the percentage down.
Okay, so we started at 50%, and now we're all the way down to 5% body fat. This is Lachlan, and he's 3 weeks out from a classic physique competition. And he came in at 5.5% on DEXA.
That's crazy.
And 3.1% on BIA.
5.5. Ooh. Shredded, man. I told you. That's awesome.
This is an extreme, borderline dangerous level of leanness. And it generally only makes sense in the context of bodybuilding contest prep. At this level, you'll have dense, grainy muscle separation. And honestly, it's very, very difficult to achieve without anabolic assistance, simply because as you naturally cut down below 6, 7, or 8%, your body starts to eat away at your muscle. No matter what you do, the side effects to get this lean are gonna be rough. Your body's gonna be sending you every possible signal to please go eat, all hours of day and night. And it's interesting, because the fitness industry praises leanness so much, a lot of people think the leaner you get, the healthier you get. But that isn't true.
The body fat that I'm at right now is not attainable long term. The little tasks in life become the most challenging. Getting out of your car to walk into work, it's like you gotta sit there and think, oh shit, I gotta go do this. You know what the irony is? We both go through the same problems, but we both have different goals and journeys in life.
And this is where it gets crazy, because I do think this level of leanness, especially combined with certain special supplements, can cause people to act in ways.
Yeah, the problem is this level of leanness is virtually impossible to get to. The other level of leanness at 50% is not so impossible to get to, at least for someone like myself. Okay.
They no longer recognize. After filming this video, Lachlan ran into
127.30 in this
our 9%
video.
subject at the gym
So,
and
in the
acted
moments that I
completely
gave-
out of line.
My studio is for posing and for other stuff, not to be on a phone call. Why can't you go down there? You don't need the lighting for this. Go somewhere else. This is the posing room. This is not, dude. The posing is downstairs. I'm not trying to be a bitch. Skinny before I snap. Okay, so what? Can you talk to me?
It's crazy that this guy literally got outed for doing roid rage.
No, brother. No, you're not brother, dude. Why are you being so? This isn't a live streaming spot, dude. If you want to go do that, you can do that outside. You can do that over there. I need the lighting to post.
The incident ended up going viral on social media, and to be honest, my initial reaction was to think it was staged. What are the chances that two subjects from this video just happened to run into each other and get in an altercation the very next week? So after the incident, I wanted to give them both a call to make sure everything was all right and to get their thoughts on why this happened.
What would I say to him? Well, I would apologize and tell him that I apologize for the way I handled things, because I do take responsibility. That was not who I am. I reacted out of emotion and not logic.
Also, Jeff knows personally what roid rage looks like. If you recall, fucking roid raging psycho literally physically assaulted him, like neck punched him. I forget who it was, but there was this other fucking bodybuilder guy who straight up attacked him at this fucking gym that he was working out at.
And that happens to people sometimes. It happened to me. I feel bad. I'll learn from it. I'll grow from it. That's how I roll. Okay.
First of all, I didn't expect the video to do it the way it did. I don't feel so good about it because he's getting out of 8.
Ali had a good attitude about the situation too, reiterating that it's never okay to body shame someone, and we want the gym to be a place where everyone feels safe and welcome, no matter their shape or their size.
Yeah. You know what's funny, Jeff, is like I've never had any sort of experience with feeling any different while using that sort of supplementation. But it's almost like this video made me think, like, oh man, maybe I did roid rage. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know if roid rage is like a real thing or not. Like, I haven't seen much in the way of like actual science about it, but anecdotally, like you do tend to see that like the higher dosage guys, like they do tend to let their temper get the best of them more often, but it seems to be very individual. I mean, I agree
The
with
fuck
you.
is roid rage? It's just when people are taking anabolic steroids like testosterone supplements and things of that nature, they just snap and they're like impossible to fucking deal with. Yeah, it's emotional dysfunction. I mean, you do basically become a fucking caveman when you take steroids. Like you are unironically bricking your brain. I mean, a lot of smarter steroid users will openly cop to that. Testosterone is a very powerful hormone, you know? Some men look to that and think that's like good and cool. And that's where the toxic masculinity comes in. It's not a good thing at all.
Like it's not an excuse, and it should be like that type of behavior is not acceptable for sure, obviously. But I think like it's a contributing factor, you know, like it is a contributing factor. Okay, so with all of this in mind, if you want,
It's unironically one of the reasons why, aside from my addictive personality, that I have shied away from using steroids, even though I
best
don't have an issue
combination
with
of
them.
health, performance, and aesthetics, what's the ideal body fat percentage for you? Well, I know I detailed a lot of different body fat percentages in this video, but honestly, the precise number doesn't matter as much as you think. That said, for most women, 20 to 30% is usually the sweet spot. But genetic differences are huge, so if you fall outside that range, it doesn't necessarily mean you're automatically unhealthy. Not at all. In fact, the American College of Sports Medicine recommends 20 to 32% as the optimal, healthy range for women. Going a bit higher or a bit lower isn't game over. For men, the ACSM cites 10 to 22% as the healthy range. I think 10 to 20% is the sweet spot though. If your main goal is lean aesthetics, aim for the lower end of that range, so 10 to 15%. If your main goal is maximum strength performance,
You take
the upper end
roids,
of that.
right? He said he takes something to help him in the gym. Don't eat. No, I don't. I don't know where you got that from. I said I would be down to do it, but no, I have not. Brother, if I took steroids, you would know. Okay, worst bait of all time. If I took steroids, you would fucking know. I think you might be thinking of creatine, which is not anything. It's not a. Just a supplement.
Range might be a bit better, so 15 to 20%. And
A
since
lot
the
of your
body
haters
fat
have been saying that on Reddit or Twitter. I love that. I love when they say that because it's a compliment. But it also kind of demonstrates how stupid they are, especially because most people that have been to the gym, even for like a little bit, will recognize that I do not have the body of a steroid user. I wish I did, but that's not the case. Like, that's not even remotely the case.
charts currently online really aren't the best. Here's one that I put together using the real life subjects in this video if you want a screenshot. But honestly, if you're trying to get healthier, I think rather than fixating on a specific body fat percentage, you should focus on how you're moving, how you're training.
That's kind of whack. Why would you be down to use them? I mean, naturally, when someone gets to a certain age, your body stops producing testosterone. At which point, I feel like there is a benefit to still producing a level of testosterone that you would when you are younger.
How you're eating and how you're feeling. What matters isn't the perfect percentage. It's finding a range where you can live a healthy and balanced.
Oh, did I say it stops producing testosterone? I meant it starts decreasing the testosterone production. No, of course you don't stop producing testosterone. If you have stopped producing testosterone, you definitely need TRT. I just meant you stop producing as much testosterone. Your body pack a lot of muscles naturally, but your lift numbers are what really shows you are natty. Yeah, my lift numbers are very weak. That's another way you can tell when someone is natural as well, I guess, to a certain degree. But you can mostly just tell from the way someone looks. Weak? Yes. I think I'm very, very weak. I'm incredibly weak. Are you kidding me? I mean, for the level of experience that I have, as a at this stage, somewhat experienced lifter, I'm, the fact that I'm doing, the fact that I can't even clear 225 easily for 12, which is what I could do at my peak with ease. It's pretty fucking weak. I'm not weak compared to the average person, but someone at my like if I had taken steroids at a certain point in my life, or if I was I don't know, at 225 for bench, you're still in the top 10 to 15% for 35-year-olds. I know, but that's why I'm saying, like, I shouldn't be. I should be higher than that. Your levels at the One Piece gym?
17%? It's not bad at all.
I legitimately thought I'd be in the 30s.
Yeah, you have a mental illness.
We're not on vacation, we're working, okay?
We are on vacation. We're eating like we're on vacation.
I'm not on vacation.
Hop up there, Twink. Let's see the sub 10. Come on.
Oh yeah. So Will was 17.
Well, let's let the record show. I'm going for self-induced twink death as I enter my 20s.
Into the Twink Council. Oh, you have body.
That I have lower body fat percentage than you. The machine is broken. It does not make sense that I have lower body fat percentage than you. The machine is broken.
No, you have body dysmorphia. You were
15.3%. You went before Will. Yeah, also, these are not accurate. These are inaccurate readers. What was Austin? So I was 15.3, Will was 17, and Austin was what? Yeah, bro, this was literally this year. This was a...
So skinny.
Dude, no. This was this year, chatter. This was the beginning of this year. Oh, eyvallah. Ha. Kırmızı ve beyazı verir misin? Var. Sosları verir misin? Niye? Peki. All right. Your beard turned gray this year? I mean, it was gray over there too.
Even in the last year.
No.
You've been fasting for every day from 5 a.m. to like 5 p.m.
That's probably why I have a low percentage in me right now, because I haven't eaten. Hayır. O ne? O işte tamam, kırmızı. Evet. Evet. Hayır, bu doğru kapta. All right, anyway, let's get back to it. We're done with this. Shouts out to Jeff. Best HasanAbi head out there. Best to ever do it. Are we out of content? What are we watching right now, chat? No, we're not out of fucking content, dipshit. Jesus Christ, I fucking can't stand so many people. God damn, dude. One fucking sidestep. First of all, this community is fucking unbearable. I will take ownership over this, but I absolutely have created and cultivated and designed a community that is unimaginably unbearable. The fucking first sign that we move away from maximum politics and 5,000 people left. Like, literally, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe we're doing something that's not immediately talking about like growing anti-Semitism in the country or shit like that. I'm out. Fuck this. That's not how things used to go. People were used to a more diverse, diverse realm of interest in this community. It is fucking unbearable, okay? It is fucking unbearable. At least like people used to do that during gaming. Now they don't even do that for like any other variety that isn't immediately political, okay? It's crazy. Fat people don't want an hour lecture on how we should work out more. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, let's get back to Candace Owens, who responded to Ben Shapiro shitting on Candace Owens yesterday. And this video literally has 1.8 million views in one day, okay, from yesterday. And it is chock full of some of the most insane anti-Semitism I have ever encountered.
Audience just went kaput. People just stopped watching his podcast because he was screaming at Americans that we needed to prioritize Israel. And people just didn't feel that way. Okay, it's not our country. I'm sorry that that happened to you, but why do Americans need to be screamed at about what's happening in the Middle East? Anyways, throughout this time, Brian Mast was wearing an IDF uniform in Congress, and he basically said that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. And when I saw this, as shared by Yashar Ali on X, I responded and I said that genocidal language, no matter who shares it, is always wrong. Genocide is always wrong is what I tweeted, and this caused an emotional breakdown amongst people who support Israel. I didn't think that was a controversial statement. I thought that was sort of what we all believed in. Genocide is always wrong. Anyways, for Ben, he then had some private event, probably at another Jewish donor's house, and somebody caught him standing on a table insulting me over my genocide is always wrong tweet. Take a listen to what Ben had to say.
Yeah, by the way, congratulations to Ben Shapiro for one, literally developing Candace Owens as a talent, knowing full well that she was anti-Semitic and not giving a shit about it because she was pro-Israel, only to then literally fire her for her anti-Israel position, knowing full well that she was already anti-Semitic, which offered her a major fucking lifeline and a major point of legitimacy, because now she had actually suffered repercussions as a consequence of her anti-genocide position, which then gave her anti-Semitic point of view a lot more legitimacy in the eyes of the public. And that's precisely where we're at now. Another person who basically designed this system suffering from the consequences. Isn't that great?
The question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt. I think I can't, what was that? Yeah, I mean, she still works for my company. I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
Disreputable, disgraceful. She works at my company. You can imagine that the internet went crazy because they wanted me to respond to him. I can't believe this. They work together, they're colleagues. Somehow this gets leaked. And I want to mention, because it's very relevant, that was on the morning of November 14th. I was 6 days away from giving birth. I was very heavily pregnant. Anyways, I wake up to this, and shockingly, nobody from the Daily Wire steps in to manage the situation. And as you can imagine, virtually every journalist, every person with a media platform was contacting me to comment, to respond to me being insulted by someone. I'm about to give birth, I'm being insulted, and they're not getting anything from the Daily Wire. So I am obviously frustrated. You should also tell you, I had no PR at this time. My PR was the internal PR at the Daily Wire. And it was very clear that their focus was on protecting Ben, even though he was the one who insulted me publicly, because I said that genocide is always wrong. That is the genesis of that statement. That's all I said. Obviously, I wanted to respond angrily to the press. I wanted to hit back at Ben. And I guess you could sort of say my perspective was an eye for an eye, but my husband, who is a better person than me, instructed me that morning to instead take a deep breath, relax, okay? Don't think about what you're feeling in the moment. Think about how you're going to feel in the future. And he instructed me to instead read the Bible, the Sermon on the Mount. And I read through it, and he reminds me that everybody who wants to comment, they don't care about me either, right? They're selling headlines, they want the clicks, they want the drama, and I'm going to feed into that for what reason? For what reason, actually, am I going to give a comment and say something about Ben Shapiro? Blessed are the peacemakers, right? Don't buy into this click culture. And so I tweeted that actually my husband was right. I called for peace. I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers. And I made the mistake, I guess it was a mistake, that after I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers, and I'm thinking that I'm going to be commended when I get back to work. Like, wow, you really took the high road. I ended this biblical passage with Christ is king. Christ is the king. Like, he's the only thing that matters. Obviously, Christ is king. Now, it was just Tucker Carlson's luck that I had been slated to come on his news show the very next day. He had booked me 6 weeks earlier. I got approval from Daily Wire. He booked me for November 15th. So suddenly Ben gets on this table. He insults me. It's trending all over Twitter. And Tucker Carlson is going to be the first person to capture my reaction to it. And when it came time, I kept up with the peacemaker. I made the decision to just take the high road. I said, I don't want that to negatively impact how people perceive the Daily Wire. There are great people there. I mean, I wouldn't be proud on that, but I'm not taking the bait here. I didn't say anything snipey back at Ben because I didn't want to feed the mob. That was my honest perspective. My husband was just right. And also, we're talking about a work colleague, right? Somehow, me taking the high road made him angrier. So here's what he did. Elsewhere in my interview with Tucker, he asks me who I look up to, who I like. And I told Tucker the truth that it was my dream to meet Thomas Sowell. That when I first got into politics, I read a ton of Thomas Sowell books, and I had tried many times to meet him.
Of course. Of course you did. Yeah, this is a classic. I mean, Clarence Thomas also found Thomas Sowell to be so life-altering that played a big role in changing and shaping his understanding. Thomas Sowell is, I believe he also was another one of these fucking former Marxist guys. He is basically the Jesus of black conservatism in America. Another former Marxist turned into a white supremacist.
And obviously he's aging, but I really looked up to Dr. Thomas Sowell. And here's that clip with me and Tucker.
Who do you listen to when you're trying to figure out, I mean, some of the stuff comes at you so fast and you're talking almost every day or writing almost every day. Who do you read or listen to try to make sense or bounce ideas off of?
You know,
Who do you
I
trust?
have been obsessed with Thomas Sowell. And everybody knows that. I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes, I read. And it is because he was a part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention to the economics, go backwards in history to understand where we are. When has this worked? Oh, it's never worked. So they're telling you that it's going to work into the future. And there's no evidence to support that. So when Ben saw that, he decided, Thomas Sowell, hey, that's your dream. You love Thomas Sowell. He thought that was an opportunity to get even with me for taking the high road after he insulted me on stage because he's deeply jealous of Tucker Carlson for reasons that I cannot quite understand. Ben had his team reach out and schedule an interview with Thomas Sowell, which they paid for an offensive amount of money, I presume, to effectively purchase a black man who has no idea what's going on. He's very old, he's in his 90s, to hurt my feelings, okay?
What?
Interview with Tucker is on the 15th. I think it premieres on the 16th. And Ben gets Thomas Sowell, who he doesn't care about. I'm working at the Daily Wire at this moment, and I'm about to give birth in 3 days. But this was supposed to be like an FU Candace for taking the high road and saying that genocide is always wrong. That is what I mean when I say he is an incredibly petty man. Okay.
I'm sorry, she's such a fucking grifter, bro. Like I believe certain parts of the story because the person that she's talking about is Ben Shapiro, right? I remember tracking this stuff closely at the time when Candace Owens was obviously, consistently talking shit about Israel while still being under the banner of the Daily Wire. Many people were paying attention to that, realizing that this wasn't a simple disagreement or a simple difference in opinion, and it was actually becoming consequential. And a lot of people from the outside, maybe myself included, were egging it on a little bit. Okay? And Ben Shapiro did, as a matter of fact, talk shit about her when he was at that event, as she also correctly pointed to. But all this extra stuff about like, oh, he hired Thomas Sowell, which was purchasing a black man. Like, this is what I get really fucking annoyed by with all of these conservative grifters, where they play fast and loose with like identity politics whenever it fucking suits their purpose. In some ways, what Candace is doing is kind of like no different than what Ben does too. Okay? All right, what do you mean? You have tailored your entire career around being. You are in opposition to any kind of sentiment expressed in the direction of anti-blackness being a fundamental part of American existence. Your Mrs. Systematic racism doesn't exist. I just don't understand how, oh boy, Hasan stepping in that convo. What convo? I don't understand this argument. People will always fucking talk about like Candace Owens as though she's like a black liberationist icon or something. No. This is not the case. Her entire commentary about black issues unironically revolve around the most white supremacist statements you can ever comprehend. Like, she's done entire documentaries talking about, yeah, she wore a White Lives Matter shirt with Kanye West. She made documentaries about how George Floyd died because of a drug overdose. Like, she is the number one. She's the number one George Floyd died of a drug overdose person in the conservative sphere. I hate this. I hate this shit so much. I think it's not only self-defeating, and it really frustrates me. And like, while Candace's current audience is probably no longer as white as it once was, especially because she's definitely eased off on some of the overt white supremacist undertones and shifted her priorities to, like, you know, anti-Semitism and shit. It's still very frustrating why, like, a lot of people don't take into account why she was already a Daily Wire correspondent to begin with. I hate that people eat the bait every time, and self-described, quote-unquote, progressive-minded, leftist-minded people do that every time.
Now, we know how this ends. I then am fired not for what I said, but for what they assumed that I meant, and for trolls that I didn't respond to. And I want to be clear, you can fire whoever you want. You really can if you're a business owner. It's just that this was atypical in the fashion that it was done, right? It wasn't done in the way where you just say, okay, get out of here, it's not working. Instead, what they decided to do was humiliate me in front of all of the other employees by, rather than having a conversation, sort of dramatically having me exit after doing my show, not knowing that I was going to be fired. And then they had put together a stage in my studio and put up clips put together basically a whole package, like almost like a high school play, and conducted what I honestly, when I look back, because it recently leaked what happened at this quote unquote town hall, this is a slave hanging. This is a slave hanging, right? Gather around, everybody else is a slave, and let me tell you how this one messed up. Gather around and watch us whip this person. This is literally how I feel when I watch this, okay? And you'll know what not to do next.
Bro, once a black conservative, always a black conservative. Another telltale sign of playing so fast and loose with racialized imagery of this regard, whenever it suits your own propaganda purposes. One of the things you always hear is like, oh, we're escaping the Democratic Party's plantation. Like, oh, the Democrat plantation. We're escaping the Democratic Party's plantation. It's like a classic marker, a hallmark of black conservative commentary, is to almost put in a serious conversation, because you're not like making a joke or anything, but in a serious conversation, invoking the imagery of chattel slavery and some of the most violent aspects of chattel slavery in an effort to suit your purposes, almost diluting the impact and the seriousness of these historical events. It's crazy that, like, the person that Candace Owens, who like spent an entire career leading up to this moment talking about, and even in this video, she does a bit of this as well, like abdicating the responsibility of white people from chattel slavery as she misdirects the attention or redirects the attention and shifts the blame over to Jews. That person is also simultaneously talking about how what she went through was like a slave hanging. I just don't. I don't know. It's in some ways, there is this other part of my brain that wants to sympathize with her to a certain degree when she's talking about, like, as a black woman being totally discarded and cast aside, belittled, humiliated by an objectively white supremacist institution that is the Daily Wire. But also I know what her commentary is and why she was even hired by the Daily Wire to begin with. I know that she doesn't give a fuck about white supremacy or beyond. Like, she cares about propagandizing against or in favor of white supremacy, rather. That's what she made money on. I still think she is has a white supremacist tendencies.
And here is a video of the then CEO, Jeremy Boring, which somehow Steven Crowder got a hold of this week or last week or whatever. This is just a portion of it. You should watch the entire thing because it really is something. And ask yourself in your memory, do you ever recall anybody ever being fired where 300 employees, which Ben joined electronically, he was up on the screen too, and just enjoyed watching me be humiliated, where 300 employees are invited down and shown a production of what this person did wrong? Okay, well, let's watch a little bit of this video.
Candace made no statement at all in the days after Hamas terrorists raped, murdered, and tortured over 1,000 Israeli civilians, mostly Jews, some Americans. And then they took hundreds more hostage. But then on October 28th of 2023, while anti-Israel protests were raging in London, where Candace, I believe, was at the time, she reposted a video of the protests on X, commenting, quote, "Interesting thing happening here. People are not accepting the media narrative about what's happening in the Middle East, despite the insistent rhetoric from government officials." On November 3rd, she posted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide, ever. There is no justification for a genocide."
Okay, never mind. Critical support for Candace on this video. Up until this point. The rest of the anti-Semitic shit that she's about to get into, I do not support. But this point, it's so fucking crazy, dude. It's so fucking crazy. It is so nutty how these guys will find a way to be the fucking villains in every situation. God damn, that is so evil. It's wild because, well, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Candace Owens was hired by the Daily Wire, by this dipshit on camera, okay, alongside Ben Shapiro, when they had full knowledge that she had said a lot of anti-Semitic shit, okay? But at the time, she was pro-Israel. Only after October 7, where she was still saying anti-Semitic stuff every now and then, but was saying a lot of anti-Israel shit with regular frequency, did they actually have a major issue with her. And it's very obvious that even here, Jeremy Boring is like openly showing his frustrations. It's not about even like perceived anti-Semitism, because none of the things that he brings up about Candace Owens here is even remotely anti-Semitic. It's just fucking literally, these are normal statements.
"I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state. There was only one country on earth being accused of genocide at the time. Anti-Semites on X took to it immediately. They cheered at what they rightly or wrongly interpreted as Candace smearing Israel. And Candace didn't rebuff their interpretation. But when Dave Rubin came to the exact same conclusion as the anti-Semites, only instead of cheering for Candace, found it vile and rebuked her, Candace quickly attacked, saying, quote, "What's amazing about this is that I didn't name any country in this tweet. I simply stated that genocide is wrong always. This is not a controversial stance. Interesting how you interpreted it." And then followed up with,
dude, the pro-Israel crowd is so stupid. Oh my God. They got duped by Candace Owens. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are so fucking horny to defend Israel and to just be awful at your jobs that you got literally owned by Candace Owens, man. Oh, the conservative movement deserves this. Oh, couldn't have happened to a group of worse people. I swear to God. Oh, entire career is built around combating cancel culture and being as racist as you openly can be. Hiring people specifically so that they can be tokens in that field. Like Candace Owens was hired specifically to do anti-black commentary, okay? As a black person. Only to have that demon that you cultivated, that you basically brought up, turn on you and fucking light your ass on fire.
In short, if the blanket statement that genocide is wrong upsets you in any way, then you need to check yourself. I said exactly what I meant, and I won't be backing down or apologizing or further clarifying this statement. Within 24 hours, Candace liked a post calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. Now let's be clear. You're free to disagree with Israel's conduct, and you're free to oppose the Netanyahu government.
Nope. It's funny to me, or at least the irony is not lost on me, that they hired Candace Owens to be anti-black, and then they objectively say that they fired Candace Owens because she had the correct position on an issue once. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. Like, this leaked footage. I could not believe these people were just like sitting in a room and talking about this shit like this was the most unacceptable position and why she must be fired. And the position that they fired her over was genocide is bad and Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
But the idea that Israel is committing genocide or that Netanyahu is a war criminal is just factually baseless. Unfortunately, Candace routinely makes insinuations about Jews that both lovers of anti-Semitism and haters of anti-Semitism both agree is anti-Semitic. And in almost every one of these instances, Candace says nothing to the anti-Semites who cheer her and only pushes back against those who disapprove of her comments. On February 28th of this year, Candace, just asking questions, posted, quote, "Time to look into the history and profiteering of pornography." Her replies were immediately flooded with anti-Semites cheering her for the question and providing the answer that they interpreted her to mean, the Jews. Once again, Candace did nothing to disabuse the anti-Semites of their assumption.
Okay, this is when it starts getting like, this is now when she starts doing the you know, just asking questions shit. So now it's turning into the ambiguous tweets about how like Jews are responsible for pornography in the Western world. They're doing it so that they can, like, you know, undermine Western civilization, stuff like that. Now she's doing JQ posting from this point out. But leading up to that very moment, the shit that he's actually fucking mad about, there is not even anything there that is remotely controversial.
But when Anthony Coach came to the exact same conclusion, Candace pushed back saying, quote, "This is utterly insane. I tweeted that porn is harming men in our society, and this person has interpreted that as an attack on Jews. This is an example of clinical insanity. There is no other explanation."
I stand by all of those tweets. Pornography is harming men. We should look into who profits off of pornography. Genocide is always wrong, no matter which country calls for it, whatever. What was...
Do you guys understand, like, why I specifically said one is different than the other? Because, like, one of the most common things, one of the most common, like, anti-Semitic tropes is, like, you know, Jews are responsible for destroying Western civilization, stuff like that. But, like, the one way that they talk about it is, like, I don't know, the guy who fucking owns OnlyFans, or the guy who owns, not the guy who owns Pornhub, but, like, one of the people that owns Pornhub. Like, there's Jewish people in the executive role in many different companies, including in the porn industry, right? But they specifically make it seem as though this is like a Jewish invention. The main guy who owns the founder of OnlyFans is Jewish, and so is like there's like a couple people at Pornhub in the C-suite that are Jewish, but they will literally just be like, oh, this is like a Jewish invention. Pornography is a Jewish invention. No, I know Pornhub is Canadian owned. Why do people get so crazy about religion? I feel like if you know stuff about the CEOs of porn sites, you're too far gone. Yeah, it's the reason why I know about it is because it's a common trope. Like, well, there'll be like, oh, it's all the pornographers are Jews. Is like a common anti-sex work trope and also a common anti-Semitic trope. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, you either think porn is fine or the sex work industry has issues that must be addressed, must be solved, or you think it's the great evil. Who gives a fuck? Whether or not the person that are making money, the people that are making money off of the porn websites are Jewish or Christian or whatever the fuck. That's it. They're capitalists. They're capital owners. They're making money. That's their goal.
It's controversial about anything that I say. Now, I'm again wanting you to, these are my crimes. Just imagine 300 people being brought and said, like, she said this, and this is what we know. And then he goes into a diatribe about the real meaning of Christ as King, and he shows videos of Nick Fuentes, which had nothing to do with me. I had never even spoken. I think only one time I had spoken ever to Nick Fuentes, and it was pertaining to Kanye. Yeah, that was it. But I'm showing you this because it's important for you to understand that this has never stopped. I want you to imagine if you view yourself to be a slave owner and that slave not only survives like this public whipping, but that escapes and becomes successful. That's pretty much.
She's so insane, bro. I swear to God. I mean, this is low Kirk, the same Kanye stuff, right? It's like, she's saying, God, her audience is no longer conservative. That's what's so dangerous about it. Because, like, there are a lot of fucking normies that watch her. There are a lot of, like, liberal people that watch her. And when they hear this kind of stuff, they're like, oh my God, Queen, you're right. Many of them are not even aware of her background or what she gets up to. And now that she's like comparing her struggles of the Daily Wire with the slavery, it kind of makes more sense as to why she ties it back to like Jews did chattel slavery. That's what she's doing. And she will get into it in a second. That's why she brings up the copy of like the Talmudic Jew and shit like that.
My relationship with Ben Shapiro since he's fired me, because they have not stopped. They have not stopped. I am talking about people working behind the scenes to call advertisers, attempting to bankrupt me in courts, sending undercover interns to stalk me. He has issued thus far 3 court proceedings, okay, for every solitary petty infraction against things that I say. He's worked with Barry Weiss behind the scenes to have articles written about me. It is nonstop. I refer to this, just to be clear, as legal abuse. It's legal abuse. And I have put up with a lot of it. I have put up with the pettiness of even suing me because I interviewed a U.S.
Bro, can you imagine after Leftovers, I just turned around and was like running around with a copy of the Talmudic Jew being like, this is how your people are, Ethan Klein. Like, how fucking insane that would be. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Candace Owens? You're so insane. It's ironic because Ethan acts as though this is what Candace Owens is doing here is what I did to him, right? But now that you can see like an actual straight up fucking anti-Semite and how they react, maybe you can understand the major difference here. He low-key did that to you? No, he was up my fucking asshole in the same way that seemingly Ben Shapiro was up hers. That didn't fucking, that didn't change my worldview because I'm not a fuckhead.
SS Liberty survivor who mentioned your name.
The only difference is the ADL didn't work with Ben Shapiro to tackle Candace Owens and her, her true anti-Semitic nature or anything like that. They were too busy yelling at me alongside Ethan Klein.
As you pretend that you care about free speech and debate, I've put up with a lot of it, but today I draw the line. I draw the line with this miserable imp when it comes to Charlie Kirk, okay? Don't try me on this, but you keep trying me on this. You are an imposter, Ben. You're an imposter. You pay to pretend that you're...
Oh, yeah, he did. He actually said I was more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens, actually, right? Didn't he say something along those lines? Or he said, my anti-Semitism is more nefarious than Candace Owens' anti-Semitism, because it's like, I hide it. I hide my anti-Semitism or something, right? He was like, at least Candace Owens is open about... At least Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are open about their anti-Semitism, whereas I guess, don't do a good enough job of like openly revealing my power level of anti-Semitism as opposed to these guys. Or maybe there's a secret third option here, which is that I'm not fucking anti-Semitic, dumbass. That's what's so crazy, especially because, like, brother, anti-Semitism is popping right now. Trust me. It's like when people accuse me of being transphobic, it's like, dog, if I was transphobic, I'd just be transphobic. It would be beneficial for my fucking career to be openly and outwardly transphobic. Same with being anti-Semitic at this point. Like, running around and being like, Jew, Jew, Jew, Jew, Jew, like the Alex Jones video is unironically what people are demanding. That is a market demand at this point. Okay? Yeah. This is...
Labeling Jew, Jew, Jew, Jew, Jew, Jew, Jew, Jew.
You know? I could be doing that. I mean, that's what Candace is doing. You'll start hearing it in a second. I think he says some nonsense about you're denying the existence of Middle Eastern Jews. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter.
Friends, that you have a right to be on that stage because you get donors to pressure people, because you know Jewish people who can threaten to take money, or you say, I'm going to do an advertising spend. Here's $1 million. I'm sorry, you're dead. The entire world knows that you are an imposter. I mean, you're so much of a fraud that essentially what you do is you have people send around clips to grown men to cheer you on, to pretend like the audiences love you. You staff audiences with people that work for YAF who are told to explode into cheers when you hit the stage because you don't have the confidence anymore to go out into the world.
With the many years of advocacy against Israel, if I was overtly anti-Semitic, like actually anti-Semitic in the way that these guys claim I am, I'd have 200,000 live concurrent viewers right now. I probably wouldn't be on Twitch. Actually, I don't know. I feel like Twitch is also trying to lean into like the right-wing shit. But if I genuinely was anti-Semitic and was running around like fucking Alex Jones, I'd have like 200K people watching me currently. Like, it's so stupid. It's such a stupid fucking statement. Was the fact that Theo Vaughn, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What? Bow, bam.
Do you think...
You hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti... Well, let me finish. Let me finish. You asked me two questions.
And let's address
No.
what you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic?
This is the most okay and normal anyone has ever been, by the way. As you can tell, he is, he was the most normal anyone's ever been.
After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days
I'm
ago
gonna
you
answer.
said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your
Or
form of
yesterday, I think, or 2
anti-Semitism
days ago?
is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them.
Ethan Klein respects Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes because they're open with their anti-Semitism, as opposed to someone like myself who is just simply anti-Israel and not anti-Semitic. But because in his mind that does not exist, that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are one and the same, he thinks like I'm engaging in this like insidious form of anti-Semitic trickery. And yes, if you say Hitler is based, you're actually, you will actually receive praise from Ethan Klein because at least that your position is known, right? I on the other hand, am engaging in trickery.
Of being always the oppressor,
What?
always everything.
Can you
And by the way,
point to-
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Ethan,
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
Well, let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is
that.
a
Let's
sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to.
The funniest thing about this always was like it was so personal for him. Like where he would just be like, people don't like me and this is anti-Semitism. And I would have to constantly be like, no, dude, anti-Semitism is increasing, especially because Israel ties everything it does to Jews. This false conflation doesn't, help Jewish people in the Western world. It actually is a big part of the reason why anti-Semitism is rising, all this stuff. And he would just immediately turn it back to, well, you hurt my feelings and you're anti-Semitic. And at some point I had to be like, no, dude, people just don't like you. Like, that's not anti-Semitism. They just don't like you. I don't like you, but that's not, you can't just like keep calling that this grand anti-Semitic conspiracy. And it's so crazy that so many people still baby this dude, where they're like, "Oh, he's my 40-year-old baby," and that's why he feels the way that he does. Jew here. I respect people who hit the Nazi salute in front of me and call me gross and spit on my face for being Jewish, and I really don't like people who say genocide is bad. Yeah, I mean that's the argument. How much of this do you think comes down to him being rattled by the abuse his family has gone through due to online shitters? No, that's fucking absurd. That is 1 quintillion% max copium, okay? I'm sorry. There are plenty of things I do not reveal about my private affairs or the things that I go through in the backdrop that I promise you I don't like to make content out of, but like has not changed my worldview as dramatically as Ethan Klein has spent his past 2 years actively hounding people. Actively fucking hounding people that were daring to call out Israel committing a genocide. No. This is his entire content. His entire content is just like bullying people. That's all it is. Anyway, let's get back to this anti-Semite that Ethan Klein respects.
Because you know people see you for what you are. And so it, exactly what he did yesterday. We can now listen to what this imposter said as he hit the stage. Charlie Kirk's organization, the one that he built for debate, if you have a disagreement, and he instructs people here in this speech to go after me and Tucker Carlson, right? That's what he's going to do. He wants us deplatformed. So he's going to attack me, he's going to attack Tucker Carlson, and he's going to attack Megyn Kelly because she's at the beginning of what these people have put me and Tucker and Charlie Kirk through. Take a listen to a portion of what Ben had to say.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. When Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it.
Wow, he's so big. He's such a big boy dropping the R word, which is funny because right before that moment, he unironically brought up a Nick Fuentes quote where Nick Fuentes was saying the R word, and he used that as a negative, where he was like, oh, look how silly and stupid Nick Fuentes is for saying the R slur, the R word.
Well, Ben, when it comes to you and having worked with you,
also, for the record, for people who are like, oh, dude, why can't we say the word? Just listen to Ben Shapiro say it over and over again. I used to say the word all the time, okay? It was hard to drop it out of my fucking daily usage. And the reason why it is because it has great mouthfeel. I'm very open about this. I've talked about it before. But I will tell you this much, okay? I will tell you this much. And no, for normies, no one gives a shit. Many people still fucking say it, even if they don't use it in this chat because they know they'll get banned. Okay? So that's not even the point of contention here. Okay? I do it because I want to be kind. I want to be as welcoming as possible. And I know that a lot of people get very upset about it. So I'm just not gonna fucking use it. And this is not gonna be a hill that I will die on. Right? It's very stupid. Having said that, however, there is no greater antidote. If you want to show how lame and stupid and silly it is, okay, mouthfeel was next. It's okay to say the N-word. See, this is what I mean. See, we're not going to do this right now. I'm not defending saying it. I don't say it. But, like, there's a difference, okay? There's a difference. And I think you know the difference as well. And you should stop. You should stop while you're ahead, okay? We're not debating this. I'm not saying the word anyway, but you need to stop being fucking annoying, okay? You need to stop being fucking annoying and be normal instead, okay? I urge you right now to snap into normalcy instantly, okay? Be normal. Be fucking normal. In any case, don't do disingenuous comparisons about things that I did not say. So, is normalcy caring about the shit? No, it's not. That's why I'm saying snap out of it. So, what is a better mouthfeel? Troglodyte is a pretty good word as a substitute, but it's just like too wordy and too lengthy and too long to say. So I don't even use it. I just don't say it. Whatever. The point I was going to make is it is literally The greatest antidote to never saying it ever again is showing Ben Shapiro saying it. Because you sound like a 40-year-old baby, okay? When I see like people who work at venture capital firms who are like, yeah, we can say the R word again. Hell yeah. That's why I voted for Donald Trump. I'm like, oh my God, you should cease to exist. Like, you are not a serious person, okay? This is fucking nuts. You hear enough of these guys who are like 57 years old going, ooh, am I being mean? And you start to realize like, okay, well, there's no reason to say it ever. And it's incredibly fucking lame.
I just know the tactics that you use to feign popularity in the public. I just know the amount of money that you are willing to spend on advertising to inflate your numbers to make people think that you're popular. So, yeah, I don't have to say we don't.
Does it make you want to say the second half of the word list too? No, it doesn't. If you're saying libtard, no. Because that's an entirely separate term. And it's also making fun of Republicans saying it.
No, when it comes to you. You are such a joke of a little man. Your jealousy against Tucker, your ability to believe that you can keep manipulating the markets. You know those kids booed you on that stage. The amount of messages I got from Turning
What is this? It's not a different word? Okay.
Point USA people saying, what is happening? Why is he on this stage? Standing against everything.
You're so cool. It's not because I'm trying to be edgy when I say that. I'm making fun of Republicans.
That Charlie believed in. That's what you're doing. You're standing against everything.
It's like saying Straggit, okay? It's based off of the same term. It's built around the same terminology, but it's not the same word. You know what I mean? It's an entirely different word. A word that you use to make a joke about someone who is straight. Anyway. Stop, I'm crying. Okay. There's also a reason why, like, for example, magatard or something like that doesn't work in the same vein, because then it almost feels like you are saying the same word and just like slapping it to the back of it. Whereas libtard, on the other hand, is something that like MAGA people say genuinely, and it's a very stupid fucking term, which is why I don't feel dirty saying it, even though the other one is it feels even more dirtier to say. I don't know, even though it's like technically the same thing. Also, yeah, that does feel redundant in general. Yeah, that does.
That Charlie believed in, because you weren't his friend. He didn't like you for that very reason. I look at you and I just think you are such a little worm. I could see you right now, probably. What can we get out to her? We're going to sue her into bankruptcy again, right? Sue her for every infraction, every word that I don't like, and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Berith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords and that people are not allowed to violate contracts. Or you
being this clinical about what words you can and can't say is proof woke was back, baby. No, this is how this community has always been. This community is way worse than the fucking average community. Are you kidding me? No, we've always been this way. Anyway, here's when Candace is getting into full-blown, like what I would say European-style anti-Semitism, okay? Which is definitely a different level of racism that you often don't encounter Like Americans will do the whole like, oh, Jews have tails and horns or whatever, or like throwing pennies or shit like that. But this, what she's about to enter is, dare I say, Euro racism, a level of racism beyond what you would normally expect. Anti-Semitism in the old classic, you know, like you got WoW hardcore classic mode or whatever. This is basically that, but for anti-Semitism. Like, I feel like one step removed from this is unironically being like a European villager who, you know, when the Black Plague comes around, instantly goes after people that they suspect of being Jewish and tries to throw them in a well or something. Like, this is the kind of anti-Semitism that you put in books. Like, you have to read it. You don't learn this kind of anti-Semitism through the old ways of you know, stereotyping and shit like that. What I'm saying is she's about to go Super Saiyan, okay? Which, by the way, when she was doing this, when she was going Super Saiyan style anti-Semite, she was doing it to like 100,000 people watching as well, and to a legion of adoring fans. Let's take a look.
Infraction, every word that I don't like, and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Barith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords, and that
like when obviously most Americans are tuned into hearing your people and perking up a little bit, being like, what do you mean your people? She's saying Jews believe that they're contract lords. They're lords of the contract. Okay? And then she also said Baal Barith, which I have never heard, and I thought I had a PhD in racism. I didn't even know what the fuck that was. That was new for me. I still don't know what that is. Like, when you start using like RPG terminology, I feel like we are so lost in the sauce. Okay? I don't know if she made that up or if she saw that somewhere, maybe heard it from someone else and like misunderstood what they were saying. Ancient Canaanite god. Lol, I Googled it as one of the early gods of the covenant. Yeah. Remember, telltale sign. Telltale sign that someone is not very mentally well in their pathological obsession with a specific minority, a specific group of people, is when they teach you new things about your background. Because I'm sure there's plenty of Jews in here right now who are finding out things that Candace Owens is telling the Jewish HasanAbi heads in this chat right now about Judaism. Okay? This is shit that is not entry level at all. It is so insane. You went down Indiana Jones style to the catacombs and dusted off the tomes of ancient styles of anti-Semitism. Okay? You are leveling up your elo right now simply by encountering the deeply researched Euro-style anti-Semitism that Candace Owens is dropping.
people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years. You fire someone and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world. I know you're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin.
Dude, this guy's still locked in. Look, but seriously, why are people considered as bad when they use the R word, but at the same time, they're not allowed to feel attacked or discriminated when they're called libtarded or whatever? Tarded sounds a bit hypocritic to me. Dude. It is hypocritical, okay? I'm a bad person. I love saying slurs. Please, move on, okay? Move on. We're watching Candace Owens to an audience of 2 million people find new unimaginable ways of saying that, like, Jews are genetically predisposed to locking people into contracts, and you're over here being like, I don't feel too good when people tack on the word tarded at the end of liberal. Okay? Like, dial in, man. Dial in. Lock in, please. Please.
And Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the
This is a
people.
great Hanukkah stream. I mean, this is, I'm sure she knows I'm sure she's figured out an anti-Semitic way, a meaning behind the, menorah or Hanukkah too. She'll get to that, I suspect.
The men who
on
have
the
to
next
keep
episode.
applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people.
That's when you instantly know someone is about to say some fuck shit, okay? Outside of the context of like some kind of rabbi, if anybody, especially like not a Jewish person, like a non-Jewish person, is about to tell you about the Talmud, just know you're in for a fucking crazy ride, okay? I like that we went from, I don't like Ben Shapiro because he fucked me over after I said correct things about Israel, to, well, this is how all Jews are. They lock you into contracts, some ancient Canaanite god, and now she's about to pull a book out. And there is, I mean, the shit that she is launching into here is insane, okay?
People at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me.
Yeah, the copy of Talmudic Jew.
You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn.
That's crazy. That's a crazy screenshot, okay? How the fuck did we get here, man? This is the most popular political commentator in the North American continent, okay? All of these anti-Semitism experts, and none of them seem to understand what the Talmud actually is. They think it's like the Bible, but it's actually 2,000-year long Reddit thread of rabbis debating different ideas. Exactly. And it blows my mind, and I know for a fucking fact that Candace Owens has been around plenty of Jews, okay? So she knows this is bullshit. She knows this is not like a real, I know that because David Horowitz is perhaps one of the most responsible figures for Candace Owens' career early on. I know for a fact that, Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, there are plenty of Jewish people that she has literally worked alongside of. There are plenty of Jewish people that have given her a career, okay? So she knows this is bullshit. She knows this is not like a commanding principle for any Jewish person whatsoever, okay? The moment that you start talking about like the moment that you start talking about like the Talmudic Jew or the Talmud and its motivating principle for all Jews is, I mean, especially as someone who has been around Jewish people, you know better, okay? You know that that's not the case. You're just fucking lying to your audience that live in North Dakota and have never encountered a Jewish person and causing them to freak out and assume that like all Jews think, goy are cattle or whatever the fuck. That's it. It's like operating under the principle that all Christians are like Candace Owens, ironically enough, or all Christians are like the Westboro Baptist Church or some shit. Over 70% of the Talmud isn't even dedicated to anything Jews should do in real life. It's just theoretically how to do temple stuff if the temple ever comes back. That's not an exaggeration. Yes, it's also not even supposed to be like interpreted or guided. It's not even supposed to be like guiding principles in any way, shape, or form. It's just supposed to be interpreted by rabbis and debated over by rabbis. It's just a debate book. It's a book about debate. And of course, if you're debating shit 2,000 fucking years ago, there's going to be some weird ass shit that you're debating. Okay? There's going to be weird shit because people were debating weird shit 2,000 years ago. Okay? Looking at that with today's eyes and being like, well, this is obviously the most important fucking document for the modern Jewish person and how they guide themselves is psychotic. Anyway, everybody does this stuff. They do it, given my Muslim background, I see it so frequently about Islam and what Islam means and what Islam is supposed to represent. I've talked about this before as a person who grew up in Turkey, who's never really been like a firmly committed Muslim in any way, shape, or form. But like coming to America, I learned about taqiyya for the first time, not from Muslims, but instead from a racist, white, Islamophobic dipshit who accused me of doing taqiyya. And I was like, what the fuck is that even? What are you talking about? And I learned that it's about it's lying, but Muslim style. Okay? It's Muslim style lying. When Muslims lie to hide how religious they actually are, to do a infiltration of the Western world, which is not even the original way that it existed. It was for, it's a medieval Shia concept. Shia can lie about being Shia to avoid Sunni persecution. That's where it originates from. But in the Western world, they mean like any Muslim, anyone of Muslim background is lying about being Muslim. Like lying about not being religious in an effort to infiltrate Western society and destroy it.
In that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white man.
Yeah, example of the type of shit that Thomas spends pages on. A sleeping man is not acquired as Yavama, as he did not intend to perform the act of intercourse at all. Rather, the Mishnah was referring to the one who was inserted into his Yavama by accident. But didn't Rabbah say, one who fell from a roof and was inserted into a woman due to the force of his fall is liable to pay 4 of the 5 types of indemnity that must be paid by one who damaged another? Injury, pain, medical cost, loss of livelihood. Like, yeah, dude, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny that this is literally like that classic clip of a guy calling into an imam during Ramadan and being like, sir, what if a piece of shawarma fell into my mouth while I was fasting during Ramadan? This is just that, but Jewishly from 2,000 years ago. And motherfuckers are sitting around being like, well, this is clearly the most important commanding document that any Jewish person could lean into as a way that they design their world. It's literally that. It's this, but in text. It's that in text and from like 2,000 years ago.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الشيخ اليوم بالغلط وقع في تمي شاورما مع زيادة طحينية.
نعم.
Shawarma with extra tahini and a slice of apple and around 3 liters of water. Should I keep fasting? Or was it Allah who has fed me? It's just bullshit. Like, it's not a real commanding or guiding text. It's a way to make it seem like there is something super indecent and insincere here that Jews are keeping from you. Okay? That's all it is. And if you have any Jewish friends, you would already know that, unless you're already fucking maximum anti-Semitic and you think that they'll lie to you.
He hates all black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals, that they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right to lie to us, that they have a right to sue us and take everything that we have, that they have a right to deceive us, that they have a right to treat Charlie the way that he treated Charlie while he was alive, only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy, that he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye. The question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular. How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien of the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, before he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. He's one of these belly creatures, sliver on. The question is, how many more weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben Shapiro is relevant? It's an open-ended question. Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much and who he fought for to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. Take a listen to what Tucker Carlson had to say when he hit the stage.
The prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform.
She's doing biblical era anti-Semitism is crazy. Yeah, the thing is, or maybe she's doing Roman era anti-Semitism. The thing is, if Candace Owens just kept shitting on Ben Shapiro, there is, like, I'm right there with you. But she doesn't just shit on Ben Shapiro. She ties it back to all Jews are like this. She ties it back to the fucking Talmud, about how she started reading the copy of Talmudic Jew and how Jews are contract lords and Jew this, Jew that. Like, it's just fucking insane. The problem, however, is that the environment is so primed for any sort of candid criticism of a notable Jewish person to turn into this is how all Jews are. It is the perfect environment to do this in if you want to foment anti-Semitic sentiment. One of my favorite Talmudic debates is about capital punishment. There was a custom where the witnesses to the crime are supposed to push you to your death, but a rabbi asks, what if they lose their hands between the time of the crime and now? They conclude that if the witnesses no longer have hands, the criminal gets to live. Who amongst us hasn't been in a Jewish court system where this was sincerely followed on? Obviously, this is... It's no different than the way that a lot of white people think, like, the world of Islam operates, right? Oh, Sharia law, also known as law, right? Like, this is what they mean. They're like, oh, you fucking steal in a Muslim country, they're going to cut your hand off. It's like, no, they're not, you fucking idiot. What the hell are you talking about? You're an insane person. But how do you convince people that that is insane if so many people legitimately think that that is what's going on? If all these people collectively agree on something that's wrong, then it might as well be the truth. And the same goes for anti-Semitic tendencies, anti-Semitic statements like this. And the environment now is ripe, especially because, as I've often talked about, there's so much nascent anti-Semitism already out there that oftentimes wasn't even considered to be like super critical or bad, like, oh, Jews are in positions of prominence in American society in industries such as banking, in industries such as finance, in industries such as Hollywood, right? Like, these are the types of things that people have talked about as a common perspective, but that can turn dangerous very quickly, right? That can turn dangerous very quickly when you decide, well, Jews are also monolithic in their understanding of the world, and the reason why they're in these positions of prominence is to actually actively undermine the Western civilization. Like, that turns into something dangerous and nefarious if all of a sudden people decide actually Jews are not all that great, right? And when you have an entire apartheid state that is propped up by unlimited tax dollars running around and doing unlimited baby murder and then saying that they're doing it for Jews, and then you have prominent American Jews running around being like, no, if you fucking criticize Israel, then you're obviously anti-Semitic and you need to lose your job. The average American who isn't Jewish, who isn't as invested in Israel, is going to look at that and go, okay, what the fuck? I guess this is true. I guess that, you know, all the things that white nationalists are saying is true. Look at this. Ben Shapiro is so based. I've never said that. I fucking despise Ben Shapiro. Okay. The Talmud is the primary source for Jewish law, though. Oh, brother. There is no significant guiding principle that the average Jewish person abides by that they get from the Talmud. This is just a thing that Nazis talk about. It's no different than assuming that every Christian actually gets stoned to death if they mix their fucking fabrics, dummy. It's no different than assuming that in Islamic law, if you steal something from me, I could cut your hands off or something. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is the foundational text for all modern Judaism. Okay, we got a Judaism understander in the building. Yes, you're right. Every Jewish person you encounter thinks the goy are cattle and you know, they can command you. And also Jesus is boiling in excrement or whatever the fuck people say. Come on, man. You think you're actually you think you actually encountered a hidden truth right now? Like when you say shit like this, are you simply trolling? Or do you unironically just, you don't even have to answer. Just ask yourself, do I sincerely believe what I'm saying right now? Because if you do legitimately, sincerely believe what you are saying currently, you are a fucking baboon, okay? It's so stupid.
Platform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not. It's a noun. Don't steal my nouns. Deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole like Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything.
Senin Türkleriniz kim? You're a brain dead muppet. Brain dead muppet dedi abi. İnanamıyorum. Neden abi? Söylesene. Türklüğünü sikeyim. Peki. Kesin İngiliz uşağı. Amına koduğum. Amerikan uşağı.
We could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men, okay?
That's crazy. That is the most insane part of this. Okay. What she's about to say right here is
wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't
Does
exactly.
she have a black audience at all? I mean, she had I think she had a marginal black audience when she was at Daily Wire, but now she definitely does. She now has a very diverse audience, of liberals and even fucking progressives, because once she left the Daily Wire, she just basically switched entirely to doing like cultural commentary, cultural critique, and she developed an audience of wine moms, and yes, now she has a very diverse audience, an audience of a diversity of opinion as well, not just like diverse racially and ethnic background, but very, very diverse audience. And she is gearing them towards saying that Jewish people are responsible for everything, including chattel slavery, which is a wild thing to say in the United States of America, specifically to black people living in America.
Exactly a white men sport, okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it, but it's there, and you can find it. I think all of us need to wake up to this, because it's making me absolutely sick that he is so bold that he dare sit near Charlie Kirk's chair, that he dare grace that stage when Charlie Kirk knew exactly what Ben Shapiro was and will always be. So again, on your belly, Ben Shapiro. We'll be back after a brief break. All right, you guys.
She said, Jews are responsible for the slave trade, not white people. Wake up, black Americans. It's Jews that did the slave trade. And then went, here's a commercial break. Preborn. Donate today at preborn.com/Candace. That's insane. And then she goes on a tangent about like Fort Ayahuasca or whatever the fuck. And you know what's funny is Alex Jones, famous for this video. Also has some choice words on Candace Owens' last round of unlimited maximum anti-Semitism. Jewish merchants made up a tiny fraction, less than 2% of the Atlantic slave trade, and their overall involvement was considered marginal by historians like Jacob Rader Marcus. Yes. And same as it is in the United States of America, where it was like proportionate to the percentage of Jewish people. But like ultimately, slavery was not controlled by Jews in any way, shape, or form. It's fucking insane. It's like saying black tribal leaders were the ones who sold African slaves, and therefore they are responsible. It's ridiculous. It is a entire enterprise that was cooked up by white people, defended by white people, and primarily benefited by white people in general. The entire concept of whiteness is one that was created as a factor, socially constructed specifically to justify the enslavement of non-white people, specifically black people. It's crazy. Is she trying to say the British royal family is Jewish because of how they even branded the slaves they sold? I mean, that's the next level of anti-Semitism, when you start inventing or when you start doing suspected Jews lists, because it's not enough when you just like talk about specific Jewish people. Then you start saying like, well, everyone is completely dominated by like a handful of Jewish people or something. It's just, it depends on how fucking insane you are, I guess. But yeah, Alex Jones is worried about Candace Owens, and she's and that she's playing it fast and loose with the facts. He says he's coming out with a report to debunk Candace's latest conspiracy theory around the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which involves, without evidence, a congressman from Nevada, Erica Kirk, a Daily Wire staffer, and Charlie Kirk's head of security meeting at a U.S. military base the day before Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
As most of you that pay attention know, I am not the internet police. I don't infight. I don't try to focus on what other people are theorizing about or doing. I try to focus on what I'm doing. And so it's with a heavy heart that I am forced to put out another report, either tonight or tomorrow morning. We're adding a lot of information right now, a lot more research, dealing with Candace Owens.
Another person who, in many respects, is responsible for the rise of Candace Owens because he single-handedly... Someone came into the Discord that was a longtime sub and said that you were being too harsh on Candace and that she was uncovering some truths, not trolling. We had a real Candace X Hasan viewer. We perma-banned them, of course. Oh my God. Hello. Hello, Kyle. I won't lie. He looks healthy here, much less exploding tomato. Well, look, what I'm trying to say is, Alex Jones developed an entire market for Candace Owens to basically thrive in, okay? And now he's upset. And in some ways, it feels identical to like Nick Fuentes the other day, complaining that Candace Owens is stealing the anti-Semites from him by coming up with even more far-fetched conspiracies about how Jews are responsible for this or that. And all I have to say to that is, you know, you guys made this. You guys made this environment. So good luck. Have fun, you know?
Just as soon as the whole Egyptian plane thing gets debunked with all the facts, now she's moved to something else, and I'm really worried about her. I'm worried about her and her mind, and I'm also worried about the country and where this is going. It's good to question Charlie Kirk's assassination. I have big questions. We know Cash Patel covered up an investigation into accomplices. I broke that up before it hit the mainstream news. So I'm not saying don't question. But her latest source and what she's done, implicating the U.S. military and all this other stuff, is just so damaging. And when you go investigate it, it's so crazy. And just like with the Egyptian plane, she says she has the metadata. Then
who else used to do that, Alex? I have the documents. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. Kind of feels like you're just pissed that she's she's just ripping your shit. I have the documents. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm at a black site in a FEMA facility right now. Underground, Barack Obama has brought black helicopters into my neighborhood. AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. Make sure you take your blue iodine pills before you hear what I'm about to tell you. It's a matter of utmost importance, ladies and gentlemen. I have the documents. I got the data from an insider source. As you guys know, I have insider sources. It's on the record. And now Candace is doing the same shit, and all of a sudden he's mad.
Publish it. And when she did publish it, and it got fact-checked, it wasn't accurate.
Candace Owens comes out as the anti-Semitic Highlander, and all of a sudden everyone turns into a fucking debunker, okay? What is happening? All these dang conservatives, they're mad that she's doing conspiracy theories wrong, okay? Maybe they're going a little too crazy with the conspiracy theories. There's a limit to it.
Candace, we care about you. But you just doubled down again with something even more absurd. And I hate watching you destroy yourself like this. We'll be covering it all with the reports coming out at Real Alex Jones on X, on Rumble, and Infowars.com.
Infowars.com, AlexJones.com. Yeah, and now, understandably, everyone is saying Alex is now, for the 10th time this year, being accused of getting the call, compromised by Israel Jews, of getting paid off by neo-Nazis and other types of Jew haters. Except Alex Jones did get the boss call, not from the Jews, but from Donald Trump. This is Alex Jones's nightmare, I assume, or the greatest moment in his career, where, as I have said time and time again, this is the moment where Alex Jones could be single-handedly the most important man in American politics, okay? For decades, this motherfucker talked about these pedophilic elite, okay? pedophilic elite is the Mossad operation. You know, as you know, 9/11 is a Mossad operation of the pedophilic elite that's trying to get the Americans to go to wage war on their behalf. AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. They're all doing pedophilia. They're doing sacrificial, they're doing child sacrifice. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. I went to the Bohemian Grove. Okay. All this stuff. And now you got like as close to physical evidence as you can get. And the average American is tuned into that. And he's over here being like, and you know, it's all a deep state conspiracy to undermine my big, beautiful president, Donald Trump. How the fuck did you get here? You did all the fucking guesswork. You did all the prep work. You designed your entire commentary history around this pivotal issue. And now the dude that you encounter at the cash register is totally tapped in to this mindset. And there is like hard evidence that suggests some of the things that you were saying were literally valid. It was real. Okay. And now you're fucking running around trying to cast doubt. Trying to fucking cast doubt on your entire life's ambition. It's awesome. It's fucking hilarious. And now he's mad. He's mad that Candace Owens is stealing his thunder. So he's got to get in there and, you know, talk some sense into these guys. But yeah, that's the Candace Owens story. She's lost his damn mind, I think. Or, I mean, she's, you know, she is really, really leaning heavily into the anti-Semitism stuff. Also, here's Brian Tashman. It says, good reminder that Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens after her pro-Hitler remarks, only denouncing and firing her after her anti-Israel remarks. This is partly a story about conservatives creating a monster they can't control. Owens, after all, has been saying nutty things for a long time. In 2019, she left her job as a communications director for Turning Point not long after arguing that Hitler's real sin was globalism, not nationalism. If Hitler just wanted to make Germany great, she said, it would have been fine. Rather than ostracize her, powerful conservative organizations cultivated her. Republicans invited her to testify before Congress about why white nationalism wasn't a problem. In 2020, Daily Wire, helmed by Ben Shapiro, hired her. Is real. They made her into who she is. Every single person that's coming after her right now played a formative role in her development, in her career. Okay? Jazan, next year, Candace was right. Come on. Come on, big dog. Let's be real here, okay? There's an entire world between Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset of the CIA and most likely of the Mossad that was working on an international blackmailing conspiracy versus every Jew has downloaded a copy of the Talmud and follows every single thing in the Talmud to a T in their day-to-day existence, which implies that all the Goyim are cattle that must be dominated and that Jews are collectively destroying Western civilization. Okay. I feel like there's a little bit of a difference there, don't you think? One is, rooted within facts. The other one is a psychotic hallucination, often harkening back to some of the darkest chapters of European history. I've always been uncompromising. I've always been uncompromising on two things: that I will combat anti-Semitism. I will actively fight back against it, as I do against all forms of hate, and I am anti-genocide and an anti-Zionist. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Yeah, also then there's this kind of shit. Yeah, Mark Levin going up on stage during the Hanukkah event and being like, Donald Trump is a real Jew. He's the first Jewish president. Congratulations to Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, who just netted about 500,000 new subscribers. Are there any adults left in the room? The White House is actively inflaming the right's anti-Semitism crisis. Yeah. They're burning the candle on both ends too. And no, that is not a menorah pun, okay? They quite literally are burning the candle on both ends. On the one hand, they're doing shit like that. On the other hand, they're actively going, how much of this how much of the new wave of anti-Semitism that's grown in the young Republican right can we actively bring into the conversation? Can we actively take advantage of? On the one hand, they're leaning into psychotic conspiracy theories, you know, with Miriam Adelson going up on stage and being like, I'm going to give you another $250 million if you run again, you know, because you've been so good and so loyal to Israel. And Mark Levin is talking about how Donald Trump is the first Jewish president. And then on the other hand, they're like, yeah, you know, a lot of these anti-Semites, I mean, they could be very reliable allies alongside ourselves in this cause, I think. And then it's also made worse by the fact that every single supposedly liberal, pro-Israel institution that masquerades as Jewish advocacy groups that are supposed to be combating anti-Semitism are literally locked in on Zohran Mamdani. So there is literally no one out there who is just turning around and being like, all of this is fucking crazy. Can we just take a deep breath? What the fuck is going on? There's not a single fucking group out there, dude. They're too busy. The ADL's too busy yelling at fucking Jewish Voice for Peace, Zohran Mamdani, and people like myself to even talk about any of this shit that's going on. It's sometimes, unironically, I do feel like there is, you know, 1,000 total people that actually still actively give a fuck about anti-Semitism, that want to like combat it, that want to actually stop the growth of anti-Semitism, and every single one of them is getting, myself included, is getting fucking yelled at by not only the ADL, but also all these other like supposed Jewish advocacy groups, and also getting yelled at by the fucking Republicans who on the one hand are shaking hands with Nick Fuentes. We're trying to figure out how they can incorporate Nick Fuentes into their fucking movement, while simultaneously talking about the real anti-Semitism is coming from the anti-Zionist left, which includes anti-Zionist Jews. It's fucking crazy. What are we doing? Where do you think this is going to go?
Is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, commonly known as AIPAC, is them being in America and not registered with FARA like all other lobbying groups in America, is that America first? Is it America first for senators, Congress, and even our president to take money from AIPAC?
Is it like, can you imagine what he said right there? I know that contextually you're like, oh, this is a Tucker Carlson fan. He's obviously fucking, you know, possibly anti-Semitic or whatever. What he said right there is not wrong, okay? It's true. Israel, AIPAC, and all other Israel advocacy groups should be treated as foreign lobbyists, okay? But they're not. In the United States of America, they're not. Part of that is because they can just say, oh, you don't understand. These are institutions primarily tasked with like defending Israel's interests, obviously, and even writing legislation in the United States of America. But their major donors are Americans. They're American Jews and American Christians. So obviously, this is not the same. Like, wow, how could you actually say that this is a foreign advocacy organization? Well, the reason why it's a foreign advocacy organization is because it's primarily tasked with defending Israel. It has nothing to do with fucking American Jews at all, or America at all. It has everything to do with Israel. Okay. That's why it's a fucking foreign advocacy organization. If every Chinese American person was first and foremost primarily tasked with defending the interests of China, I'm pretty sure many people would have questions about whether or not, you know, whatever kind of like Chinese advocacy group would be get hit with a fucking FARA restriction. Okay. It wouldn't even be a question. You can't even have fucking Confucius schools and Confucius institutes in this goddamn country without scrutiny. It's crazy. Motherfuckers are talking about how Chinatown is actually doing infiltration, but then when it comes to Israel, it's like, it's all fine, okay? It's all good. So what he's saying is not wrong. But what's really frustrating about this is that there is no like unified democratic response. That if the Democrats were defined by also this principle, okay, if the Democratic Party was defined by not allowing any sort of Israeli intervention or Israeli influence in American politics, all of those people would probably be led back into a position of normalcy. But right now they're left rudderless. And when the people that are captivating their attention are people like Candace Owens, not only are they rudderless, but they move down in the direction of anti-Semitism. Instead of actually having a unified response to Israel's unlimited bloodshed, Israel's unlimited violence, Israel's unlimited demands of not only loyalty, but also tax dollars, okay? Instead of being directed towards a unified vision against Israel, these people in the void that is left by the Democrats are led to believe that this is just a Jewish conspiracy. This is what's very frustrating about this process.
America first to take money from a foreign lobby so you'll send taxpayer dollars to that country? You know, even the question kind of answers itself. Obviously it isn't. And that's not an attack on Israel. It's certainly not anti-Semitism, despite the efforts of many to claim that it is. It's just an obvious statement. And the fact that people are attacked for asking the question, this is something that I talked to Charlie a lot about in his final months, because he was being attacked as an anti-Semite for asking that question. And we've memory hold that, but I was there, so I saw it. That's not the right way. Don't attack people's motives. And I have a lot to attack people's motives. I'm trying to remind myself, don't do that. Respond to what they're saying, right? And so, no, of course it's not. And it's totally fine to ask about why a foreign government tried to sink one of our ships in 1967. That doesn't make you an anti-Semite, sorry. Those are Americans who died. And by the way, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but the point is, no, of course not. And that's why they won't have the conversation. And my point is, you know, I'm 56, my kids are grown. I'm just not afraid of you at all. I don't hate you or anyone else. I love this country. I'm going to be here till I die. I have an absolute God-given right to ask these questions. And I'm going to keep doing that, period. And you can shoot me or put me in jail, but the questions won't go away. So, no, of course it's not. And that's why they respond with, like, rage and shame, because you caught them doing something they can't defend. Duh.
If you don't want Tucker Carlson to be the guy leading this fucking charge, to be the guy who can present himself as an earnest voice in this battle, you have to have more voices. It's that simple. You can't overwhelmingly be disinterested in addressing this issue. Okay? And I mean the Democrats. You can't ever find yourself getting outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress. If you're a Democrat, that is a deep shame. You have to speak up. Because Tucker Carlson doesn't just talk about Palestinians and the humanity of Palestinians. He also will consistently take all of the newfound confidence and the newfound credibility as an outspoken individual in this cause, and he will redirect people's priorities and attention back to other things that he cares about at the domestic level, like white genocide happening, and how third world migrants are coming in to destroy this country. That is fucking terrifying. It's very frustrating. That's it. Here's a clip where he actually talks about Palestinians and the crowd hates it.
Called to be righteous, but not self-righteous. And we're also called, and I have to say this before opening it up to your hostile questions, We should also be very on guard against people who try to leverage the word of God, the words of Jesus, for political ends. That is.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst crowd to do that at, man. You're at the fucking Amerifest. That's the number one thing that conservatives do. Do you know what crowd you're in? This is the thing that conservatives organize around, masquerading their hatred for others that don't look like them or sound like them, the fears that they have, the tribalistic attitudes that they have under the auspices of God, being godly, being Christian. That's, no hate like Christian love, Tucker. I mean, you've done that. Very interesting that he would be criticizing this incredibly important aspect of conservative organizing. Very, very strange.
One, that is a dangerous thing to do. I don't want to do that. And I attempt every time. This is all sort of new to me. I'm so obviously not a great Christian that it's not like a lot of people are going to be like, oh, I want to be like him. But there are people, particularly Christian ministers, I have noticed, who are preaching a political message and pretending that it's the gospel. So let me just say, and I think my theology is right, I'm hardly a theologian, God is not on any country's side.
Again, that's not, ooh, you can't be saying that in that room. Come on, bro. God is on America's side. What do you mean? God is on America's side, Tucker. What the fuck you're talking about? What are you on?
Countries can decide to be on God's side, and that is true for people too. Okay? God doesn't have a partisan affiliation. He doesn't have a nationality. And if someone is telling you otherwise, that is just not true. It is not true. And I would also call your attention to the very obvious prohibitions in the New Testament against killing the innocent. We are not, as Christians, allowed to kill the innocent, period. We are not. And you see elaborate...
It's almost like it's a new Tucker, man. It's like I fucking... Like virtually every part of his career leading up to this moment is rendered ineffective, useless. Unless he means every migrant, every non-white migrant is not innocent. They've done a crime. And they could be killed. Or at the very least deported, right? Is that what it is? Get it? The joke is if you don't hate Muslims, you are one. This is very funny to people whose parents wouldn't let them read Harry Potter as children, whose favorite TV show was VeggieTales. Oh, yeah. Tucker Carlson interrupts speech for evening prayer to Mecca. Yeah, Babylon B's coming after him.
Arguments on behalf of doing so or ignoring it.
It feels like politicians on both sides are losing control of their bases. Yes, because liberalism is failing, and both major parties in this country are liberal. There is, however, one major party, the Republican Party, that is currently moving in the direction of an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, whatever you want to call it, a fascist party, okay? Whereas the other one is actively closing their eyes, plugging their ears, going, la, la, la, la, la, you're so stupid. Liberalism is not failing. We will fix it. We will restore liberalism. That's my fear. That is my fear. They think at a time when it's very obvious that the entire liberal capitalist world, and it didn't even take 100 years for this project to fucking fall apart once again, when just like it did in the period of the early 1900s, 1920s, when liberalism fell apart, and from the ashes of liberalism came fascist coalitions, okay? And maybe, I guess, American social democracy that partnered with communism to defeat the fascist movements in World War II, after the period of the Cold War, it accelerated the demise of liberalism because there was no other polar opposite worldview that America could combat against, or that America had to fight against. There was no threat of an alternative example. And the maximum growth, maximum prosperity, late stage capitalism that we saw from the 90s from 90s all the way until right now has collapsed liberalism once again, greatly accelerated the demise of liberalism. Yes, the end of history was not here, as Francis Fukuyama thought it would be. I mean, even he understands that. Even he recognizes that now. But my point is, it's over. It's not working. People are recognizing that it's not working. So we have to figure out quickly how to organize against the in the parliamentary system, fascist parties gaining a lot of popularity, and in the American system where there's two major parties, both liberal, one of the two major liberal parties is very quickly turning into a fascist one. And I fear it'll be too late by the time there are enough adults in the room on the, the anti-fascist side to figure out what is taking place.
Oh, that always happens in war. Well, you're right. One of the reasons I'm not that into wars. But when it does happen, unavoidably, we have to say that's wrong. We have to say that. We have to acknowledge that was wrong. And I'm sorry for the extent to which I participated in it. Forgive me. Because killing people who committed no crime is immoral. It will always be immoral. And people who do it will be punished for it. And nations that endorse it will be punished for it. That's a fact. And you are seeing now a very intense effort to convince you otherwise. Oh, it's fine. They deserved it. Really, did their children deserve it? If a man commits a crime, do we kill his kids? I don't care if it's in Minneapolis or Gaza City. No, we don't. And if we do accidentally, we say, I am so sorry that we murdered someone who did nothing wrong, because it is murder. And to see Christian pastors make excuses for that is one of the most, and that's not a partisan question. That is not a political question. That is the only question that matters. Do we have the right to murder people? And the resounding answer that Christianity provides us is no. I don't get into the whole debate, I didn't even know the terms, dispensationalist, or whatever, replacement. I'm an Episcopalian, okay? I don't enter these debates, or was. My theology is super simple. I like the Beatitudes. Read them yesterday.
I'm not trying to be the woke of the week, but why the fuck are we platforming this dickhead? He's slightly less toxic and gross than Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens, but the problem is that the man on the screen believes in murdering everyone if they step out of line. What do you mean? It's because he's one of the most consequential right-wing commentators in the country. This is the platform. We're simply observing what is going on the right-wing side. That's Tucker Carlson chatter. He talks to the vice president on the phone when he feels like it, right? He's currently in this video talking on the stage, at the main stage on the first night at the Turning Point USA conference. I happen to believe that he might be the next Republican candidate for the presidency. This is not platforming. We're simply watching. This is the platform. We're watching from afar. That's number one. And number two, we're watching it for a very specific purpose, because there is a serious level of infighting taking place in the right now.
I actually think, was it Michael reading them, some of them here? I think any person, any honest person would say it's the essence of the Christian faith. And killing tens of thousands of children and then making excuses for it on behalf of a foreign government is not in there. It's antithetical to that. Sorry. It doesn't make me a hater, it makes me the opponent of hate. So now that I've alienated most in the crowd with my staunch position.
I'm telling you, man, he consistently presents himself as a reasonable voice. And I think he's actually utilizing a lot of the more conspiratorial elements on the right now. Like he has a lot of prestige, okay? He is the actual connective tissue between the conspiratorial right, the anti-Semites, and also establishment Republicans. He comes from that background. He has the pedigree. And I think he would be the true spiritual successor to Donald Trump if there was anyone who could maintain the MAGA base and the rest of the Republicans, it's Tucker Carlson. As the most effective propagandist, do you think he actually has a chance to turn the evangelical psychos, and what would become his target then? He's a fascist at the end of the day. I think he has... I don't know how sincere these guys are with their ambitions to make America a white nation state, right? Like a fascist, white nationalist state that is devoid of all people that they've declared brown, unless they're just like, I don't know, working in a slave... working in a slave camp or something, right? Except if you listen to Tucker, he says there's 65 million migrants in the country that must be forcibly excised. And that number is actually the number of Hispanic Americans, if we're being real. So he is very, very terrifying. But the thing is, he's always been very good at making normal people listen to him. Okay? If you think like Nick Fuentes seems good in short bursts, right? And he's capable of like capturing the attention of liberals and progressives and stuff with some of the things that he says when he criticizes Donald Trump, or some of the things that he says when he's, shitting on his own audience or whatever. And I see that a lot. I see more and more liberals posting like Nick Fuentes, thinking, oh, well, I don't really agree with this guy, but he's really nailed it on this one, right? I see stuff like this. And hold on, let me see if I can find that one clip I was looking at. This guy, Bill Madden. Look at this. This guy, Bill Madden. Singer, songwriter, musician, here for social and climate justice, preventing a Trump dictatorship. Post this, and it's all liberals responding to him. Sometimes the messenger of truth is not who we chose, but fuck it. Nick Fuentes just took a blowtorch to the loathsome piece of shit. What Fuentes has to say about this repulsive, disgusting excuse of a human being is spot fucking on. These are liberals, man. These are straight up fucking liberals. They're seeing like Nick Fuentes torch Donald Trump or whatever, and then they're like, oh, that's so sick. He's so sick. Dudes with like social justice and climate justice in their bios posting Nick Fuentes uninterrupted for 9 minutes. If you think that's bad, Tucker Carlson is so much better than Nick Fuentes because he has like 20, 30 years of experience in the field. You will never catch Tucker Carlson go beyond the line of permissible bigotry, especially in his commentary. I've been covering Tucker Carlson for like the past 10 years. And the only way you can catch him is by matching his commentary side by side with prominent white nationalists. He won't say the slurs, and he will always bring back his commentary to a common sense perspective. Tucker Carlson is much better at propaganda than Nick Fuentes is. Even if their worldview is like damn near identical to one another, Tucker Carlson is very good at making it seem like his position is like the commonly held position. He's very good at, for example, making an argument against, strangers. He'll always talk about the family. America is a family. It's a family that I love. And you don't want strangers to come into your family. When he's talking about that, he's actually talking about migrants. He'll say stuff like, if you couldn't understand your wife, if your wife spoke a different language, that would be quite difficult, right? So why is that appropriate for your nation? Like he always, he has a way of taking established white supremacist talking points and putting them through this like pro-American Christian filter. He will always soften very dangerous ideas. That's why, okay, stop dick riding. We get it. What about what I've just said is dick riding? I'm saying he is, in essence, one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous, white nationalist propagandists in the country. So dangerous that most people don't even recognize that he's a white nationalist and will literally actively debate me on this. People who fancy themselves to be progressive. Like, at least with Nick Fuentes, you know he's a Nazi because he said it. He said Hitler is based, right? Tucker Carlson is never going to entertain that kind of edgy commentary, even in, even in like his weakest moments. He's not going to fucking lean into that, right? Because he knows that that's poison. Now, if the environment changes so dramatically as it is currently, he might entertain it down the line. But as it stands, when most Americans who even personally find themselves in agreement with, neo-Nazi ideals, will still, when they shy away from the moniker, okay, Tucker Carlson will never lean into that. Until it's perfectly permissible for him to do so. So that's why I think he's the most dangerous. And that's why I think he's getting a lot of prestige and a lot of confidence from a much more diverse audience than we think, with all of this, all of his like pro-Palestine advocacy. If Trump can win over Dearborn despite Muslim ban, Tucker can do so much more. You're right. He's scary, dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lol, you guys called the burnt peanut a fascist? Who is you guys? I don't know anything about the burnt peanut. The fuck are you talking about? I love that people just like invent shit and will just go along with it and be like, nah, this is what you believe. You just ask me what I believe. What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck is a burnt peanut? I'm talking about Tucker Carlson's motherfucker came in and were like, yeah, well, remember when you said the burnt peanut was a fascist? The fuck? God damn. The burnt peanut is Tucker Carlson's Steam tag? Yeah. Relevant banning clips.
Benji Shapiro.
Oh yeah, he cooked Ben. I was gonna cover this as well.
Now, Benji Shapiro sat up here last night, and he was all, I'm going to, it's all about the truth. Ben, I've known you a long time, brother. You can't handle the truth. let's face it, Ben Shapiro is the farthest thing from MAGA. Let's be blunt. He is a hardcore never Trumper. He's a
How does this guy get to be on stage after all the Jeffrey Epstein stuff? Brother, understand. The greatest super weapon that the conservative movement has at its disposal is their shamelessness. Okay? They do it as a flex. Like, why the fuck is Alan what does Alan Dershowitz bring to the table? Seriously. What the fuck does Alan Dershowitz bring to the table? Why is he constantly on Fox News? Is he charismatic? Is he poetic? Is he telegenic? Is he handsome? He's got nothing. So why the fuck is he on Fox News every night? At a certain point, you have to realize, like, nah, it's just a flex. It's to train the audience. It's to condition them that, you know, the Jeffrey Epstein affiliation is not that significant. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? Okay? And the same goes for people like Steve Bannon. They don't care. Conservatives don't care. It is their greatest power. They know that the fucking entire commentariat is comprised of psychopaths and pedophiles and rapists and people who are like outed as sex criminals, really. Right? Like Russell Brand. Insta-pivot to Christianity after he's outed as doing sex crimes. Beloved figure on the conservative right now. This is their greatest weapon in general. Their shamelessness. They can sit there and constantly engage in hypocrisy baiting and constantly attack the left, constantly attack liberals even. And if you turn that on them at any point, they'll be like, the fuck are you talking about? No, you. Boom.
Hardcore never Trumper. In the spring of 16, he tried to upend Breitbart. He walked off the job, made a big deal about some incident in Mar-a-Lago with Corey Lewandowski. He tried to turn it to Ted Cruz from Donald Trump because he hated Donald Trump. In the general election, he barely supported Donald Trump. The first sign of when President Trump gets sent back to Mar-a-Lago.
Also, Steve Bannon is 100% correct here. Just so we're clear. Like, he is 100% correct about Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro did do all of those things.
The very first individual that jumped on the Ron DeSantis train, the Israel First train, was Ben Shapiro. And those are the darkest days we had. In 21 and 22, you guys were there. He's consistently been against Trump. And now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself.
I like that Steve Bannon, by the way, also straight up fucking loves leading into neo-Nazis, fomenting anti-Semitic conspiracies, was in charge of Breitbart. When he was doing this, Ben Shapiro left Breitbart because the same thing that's happening to Ben Shapiro right now kind of happened at Breitbart with Milo Yiannopoulos coming to Breitbart in 2016. And Ben was like, wait a minute, I thought we were hating on everyone but the Jews. I'm leaving. Like, that's literally what happened with Ben Shapiro at Breitbart. Hold on now. It was cool when they had the black crime tab. Now you have Jewish crime tab. I don't like it. But that part did happen. Straight up, look it up if you don't believe me. Okay, well, the Jewish crime thing is not real. They didn't have a Jewish crime tab, but Ben did not like that they were being anti-Semitic. And now the entire movement is anti-Semitic, so he's fucked. But Bannon fucking literally will turn it on and off with regular frequency. One day he's like talking about, he's singing the praises of Israel. The next day he's talking about how, you know, Jews ain't shit. And it's so crazy because now he has identified that Donald Trump seemingly is actually putting Donald Trump is actually stopping Israel from advancing its Greater Israel Project. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Really? Donald Trump is actually stopping Israel? That's what he's doing, huh, Steve? Wow. Thank you, Donald Trump, for stopping the Greater Israel Project from being implemented. Just wait for another $250 million from Miriam Adelson, and you'll see whether he's invested in stopping the Greater Israel Project or not. Yeah, he's doing a really bad job at stopping it. This is unironically the same shit that dumbfuck liberals were saying about Joe Biden. Okay. Oh, Joe Biden, he's doing a red line on Israel, guys, any day now. Oh, you done pissed him off now. Oh, he's so mad at Benjamin Netanyahu. Meanwhile, Israel's just fucking slaughtering children with American weapons every single fucking day. Any day now, he's going to do a red line. Oh, the Rafah red line. Don't cross it. Don't cross it. Okay, well, you crossed it. I guess we'll just punish you by giving you another $20 billion of weapons. That's exactly what Donald Trump is doing, and that's exactly what Joe Biden did. There is no stopping Israel, okay? Good luck to this kind of commentary from Steve Bannon. I cannot believe it.
He's consistently been against Trump, and now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself. It's about an expansionist Israel, an imperial...
It's not about Israel itself. It's not about the lines that were defined already about Israel, which, by the way, can you explain to me what those lines are? Because they've crossed it. They've crossed far beyond the green line. Yeah. What's the Greater Israel Project? Oh, you know, Syria, which they're literally inside of currently, or southern Lebanon, which they're inside of currently, or the rest of Gaza, which they've taken over 50% of, or the entirety of the West Bank, which they are currently permanently annexing. Kind of feels like the Greater Israel Project is being implemented, don't you think? It doesn't feel like Donald Trump has stopped the Greater Israel Expansionist Project. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump actually solidified the Greater Israel Project by moving the embassy to Jerusalem when he was president the first time. You know, that was a big deal for the Greater Israel Project, as a matter of fact. Or who could forget when he recognized Golan Heights as permanently annexed territory for Israel. That was another expansion of the Greater Israel Project. So I don't think Donald Trump is against Israel expanding at all, as a matter of fact. And it's not like Donald Trump has presented himself as the stopgap measure against the Greater Israel Project. He literally was talking about the Gaza Riviera with AI videos and shit like that. The fuck do you mean Donald Trump is a great stopper of the Greater Israel Project?
Israel that Netanyahu and that crowd have thought up.
Yeah, Trump is such a threat to Israel. Mark Levin is going up on the Hanukkah event at White House saying he's the first Jewish president, followed up by Miriam Adelson, who's like, I'll give you another $250 million if you actually fucking run for a third term. Yeah, that's why. No, they're saying that, and they're giving him money because he's the great Israel annihilator. That's right.
And the Israel First crowd is Ben Shapiro, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, and many others that want to put that ahead of America's interests.
Bro, listen. The only thing stopping a straight up neo-Nazi from dominating all of this stuff at this stage right now is that every single right-wing grifter, and yes, this includes Nick Fuentes as well, has a higher ambition of moving up the ranks now that Charlie Kirk is dead. Okay? If there's only one person that's just been going balls to the wall, it's fucking Candace Owens, and that's why she's actually currently dominating. That's it. There's never been a better moment to be an overt anti-Semite. I mean, look at what he's saying. Steve Bannon is supposed to be the guy. He's supposed to be the guy. He's supposed to be the anti-Semite. And he's over here fucking talking about how Donald Trump is really stopping Israel, dude. Really? Really? He's stopping Israel? Really, Steve? He hasn't done a good job. Bannon's war room, Steve Bannon. You can't get a better defender of Israel than Charlie Kirk. You can't get a better defender of Israel than Steve Bannon. At Breitbart, adamant couldn't have a two-state solution in the White House. I'm the one who pushed initially hard to move the embassy to Jerusalem at the war room. Ask all the other war room people that are here. Ask all the posse. We always talk about it. And we're one state, not a two state, but that's about Israel. Charlie Kirk had some foundational beliefs. Those foundational beliefs are number one. He's a populist nationalist. America makes its own decisions for America. And as a populist, the American people are the people that make those decisions. Let's be real, Hasan. It was a much better moment to be an anti-Semite in 1930s Nazi Germany, not right now. No, this is literally, okay, 1925 Nazi Germany. You know? That's because that's where we're at. Liberalism is collapsing. There isn't as much economic turmoil yet, but liberalism is absolutely fucking collapsing. And we're in the beginning stages of like blaming everything on the fucking Jews over and over again. This is 1925 Nazi Germany, not 1930s. Or not Nazi Germany. It's a pre-Nazi Germany. It's coming though. There is no failed revolution either. There's no failed socialist revolution. There's no socialist momentum, no socialist movement whatsoever. It's cooked. A big difference is that there isn't a huge amount of anti-Semitic academia and pseudoscience being written, but yeah. I mean, I don't even think that academia and pseudoscience even has any motion anymore. I think we've just like moved, we've devolved into a more caveman-like understanding of the world anyway. So does academia even have that kind of motion anymore? I think it's like there wasn't this level of mass propaganda that you can access at the tip of your fingers in the past. Every area where people are getting information from is fucking blaring a consistent amount of anti-Semitic propaganda. It's much more effective, in my opinion, than fucking academia. They laugh when I said mainstream conservative arguments are now indistinguishable from 1920s Nazi arguments, and yet. Bryce, I myself, oh, this one's really funny. I read this. I myself am Jewish ancestrally. I'm Christian by faith, but Jewish by blood. I've actually read Mein Kampf. The end conclusions that he came to, absolutely abominable. But I strangely understood where he was coming from as far as wanting to improve the national state of Germany. Does anyone think women should not be allowed to vote? Only Andrew raises his hand. I just feel like women are very emotional and that politics is a man's discipline. I seriously believe it. My mother actually believes this too. And I know some other women who believe that. I just feel like I've never really seen a woman who truly understands politics. Sophie, yeah, that might be your issue with finding a good quality girl. Have you ever thought about the fact that a woman's emotions are a beautiful thing and that they might complement a man? And that, yes, maybe we make different decisions because of emotions, but if it were just men, there would be no reasoning. I think it's a beautiful thing to have both sides. I'm not racist because I have a black friend type shit. Brother, that's literally like saying I'm not racist because I used to be black. I'm no longer black. But, you know, David Duke had some good opinions. What do you mean? It's worse than that. He literally is like, I'm Jewish, but I'm Christian now. And Hitler had some good ideas about the Jews, honestly. I didn't like the end point of the Holocaust. That's a full Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, both views about the women voting thing are fucking misogynistic. Yeah, I know. National sovereignty. Hitler was a nationalist. He was like, we have to take Germany back for Germans. And I feel like we should do that in America. We should take America back for our native population. So I'm not an expert on Hitler by any means, but as far as nationalism is concerned, I'm all that. Oh, by the way, the women shouldn't vote guy is a 20-year-old white Christian landscaper who considers himself very right-wing and voted for Trump in 2024, but isn't sure if he'll vote in the next election. Andrew describes himself as a close follower of Nick Fuentes and drove in from rural Tennessee, far outside of Nashville, to participate in this focus group. These guys are our coworkers? Oh, yeah. It's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, this is where we're at. Where is this from? I need to. Everyone wants to know what Gen Z Republicans think. We ask them, which is a terrible idea, okay? Participants, Addie, an 18-year-old Hispanic Baptist Republican woman attending college who considers herself very right-wing but did not vote in 2024. Addie walked out during the middle of the group. Alex, a 28-year-old white high school graduate who works as a property manager. He's a non-denominational Protestant. Allie, a 28-year-old white Baptist stay-at-home mom of two, with one more on the way, whose highest level of education is trade school. She is a Republican. Andrew, a 20-year-old white Christian landscaper. We already read that one. Ashley, a 29-year-old white Baptist woman who works as a subcontractor renovating homes. She's a high school educated Republican. I'm beginning to notice a trend here with the educational attainment. Okay, Atticus, a 25-year-old white non-denominational Protestant man who has attended some college and works in marketing. He's a Republican. Now, let me tell you something. It was tremendously beneficial for the modern Republican movement to make sure that education was completely fucking paywalled, okay, and inaccessible for large chunks of American society. It was also a win-win for the colleges that wanted to turn this into a gay hedge fund for themselves, right? Because that's basically what college campuses have become now. It's like the educational part of the education is actually secondary. It's just basically a gay hedge fund, okay? That's what college is, unfortunately. But obviously, the generational impact of this, unlimited for-profit, unlimited profiteering in institutes of higher learning, it has obviously created an entire generation of people who are just not very well educated. It has made the American laborers less educated overall. It's made them more malleable. And it's very beneficial if you're interested in just duping large swaths of the population. But it also has made people stupid. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like, it's made people dumber. And this is the product, because I think there's a comfortable middle ground between like not too much education and no education whatsoever. And when you fucking rip out the public education structure as well for the exact same reasons, when you basically destroy public education K through 12 and then you make it inaccessible for people to get a higher degree, all of a sudden you've made your entire population too fucking stupid. And at first they were malleable. At first they were easier to control. But when they become a little too stupid, when they go beyond the malleable level of stupid, the perfect stupid barrier, like the perfect stupid middle ground, now they're not exactly controllable either. They just make up their own minds. You know? We're there. We're nearing that level of stupidity, where everyone is surrounded by other stupids and think, of course, we're all stupid. This is just how it's supposed to go. Bryce, a 24-year-old white Baptist man. He attended some college and previously worked in security. He's now self-employed as a writer, working primarily on a Star Wars YouTube channel. He's an independent who voted for Trump in 2024. That's the guy who is a Jewish ancestry who said he read Mein Kampf and was like, yeah, I get it. How much you want to bet he fucking hates how woke Star Wars is? Caleb, white 29-year-old Baptist Republican. He completed a bachelor's degree and works as an IT trainer for an EV charger manufacturer. Yeah. Judging by how things are going, I suspect Caleb will be a liberal the next election cycle. You can count on that. Colin, a 19-year-old Christian white Republican student at Vanderbilt. Dawson, a 21-year-old white Republican, is currently a college studying political science, and he interns at his local Protestant church. DC, a 29-year-old white man, is an independent who voted for Trump in 2024. He went to law school and currently works as an attorney. Ethan, 29-year-old white Methodist Republican man who works as a warehouse manager. Okay. Moderator, where do you get your political news from? Andrew, Spotify podcasts like Tucker Carlson or Rumble with Nick Fuentes. A guy who's been in the political radio space for 40 years or so. He's an older dude who I think went to Vandy. Crom Carmichael. Bryce, I get a lot of my political news from YouTubers. These are the dumb fucks that watch the slop tubers, by the way, straight up. I'm just letting you know. It's not just like liberals who watch the slop tubers. It's like guys like this too. And when he says that, I know he means Asmongold. Anyway, most of the news I get is through TikTok or just conversation with other people. That's not how you consume the news. What do you mean you get your news from conversations? You know, the fucking printing press exists. What are you talking about? She went real old school with it. She's like, you know, tales that people tell you. That's how you move history, right? You know, the village elders. The village elders tell me about how things have happened in the past. It's the oral tradition. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Sophie, I get a lot of news from social media, like varying platforms. And then I feel like once something really notable is going on, I'll kind of dig deeper on different news sources and channels. Yeah, the town crier tells me what's going on. I get my news from merchants on the Silk Road. They are well traveled, sir. I think the next level, the next stage in conservative madness is just being like, I make it up. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I make it up. I just close my eyes and imagine what the news of the day looks like. It's pretty cool. You should do it too. The voices in my head inform me about all the comings and goings of modernity. God told me in a dream, you know, that sort of thing. That's where we're going to devolve into. Madison, not really into politics, but my favorite influencer is Alex Earl. Most of my political stuff I get from podcasts that I like. I'm thinking Alex Clark, Brett Cooper, as well as family members. Dog, I'm sorry. I have never met someone who has answered the question, where do you get your news from? With, oh, just my family members. Once again, going back to the oral tradition, that's not how you are supposed to. I'm not even. Wow, dude. Wow. My drunkest uncle. Lauren, various sources through Instagram and YouTube, just kind of like whatever pops up. I've seen a lot of Alex Clark and Brett Cooper. And then kind of just going into the whole religious political space. Oh, I love Mark Driscoll. He's amazing. My brother actually has a newsletter here in Nashville that I read daily, then Twitter and podcasts like Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. Mainly YouTube, Donald Trump, Ben Shapiro, Donald Trump. I get my news from the president. I love getting my news directly from the President of the United States of America. Oh my God. Oh, that's so awesome. This is the greatest article ever written, dude. Conservatives in their environment, just unrestrained, you know? No safeguards. Also, the guy who got assassinated, Charlie. Well, that's 1 out of fucking 3 primary news sources that you lost. Not looking too good. Got to replace that with someone. Definitely Candace Owens, by the way. That's crazy. This Mark Driscoll guy has no neck. Oh, dude, Jesus Christ. Anyway, social media podcasts, Joe Rogan, stuff like that. Just kind of depends on the day. Mainly social media and Instagram, but if not, CNN. Okay, Colin. That is, I think, the first time someone has actually pointed to a news source. I mean, doesn't have to be CNN, but like I'll take Fox News, you know what I mean, over whatever the fuck these guys are saying. Holy shit, I can't believe how bad things are. My news comes from a blend of social media, so Twitter or X on Instagram, but then also podcasts on Spotify, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, mostly a lot of Christian podcasts like the King's Hall podcast. For me, it's never just the traditional Fox News style thing, just because after all the years of growing up with my parents and grandparents, waking up in the house with it blasting and just droning, It was never appealing to me. More individual personalities tend to draw me in more. Honestly, my dad kind of fills me in on everything, or TikTok. Dude! Why are you lie? Why are you admitting that? Oh my God. What the fuck is happening? My dad kind of fills me in on everything? Bro, a lot of people will be like, you get your news from a Twitch streamer, and they like point to me. Motherfucker, people are getting the news from their dad. Like, at least as a part of my job, I'm like reading actual news resources, like fucking interviewing journalists, interviewing congresspersons. Like, what do you mean you get your news from your dad? What the fuck? For me, it's you and Philip DeFranco, so don't act like weird personalities are necessarily a bad news source. First of all, that's not true even for you. Because right now, for example, we're reading cityjournal.org. So at the very least, by transitive property, by way of just being in this community, you are still getting your news from traditional outlets, okay? You're not getting it from a random guy on TikTok or your fucking dad. I am not your dad, okay? I'm a random guy on the internet who, at the very least, has like a degree in trying to understand and make sense of the senseless nature of American politics. And I always tell you, you shouldn't just get your news from me anyway. And that doesn't mean you should go to SlopTubers or Tucker Carlson to get your news, but like go to the news, go to the actual legacy papers, go to actual mainstream media outlets and things like that. Oh. I'm not your father. I'm the father that stepped up. Social media like Instagram or Twitter. Honestly, just wherever I see, really. I can't think of any specifics. I really get my news from all over the place. Social media, Twitter. And then other than that, I tend to stick to Fox News. X or independent journalism. And I like to watch the 5 on Fox during dinner time. That's another 5 on Fox watcher, just like us. Real sends me news, ground news, which is a lot of different resources from different ends of the spectrum. I also listen to podcasts like The Morning Wire, which I think maybe like the Daily Wire does, and sometimes the local channels. Ben Shapiro, I watch CNBC fairly often as background noise when I'm doing my work. How's the country doing currently? Improving. I think there's a major culture shift that has happened, and that's the main reason I would say there's improvement. Yeah, everything pertains to the culture. There's a culture shift. The anti-woke crusade. The anti-woke crusade won. Please do not look at the dire economic situation. It's the culture change, though. You know, we're all anti-woke now, right? You could say the R word. I think the economy has improved as well, but that culture shift towards an America First type mindset, more of a Christian mindset, that sort of thing's a major shift back to where I feel things used to be. And I think that's an amazing major improvement. All of you deserve to lose your treats, okay? Every single person that has responded in this deserves to lose all their treats. You deserve a world where, you know, ribeye steak is $75 and it is trapped in a fucking cage. You deserve it. You're a pig. You're a porky little pig. And you're just eating the fucking slop. And you think, oh, things are so good. We're Christian now. No, we're not, you fucking idiot. It's improving. The economy is settling. Cope. The overall financial cost of things is finally improving. Supply chains are finally starting to get a little bit back on track. Brother, since what? The Trump tariffs? The Liberation Day? He broke it, now he's fixing it? Is that what you're saying? That's cool. Colin, changing. I also thought about polarizing just because, I mean, if you look at the way people vote or the way the House makes decisions, it's all just becoming very split down the middle. This is why I said Colin probably is also going to be a fucking liberal soon. Improving partly because of tax incentives. Whenever you see new tax incentives for employees, that's going to bring more money into the pocket. Again, hypothetical in the future, not, which is, again, the underlying truth of this statement, or the underlying implication here, is that it hasn't gotten better yet, but it will in the future. Also, lowering the corporate tax rate is going to allow people to invest more money back in the capital and assets, which in turn will do a snowball effect for more jobs. Also, over the last few years, I've been very concerned about international affairs and homeland security. What, you didn't like Mr. Five Eyes? You didn't like AUKUS Jack? You didn't like the Finlandization of NATO? I did the NATOization of Finland. You didn't like that guy? Trump's modus operandi in the international stage is far better for my taste. I love Chinese century of prosperity. I think this is a secret Chinese right here. He's saying Trump is bringing about the glorious Chinese century, and I fucking love that. But it does feel as if we're moving in a direction where there's stronger stance on the types of things that are acceptable and unacceptable. Again, culture shit. I think that Trump, though, he's got some insane antics at times, and he has more of a stable presence, and I think he's gonna accomplish more internationally. Addie, the lady who gets her information from her dad, self-admitted. I feel like people have woken up with Christianity. I feel like that is a big part of people's lives now, and it wasn't before. It was Charlie Kirk. I feel like when he was killed was when people started to actually wake up. Like my aunt, she was a big non-believer, and then when all that stuff happened, she got encouraged to go to church, and now she's going every Sunday. Aw, bless your heart, Addie. I bet you we talk shit, but she's probably the fucking happiest out of everyone in this group, okay? She doesn't got a thing going on between those ears, okay? She's just like, yeah, I'm carrying the flame. We are Charlie Kirk. You know, I'm fighting for the gospel, just like my aunt, who was a non-believer. Good for her. Good for you, Addie. Andrew, I feel like the country's worsening. And really because of immigration. I feel like who is in the country makes up the country and dictates what kind of country it's going to be. And I don't feel like the Trump administration is doing enough to deport people. Oh, this is the Nick Fuentes fan, of course. I know that they need resources for that, but they're deporting about as many people as Biden did and as Obama did. They're on track to hit 1 million by the end of this term, which is what Obama did. And I feel like that's not nearly enough. I think more people need to be deported faster. So I would say the country's getting worse. One more lane on the highway and traffic will be solved. 10,000 more Guatemalans deported and the country will be better. Okay. I promise. Just one more migrant, please. What is this? I do not expect to hold weight over 30,000 people, but when you read 2 of my comments out loud and not give me a chance to respond, kind of feels shitty. You give trolls the chance to respond even when they're speaking in bad faith. What? Brother, what the fuck? Or sister, what are you talking about? What? Bitch, I get my news from you and Philip DeFranco. These are just the realities of our generation. You're right, I get my news because you watch multiple sources that helps me. You're missing the part that I'm making the most important. I learn more about the world because I watch your stream, because I watch it that would normally never watch because I follow you and I watch your streams. You've caught... Okay, so we're not even in disagreements. We're not even disagreeing. But you should still definitely, get your news from other sources as well. Anyway, Wilkes, I honestly think it's doing worse right now more than in the years past, just given. I'm about to graduate college and it's a really hard job market right now. A lot of my friends are struggling to find jobs, so things are obviously not ideal. But hey, man, we got those pesky transgenders out of the high school swim meets, So maybe, Wilkes, you could say the R word, though. You could say the R word, Wilkes. Don't you think that's a market improvement? Just saying. Atticus, I would say it's improving, mainly because we're undoing a bunch of damage. Specifically, I see that in the healthcare world. We're spending more on healthcare than energy and food combined. Obviously, subsidies are growing up, but that's because we're trying to weed out the third-party payment system, which is causing people like me, at least age-wise, to pay so much for healthcare that we don't even end up using. Okay. That's a Medicare for all voter, 100%. As he's out there waiting to be primed and activated. I think things are improving. I think the world outlook of America seems to be better than it was maybe 4 years ago. I feel it's worsening. Honestly, one of the big things for me is price increases. I know you kind of mentioned how the economy is getting better, and maybe I'm not plugged into how things are going on the macro scale, but I mean, I go to Walmart or Aldi, meat is $6 to $8 for a pound. That's terrible. And I think the culture war is affecting the media too much. As someone who makes money off an interest in Star Wars, anyone who knows what Star Wars is, like, knows how that is going. It feels like companies are putting more of their political agenda in entertainment. Oh my God, this guy's plugging his YouTube channel, bro. Brother, you started off strong. And then you immediately turned into Star Wars is gone woke, and it sucks now. He's plugging his fucking YouTube channel. Are you kidding me? These adult children. Feels like companies are putting more of their political agenda in entertainment in order to sway the public. And I say that about conservative groups too. Oh, he's an extreme centrist though. I think Christian values matter, but stories are suffering because of political leanings being injected in there. I think we're slowly improving. I think more people our age are starting to get more involved in politics, starting to kind of wake up to what's going on and realize they have a say in, okay, this is a person that just wanted to sound smart, okay, but no opinions whatsoever. Staying the same. I feel like in some areas we're improving, but then it's kind of shifting in other areas. I would say people are kind of seeking out truth more and seeking out opportunities to learn more. I feel like the cost of living is getting worse. Don't you feel like that's more important than whatever the fuck this is? People are seeking out truth more? What do you mean? I see so many people in their 20s that are like, I went to college and I should be doing well. I shouldn't be living paycheck to paycheck. And it's getting worse and worse with each passing week. I hear that so often from friends of mine. Oh, okay. So I guess it's not improving then. I think it's improving. The biggest chance to me is that I feel like people are seeing contrast and wanting things to change. We were in a world where right-leaning people were so silent. I wish I lived in that world. When have the right-wingers been silent? What world are these guys living in? I wish they would be fucking quiet sometimes. They're so loud. They constantly yell above their station. They constantly act as though 99% of the fucking American population loves what they have to say. And then when people around them in their immediate vicinity go, ew, what? That's what you believe? I respect you much less now. They go, oh, see? Cancel culture. Cancel culture is when my subordinates don't want to listen to the latest episode of the Joe Rogan Experience at the water cooler. This is cancel culture. Why won't they listen to me about how they're putting kitty litter in the classrooms? No, man, you're just fucking stupid and annoying. Please be quiet. I feel like it's a combination. Some things are worse. And I don't get it. 1 year into the Trump administration, and not a lot of people saying things are banger. Things are fucking incredible. Kind of feels like there isn't a lot going on that they can look forward to. At most, the most hopeful content comes from people who are like, well, things are going to get better, surely. Every single person is holding on to this notion that maybe things are getting better. Every single one of them has been like, things are dog shit when it comes to finances. But I can say the R word or some combination of that, right? Where they're like, well, people are becoming more Christian, I think, so that's good. How the fuck is any of that relevant to your life? It shows you what many of the conservative grievances are, though. It directly arrives at the heart of conservative grievance. People don't like me because my opinions are stupid and annoying. And I annoy people when I constantly talk about them. And I have no other way of carrying on a conversation outside of constantly talking about Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, and how we must venerate Charlie Kirk, and how people are not sufficiently venerating Charlie Kirk, who's carrying the flame and fighting for the gospel. And therefore, at least now people are a little bit more scared to be at odds with me. Otherwise, I'll get them deported. So things are improving, I guess. Steak is $75 now. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, but I'm living paycheck to paycheck in a dead-end job that I absolutely fucking despise, surrounded by people that I suspect do not like me whatsoever. But at least they've quieted down. At least, there's a migrant somewhere that was deported, and that makes me feel a little bit better about the future of America. I think it's going to be good. Coffee is now $1,000. Is awesome. And these Democratic judges just freaking letting people off. The immigrants and the deportation, that just makes me angry. There shouldn't be women dying because certain people are not put away. And Democratic judges just freaking letting people off. I'm like, do your freaking job and actually put people away when they commit a crime. Yeah, Lauren, you're right. Famously, the Democratic judges were just letting, Guatemalans go or Hondurans go when they were doing crimes because they were like, oh no, you've done a crime, but also you're not documented. I guess, shit, that's a cheat code. We got the boss call from Brandon. I'm sorry. If you sincerely believe that in the United States of America, over the last 4 years before Donald Trump became president, that if someone committed a crime while being undocumented, they were let go, you have to be forcibly educated. Okay? You have to literally, by force, go back to school. Okay? That is insane. Or institutionalized. I don't know. What are we doing? How am I supposed to live in a world where someone unironically thinks that is what's going on? Your sense, we have no consensus reality. That's it. We have no consensus reality. How can I live in the same world as this person? That person votes. It's crazy, Lauren. Lauren, the fuck you mean? Why are you letting them off? Why is this so politically charged? No Democrat or Republican, do your freaking job. There's talk about cancer research going down and kind of almost ending, and that really makes me angry. Who do you think is ending cancer research, Lauren? You think that was also Brandon? My mom had cancer. My grandma is enduring it right now, but religion's improving. She's like, things are getting better because Donald Trump solved the problem that wasn't really a problem that he just lied about. Okay. But then things are kind of bad because he cut cancer research, but I don't really know who cut cancer research, even though Trump is the president. But also at the same time, things are good, I think, because Gen Z is becoming more godlike. Medieval peasants, all of them. And not even post-printing press medieval peasants who at least could read the Bible themselves. You know what I mean? I'm talking straight up. I'm taking for granted what the fucking priest is saying. Yeah, if I do enough tithing, maybe I'll go to heaven type medieval peasantry. Oh my fucking God. George, it's a little bit of both. I think that overall it's worsening though. just culturally, societally, looking at the generation beneath us and just seeing how divided everyone is and then how stupid everyone is, frankly. Yeah, I wonder why you think everyone's stupid, George. Maybe the fucking room that you're in. George heard everyone else go before him and was like, yeah, I'm not going to lie, dog. Shit's fucked. Have you seen these other people? Like just filling their brains with nothing all day. And I don't think the advent of AI is going to help much of that. I don't know if anyone's doing their schoolwork anymore. If anyone's learning anything. Okay, George and I have the same concerns. Never mind. And I just feel like things are trending downward across the board. I will say, as far as governmentally, I like that people are waking up to the right idea, and the cost of living, that's concerning. Everything being so top heavy, the stuff they put in our food, I'm pretty negative about it all. Now I understand why China takes education so seriously. Yeah, because they're woke and gay. Okay, that's why. That's everybody knows that, and guess what? They don't fuck with Christianity at all. To be fair to China, in their history, they've had some very unique moments with Christianity, so it's understandable that they would really stamp that shit out to the best of their ability. Like a lot more than they give a fuck about Islam, straight up. But everybody knows, yeah, the Chinese Gen Z, not woke. I mean, Chinese Gen Z, woke and gay. Not as invested in Christianity. It's fucked up. That's why they're losing, in my mind. Japan is kind of like that too. No, Japan is way worse at dealing with the cults that pop up than China is. China actually does a much better job, I think, of stamping out any kind of like alternative cults than Japan does. Japan had a massive sequence of terror leading up to the 90s with specifically that. People would just one day get up and go, I'm actually, Buddha's left ass cheek or whatever. And then they would do happy fun time cult. And then boom, 3 weeks later, they're putting fucking mustard gas in the trash can of the fucking most crowded subway station. And what I'm saying, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but like, I'm not actually like that. What I'm saying is that literally happened pretty much. Yeah, one said, I'm Jesus' brother, and he told me to overthrow the emperor. Okay, we're not going to talk about that. That's what I mean. Like, you can't. That was it. If anything, they were not aggressive enough with Falun Gong, and look where that led. Well, I mean, I guess they can't really operate inside of China, but yes, I'm talking about this. The Tokyo subway sarin attack was a domestic chemical terrorist attack perpetrated on the 20th of March, 1995 in Tokyo, Japan by members of the Aum Shinrikyo cult, which is what? The religion of Aum Supreme Truth. Shinrikyo. Yeah, they have their own anime and shit. Anyway. Yeah, this is why you have to carry your trash with you every time when you're in Japan. This is why you have to carry your trash everywhere, and there's no trash cans anywhere. I get my news from you and Addie's dad. It's good to have a diversity of opinion in your media diet. Me too. Jaden is getting better, but it's also getting worse at the same time. Our government system could use more improvement. The cost of living is high, and schools, it seems like kids don't want to do anything or focus on school. Improving for a couple reasons. I think the economy seems to be stabilizing, cope. And really in the last year or so, cope. And I feel like since we've had the presidential election, identity politics has taken a little decline. Oh my God. It's always identity politics. It's always identity politics, these people. It's all culture war. We're winning the culture war. We're winning the culture war. No, you're not. Which political figure or media personality best represents you? I used to agree a lot with Matt Walsh. I think he's very aggressive, but he's pretty close. I think he's very aggressive with the left wing, and I think showing hostility to people on the other side is the wrong thing to do. I think it's perpetuating political tribalism. So I used to agree a lot with his points, but not his delivery. He's like, I love the transphobia, but, you know, ease up on shitting on the left too much. Ashley, Charlie Kirk. I like the core values he held and put forward, putting God first above everything. And that Kennedy guy with the raspy voice. Sophie, Charlie Kirk. He has always done a really good job of mixing his religious and family views, but also tying in political views, and he's very well educated. He's not just going off his opinions, he's informed. Allie Beth Stuckley, I think she's pretty grounded in her faith, which is something that I relate to. Sean Ryan and Charlie Kirk and Robert F. Kennedy, Joe Rogan. Wow. Podcasts have really done a number on the minds of people. Oh my God, we're so fucked. Tucker Carlson, especially after his departure from Fox, just seeing kind of how he's a little more middle ground, not so brainwashed by the bosses who tell him what to say. It's a mix between Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. I like Ben Shapiro because of how he uses debate tactics. He's very intelligent. Joe Rogan's probably my favorite. I really like Nick Fuentes. I feel like he puts a strong emphasis on social conservatism and Christianity and America first, immigration, America first, foreign policy. I feel like these guys live on a totally separate planet. You know what I mean? Like whenever they're like, dude, I really need to have like a strong Christian fundamentalist who roots his worldview around Christianity. Like when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, who are these fucking people? Like I meet religious people all the time, but like, I don't know. I feel like people that just like keep to themselves about their religious worldview, and it's not like everything. It's not like what guides their every fucking waking moment. They're not like, oh, I need, you know, I need someone to tell me how religious they are, how Christian they are in every fucking statement that they make. I think you live in a bit of a bubble in LA, probably. Evangelicals are your biggest blind side? Yeah. I think so. I mean, I travel around. I'm not just in LA, right? Not only do I travel around the world, but I also travel around the country. But even when I go, they all live in Oklahoma. You know, I used to go to Oklahoma all the time. Brother, what are you talking about? OKC has the exact type of person that I'm talking about. OKC has the wokes. Obviously, I'm not like, you know, petitioning the people at Walmart when I go to fucking Walmart in Tulsa or something. But like, there are certainly a lot of people in these places that are much more open-minded than you think. But to be fair, whenever I do travel to red states, I'm still going to cities. And I think that's the problem. America lives in the suburbs, the exurbs, the rural parts. And I think these are where that's where these guys are coming from, I suspect. Right? Like these are the people who are just like living in a dog shit town, boring as fuck, shitty ass job, driving 45 minutes both ways to go to their fucking dead end job that they despise. And in the process, they're just turning on their favorite podcaster and they're listening to that guy. And that guy happens to, you know, be Joe Rogan or Nick Fuentes or Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson, going from the suburbs to the big gay towns to work. I mean, many of you are also doing the same thing, but at least you're getting your information from me, which is, you know, to the best of my ability, I try to show you a very different perspective than what you would encounter from, you know, the rest of your high school friends that never actually left their small towns at all, right? Your life isn't better or worth more because you live in a city, asshole. I'm not saying that at all. I do think that there are significant advantages living in a diverse environment, though, especially about how you're most likely going to be more open-minded. It's one of the best aspects of even a college education in general, where you are actually in a diverse learning environment, surrounded by people that you wouldn't normally encounter in a much more segregated environment that you grew up in. Doesn't mean that it's like, you know, worth more or anything. And unironically, it's one of the worst aspects of American existence because there is no public transit. And the cities are designed in this way, where if you live in the city, which is increasingly more costly, virtually impossible to fucking live in, so you are forced out. Usually, you're priced out of the cities in general, and you're more isolated. You have to get a car. There's no third spaces, or at least like the only third space you can go to is like church. So the only sense of community you get is from people like Allie, who get their news from their dad, who tells them everything that's going on, and they're happy with it. They're content. Nate is gay. I can't prove it, but there's a trend. Oh my God. Benny Johnson and Michael Knowles. I wonder where you got that from, chatter. Wilkes, Ben Shapiro. I think the best would be Charlie Kirk, Rand Paul. I'd say Jeffrey Meader, Nick Shirley, Tucker Carlson, Charlie Kirk, Brittany Aldean, Tucker Carlson. Who's heard of Nick Fuentes? Just over half of the participants, 13, put their hands up. What do you think of him? I think it's hilarious. I agree a lot with his points. He definitely doesn't care how it's going to be reacted to, which I respect. But also, it can be kind of dangerous. I think I read earlier that he's not ever planning on running for political office, which I think is probably a good thing. There's a lot of baggage attached to him. I just think he's funny, honestly. And through that humor, he's saying a lot of things that I kind of align with, like how Adolf Hitler was based, I guess. He said that all blacks should be in jail on Piers Morgan. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's kind of a psycho. What? I think she steams them. He's so weird. Trump gives detailed description of how meticulously Melania takes care of her panties. Yo. Is he horny? Is Trump horny? Is he horned up? Okay, we'll get to that later. Hold on. We're doing a deep dive into Gen Z conservatism. Allie, at its core, I believe a lot of what he says, but I think the delivery is kind of poor. Like, I feel that way about Trump, but he's America first. He's not anti-helping out other countries, but he's like, we can't be putting our country at risk because of it. So I just think that in the general mindset is that what I agree with. I dig him. Dude, this is exactly what I was saying, okay? Nick Fuentes is the logical conclusion of conservatism. Like, reactionary politics has somewhat of an endpoint, right? And that's Nazi shit. And that's why so many people are like, well, yeah, I'm pretty sympathetic to this guy who openly says he's a neo-Nazi. And at a certain point, once the stigma of being a Nazi goes away, then you start seeing people self-identify as such. Okay? And that's what we're moving in the direction of. That's what's so terrifying to me, at least. I dig him. He knows his market. He's not trying to please everybody. He's definitely going after more of a shock value with some of his stuff. But as far as general beliefs or values, I sort of agree. Personally, I think a lot of time he's just joking. He said a lot of things for shock value and notoriety. He does collaborations with black people. I think Nick Fuentes, is very dangerous for our side of things. The right's already being accused of being racist and invalidating women's issues and things like that. It's why the left keeps drawing people in, whether it gets clipped or whether people take it seriously or not. The very fact that you make light of it makes us all look bad. I think being too radical pushes, this guy is the extreme centrist. This is the one guy who's like liberal minded, okay? Who's like, yeah, let's not go that far. Okay, Bryce, you're fucking libbed up. I think being too radical pushes people away and makes them look for truth elsewhere. Andrew, I would just disagree. As far as Fuentes is concerned, I feel like his viewpoints would have been mainstream not that long ago if he's saying something like most women want to be raped. Well, 50 Shades of Grey sells like hotcakes to women. So I feel like that's just a fact. Ethan, he likes to stir the pot, and it's very polarizing. He has a lot of very strong opinions, and a lot of them are very controversial. Yeah, Nick Fuentes, woman understander, by the way. Bryce was the one that liked Hitler's nationalism, Lamau, but doesn't like when Fuentes says the quiet part out loud. Yeah. Conservatives constantly discrediting the left. Their use of fascists and Nazis unironically cause people not to feel shame of being called it to a certain degree. But I do think that as conditions worsen and as conservatives have greatly expanded on the permission structure of what is allowed, what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say, the number one conquest that they've entertained, actually, the only environment, the only area where they have actually genuinely changed societal attitudes is being able to say slurs and being open about your fucking racialized animus and animosity and fears and whatnot. That has allowed people to be more comfortable saying, yeah, what's the problem? And the final, like the dam that was holding everything together was like anti-Semitism. And the reason why anti-Semitism had any sort of like institutional stigma attached to it with like actual weight behind it was because it was most commonly used to defend Israel. And now that people are just like, yeah, we don't fuck with Israel, it's over. And that's why you're seeing all the dam break in its entirety, where people are like, yeah, you know what? This Nazi isn't so bad, actually. That's it. Couldn't have come at a fucking worse time, really, when you think about it. For years and years, they ran with this shit. For years and years, they ran with, like, you should be able to make fun of everybody. You should be able to shit on everybody, you know, non-white people for the most part. Because the other side of this is also white identitarian politics. Oh, white people are constantly under attack. Why can't we actually, why can't we actually win for once? Oh, it must be because women have a place in the workplace now, and that's why white men are being undermined, or, you know, brown people are in the workplace. That's why white men are being undermined. Like, how is that any different than what Nick Fuentes says? He just ties it back to Jews are responsible. And when you realize that Israel ain't shit, and for the entirety of your life, and still to this day, everyone is tying Israel back to the Jews, then you go, oh, wait, maybe Jews ain't shit either. Yeah, rich people are there to hate. All hate directed elsewhere is just a waste of time. I agree. I think he reminds me of the Andrew Tate Republican Party, where he's really good at addressing a common problem, but the solutions aren't the solutions to go by. So I think a lot of people can relate to what he's saying because he's going, oh, this is the problem. Then he's trying to offer a solution that doesn't fit. I feel like we're in a time with social media where a lot of people like to rage bait, and I feel like that's part of where he's aiming at with some of the things he says. It's brain rot and misinformation too. Yeah, I'll admit my brain's definitely getting fried. I try to delete the apps and everything, but I still find myself drawn to it. Who wants to get married and have babies? Most of them put their hands up. Only 3 are currently married, 2 to each other, and 1 is divorced. Potentially, I'm a Christian, and no offense to any women here, the Nick Fuentes fan says, but there's not a ton of good traditional Christian women out there. Oh, I wonder why the Nick Fuentes fan would be a repulsive little fucking incel. Brother, you can't even shut the fuck up for 3 seconds. You're surrounded by Gen Z Christians, okay? Self-described Christians. And even then you're like, well, you know, I would love a woman to marry, but they ain't shit, you know? And then all the fucking pick-me's. Yeah, 100%. There's no modesty. I mean, they're walking out in bras and fucking underwear. Lauren, cover it up. Sophie, well, I think that modesty is a virtue, but even modesty aside, I think if you look at the heart, you look at the values, people are not heavily leaning towards settling down and finding someone to build a life with. Moderator, and how's the dating market? George, you go on great dates, and then it ends after like 5 months. No one wants to stick through the uneven phase. I go to a lot of weddings. I was invited to a wedding last year, and it was too early, so I slept in and skipped it. Well, I'm not into the dating scene, but I do believe it's hard to find someone. Andrew, oh, here we go. Oh, cracks knuckles. Andrew, Nick Fuentes fan coming in. I know a lot of guys who are pretty successful, who are pretty in good shape and successful, and they have a hard time finding a good Christian woman. I'm successful. I do pretty well. I make almost $100,000. I'm only 20 years old, so this isn't top of mind concern for me, but I don't see a lot of good Christian women. I see a lot of tattoos. I don't like that. And I see a lot of promiscuity with women, and I don't like that either. I see a lot of feminism, too, a lot of bossy women. I look at my mother, and I see a very traditional conservative woman. Why can't they all be like my mother? I want to fuck my mother. And I don't see that in other women around. Why can't other women be like my mommy? Oh, Jesus Christ, Andrew. God damn, you are so repulsive. Moderator, what do the women here think about feminism? Hate it, and it shouldn't be here. I think true feminism could work. Okay, Sophie's woke. Should women be able to vote? Yes, but... should women be able to vote? Sure. I don't know. But should we be demoralizing ourselves as women and our true values? I used to work, and now I'm a stay-at-home mom. And there was a time when that was really frowned upon. What are you talking about? Okay. And I think that's sad. I think that family culture and values have diminished in our country. No, you were insecure about it, okay? You were made to feel insecure about it because you had one conversation with someone, okay? But who gives a fuck? There is a crisis of confidence in this country, okay? I think many Americans are suffering from toxic insecurity, okay? Levels of insecurity that guide their fucking political worldview. Levels of insecurity that basically are constantly they're constantly tormenting them. Why is Austin calling me? What's up? I'm live.
It's Austin Show from the Fear Anna podcast.
Yeah, what's up? What's going on?
Why are you still live?
Why are you asking me that question?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was time for you to end your stream and spend some quality time with your good friend Austin Show.
Why are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. We're going to the gay bars tonight. Come on.
Wait, are you in my house right now?
No, I'm not in your house.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm just saying we're going to the gay bars tonight.
I'm not going to the gay bar. I'm fucking injured, dog. I can't go to the gay bars.
We'll put you in a wheelchair.
Austin, there are people in the chat from Nebraska that is hating on you right now.
Wait, why are they hating on me?
I don't know. They just said they're from Nebraska and they hate you.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Joke's on them. They're from fucking Nebraska, so
Damn.
they hate themselves.
Wow,
too.
you think you're so cool living in a big city, huh?
Yeah, I do. Okay, well, I was gonna call you about something else, but I'll just text you instead.
Okay. All right. Bye.
All right.
Why have you gone on for so long today? I don't know. I just felt like it. There's nothing else going on in my life. I can't walk. I can't do shit. What do you want me to do? Does anyone think women should not be allowed to vote? Andrew, Nick Fuentes fan, Andrew raises his hand. I just feel like women are very emotional and that politics is a man's discipline. I seriously believe it. My mother actually believes this too. Oh my God, just fuck your mom, dude. Just have sexual intercourse with your mom, Andrew. Rid us of this. Just play this out like Oedipus, okay? Play this out like Oedipus. You are such a fucking freak, dog. And then these are the kinds of guys who unironically were like, no, everyone in society is wrong for not understanding me. You told Khanna you stream 10 hours a day, can't lie to him? Yeah, that's why. I know some other women who believe that. I just feel like I've never seen a woman who truly understands politics. You know what's crazy about this? If you think women shouldn't be allowed to vote, why the fuck are you even bringing up women who also agree with you? Who gives a fuck about their opinion? You don't think they are capable enough to make decisions. Why are you trying to beef up your position by, like, on the one hand saying women are cattle, but then also some of the cattle agree with me. They like to be eaten. Fucking weirdo. Sophie, yeah, that might be your first issue with finding a good quality girl. Have you ever thought about the fact that a woman's emotions are a beautiful thing and they might compliment a man? Ugh. Wow, good defense, Sophie. No, I don't agree with Andrew on this. Yes, women are more emotional, but Dude, every conservative is like, yeah, they're bitches and shit, but like they should still probably be able to vote, you know? Otherwise, they're going to be annoying. What do you? Women are obviously stupid and emotional, but you should probably let them fucking vote. I mean, my uncle's stupid and emotional, and he votes, even though he's a man. Andrew, I just don't think it aligns with politics. I think politics is a different discipline than what the female mind is designed for. Brother, how can you live in this world in 2025, man? I genuinely don't understand how someone who actually has this opinion in his brain is currently a product of the modern environment. Oh my God. Of course, Austin was calling me, but he was too embarrassed to say on the phone. Oh my God. Oh my God, Austin. You are such a fucking dickhead. I swear to God. No, he just has a request, as he always does. Okay. He doesn't call me for fun stuff. He calls me because he has requests. Anyway. Who's your ideal next president? I think JD Vance. Jaden, there's this guy. He's a streamer. His name is Papa Gut. What the fuck is that? Jaden, there's this guy. He's a streamer. His name is Papa Gut. What? I don't even know what's going on there. I'm going to say JD Vance because I don't really think there's a better option. Victor Marks, JD Vance, Vance. Oh, they're so cooked. Michelle Obama. What? Bryce, the guy who read Mein Kampf and agreed with the message. Papa Gut hates you. Papa Gut talks shit about you all the time. I don't know who Papa Gut is, but he's got Jaden's vote. And respect to Jaden and respect. I'm going to vote for Papa Gut as well. I'm voting for Papa Gut on the next election. Why do you guys all know who Papa Gut is? This guy is Papa Gut. Ethan Klein, it gives Alex Novell just enough ammo for the end of the year. H3 hit piece. Frogan's failure is 100% her choice. Yeah, I think this is... When I'm thinking about who should lead the country and have command over our nuclear arsenal, I think of a guy who makes YouTube videos about Morgan. Papa Gut calls out Caleb Hammer. Conservative rage baiter Brittany Venti goes after Pokemon and Casey Tron. Wait, he's like a centrist though. I don't think he's like pro Ethan. I think he's more of like a centrist. Like some of the issues he leans on one side, and on the other issues he leans on another side. Like he's not. YouTube desperately wants to replace everyone with AI. Like Tim Pool labels Candace Owens the arbiter of political violence post Morgan. Well, every statement from Asmongold is an admission of unintelligence. I like this guy. Okay, he's got my vote. He's got my vote. Papa Gut, I will be voting for you, sir. He's anti-you, but has some decent takes otherwise. Scroll down, there's you. Hasan Parker disgustingly compares his shocking Kaya abuse to Emaru's trauma. You know what? I'm still voting for him. Hasan Parker. I'm still voting for Papa Gut. Papa Gut, you got my vote. This fucker hates you. He's the worst of Slop Tube Lamau. Like, you combine Matt Walsh and Hutch and get this fucker? I don't think so. I think he's one of those people that hates streamers but wants to be one. Maybe. I saw some pretty normal clips of him, though I'm not on TikTok much anymore. I feel like every couple months you learn about Papa Gut and it's the first time you heard of him. I'm voting for him. I will never forget him. You pick the worst moments to be charitable sometimes. I don't really give a shit, dude. Oh my God. I can't believe another guy who hates me on the internet. What do you want me to do? Get in fucking line. Listen, if we're picking presidential candidates, JD Vance has talked shit about me too. You know what I mean? I'd rather have Papa Gut. As far as whoever's hating on me, I feel like JD Vance would probably not say that Asmongold is stupid or unintelligent. So I'm choosing Papa Gut over JD Vance in that equation. You know what I mean? You can hate on me all day. Watch a Papa Gut video. He with Ethan Law, you're crazy. Oh, I don't fucking care. I'm joking. Ethan Klein hate goons to Hasan Parker's TikToks. 51 minutes long.
Here's his repost.
What is the what? Who watches a video like this for 51 minutes? Also, that's a very funny title. He's got a good sense of humor.
In here, soul-crushingly cringe thirst traps.
Is he just like resharing people making thirst traps of him?
Hasan Piker edits are top tier, babes. This is what I'm saying. There's a whole fucking industry around Hasan Piker edits.
He's a
Damn, he seems kind of jelly beans, dude. Are we gonna ignore he keeps calling you Hasan Parker? I mean, I kind of respect that because it feels like he's like saying, like, to me, okay, here's why I respect this. Okay, it feels like he's saying like he hates me with such a deep passion that he's not even leaning into the algorithmic boost that comes along with it. You know what I mean? He's like showing the rest of the slop tubers that it's very real hate. Like it's hate deeply coming from his heart in the sense that he's not doing it for the algorithmic boost. He's doing it for the real love of the game. And I respect that. Okay. Because a lot of these guys are fair weather haters, right? They jump on the bandwagon. They're riding the trend. They're putting Hasan Piker in their fucking titles specifically so they can get an algorithmic boost, right? Papa Gut, on the other hand, don't play that, okay? He don't play that game. He does not fuck around with that. He's like, no, I am literally calling him a whitewash. I mean, my name is Hasan, so I don't know. He's not like Hank Parker. If he said Hank Parker, that'd be different. But he's grifting. I mean, he's not grifting. He's doing it for the love of the game. Okay? Papa Gut is Hutch if he had motion and ate another Hutch. Complete waste of time. Okay. Anyway, JD Vance, Victor Marsh, JD Vance, Vance, Obama, Michelle Obama, Donald Trump, run it back. FDR did 4 terms. Steve Bannon. Oh, I can't think of a more repulsive person. Steve Bannon would get like 8 votes, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? That'd be great. Imagine Steve Bannon running for office. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, Andrew, you're so stupid. I like him because he's an economic populist. He's taking some good stance against the big tech industry. And I also agree with his foreign policy and his immigration views. JD Vance. I defaulted to JD Vance, Ron DeSantis, JD Vance, Michael Bloomberg, Spencer Cox. What? Moderator, do you own any stocks? Just over half of the participants raised their hands. I don't because I have a trust fund, so I haven't thought about it. I own Bitcoin. Does that count? I don't, but I've made some of my own investments in different things. I also have a 401k. Just a 401k. Never had the interest or the knowledge. It's just not down the path that I'm on right now. Wait, so these guys don't even have an investment. So they can't even do the market's doing well. They're just in it for the love of the game, like Papa Gut. They're just riding with Trump, not even because they have any capital whatsoever. These are capitalist, bitchless motherfuckers right here. You are defending capitalism, yet here you are, utterly devoid of capital. How is that possible? I don't really have any interest in that. And my husband gets stocks offered through his work. So with me right now, working at a boutique and still in high school, I just haven't had that opportunity. Plot twist, they are Papa Gut. I did stock trading and day trading before. I don't have the money in the market right now. Yeah, I have a 401k. Will you be better off economically than your parents? The majority raise their hand to indicate they will be better off economically. I make more money than my parents did at this age, yet my parents already had 2 houses. What the fuck? And with interest rates where they are currently, my mortgage would eat up almost half my income a month. And then also just the way the cost of living, grocery prices are mixed with the interest rates. Grant, when it comes to things like buying a house or the daily cost of living, that sort of thing, I don't think we'll be able to afford the same things that our parents afforded. Even though we are making more money, I think that the prices have gone so high that it makes it just so it just kind of offsets. I got a little earlier start than my parents did. My dad, he didn't really start making grown-up money until he was in his late 20s, early 30s. So I've started making grown-up money at 20. I'll be able to buy a house in about a year and a half. The Groiper is... grown-up money. Are you looking for a house? I'm working to buy a house. I'm working at setting myself up to buy. I would like to live in Franklin, a wealthy city just outside of Nashville. After school, I'm going to move to New York City. I don't plan on living there forever, and I'm not going to buy a home in New York City. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, I don't think you're buying a home in New York City, Wilkes. Let's be real. Nate, work might ship me around. It's not economic. It's just more circumstances of life. I'm fixing to go to law school. Back when I had 2 jobs, I was actually on track to buy a house. But I got really burned out. So I just chose to do my passion of writing. So I made kind of a leap of faith and went into that. But with that being my only source of income, I don't make anything crazy. And so I don't have a lot of savings right now. It's going to take a while for me to build up to being able to buy a house. My family's very intact. We've built wealth coming up to me, and not everyone's done that. Not everyone's been able to do that. So I know I'm going to be okay. Okay, that's why he was lying about how much money he's making, guys. He's a fucking landscaper. And you know, his family has built up a lot of wealth. Now we know, Andrew. Now we know that you're working for your pappy's landscaping business. Yeah, jet ski dealership. Grant and Madison. We would definitely love to buy a home if we could afford one. No one is affording a home. What is broken in American economy? Healthcare. I agree with that 100%. I got kids. I can't pay that. Rent. We're busting our asses just to pay rent and healthcare that we don't even use. I can't pay for insurance. I haven't had insurance since I quit a job 4 years ago. I don't have insurance, and I've been in hospitalizations. I don't think that guy Luigi Mangione went about it the right way, but I can see where his frustrations were. And Democrats try to fucking have the audacity to tell me that Medicare for all is too far-fetched. I'm telling you right now, is fucking over, okay? Every goddamn racist transphobe will cast aside their previous biases, all this like irrelevant, nonsensical bullshit about like, oh, the attitude and the society is shifting towards Christianity and we can say the R word now. Every fucking person would literally, with the exception of those fucking dipshit ass boomers who already have Medicare for all over the age of 65, every single fucking person would be on board, okay? That's it. That's the winning message, dude. Even Santa Claus is dancing because he fucking got excited. I thought it was really disgusting how a lot of people on the left celebrated that, like they did with Charlie Kirk. I thought the left's reaction was pretty gross. capitalism as a system as a whole is significantly better than other economic systems. You don't have any capital. Shut the fuck up. For example, socialism, which a lot of our peers would probably advocate for on the left-leaning side, and I think that just simply doesn't work. You don't know anything. Shut up. Of course, he's happy he need that too. He pre-diabetic. Yo, you don't know that. Is it ever okay to take a life or use political violence over a viewpoint? No. No, maybe if there's a tyrannical regime or if they're trying to install some sort of fascist nation, someone would have to go to the lengths of Adolf Hitler before that. I really try to lean away from the death penalty. As a Christian, thou shalt not kill. I'm not a fan of political violence in any sense. Literally a Nick Fuentes fan who is a neo-Nazi, by the way. Sure, bud. What do you think of Adolf Hitler? I think he was a great leader, to be honest. I think he was going... Wait, what? Yeah. What the fuck? Bro, never ask Gen Z conservatives what they think about Adolf Hitler. Biggest mistake of my life. What the fuck? I think he was a great leader. She's talking about Adolf. Young Adolf? Big A? AH? That's who we're talking about? That's crazy. I feel like there's definitely different ways of describing Adolf Hitler before. I think he was a great leader, to be honest. She said, not the biggest fan of his art in his early years, but really loved what he did after. Okay, great leader. Great leader, honestly. Coworker politics is crazy. I'm in favor of a strong executive. By the way, this is the neo-Nazi who was asked, what do you think of Adolf Hitler? Let's see what Andrew has to say about this. I'm in favor of a strong executive. I think we should have a stronger executive branch. I don't think we should be killing people or doing mass genocide, obviously, but I do think we should have a strong executive. What do you mean? The question was about Adolf Hitler, Andrew. The question is not about the unitary executive theory. It's about Adolf Hitler. Why are you talking about something entirely irrelevant? Okay. I feel like one of the biggest problems Trump is running into right now is that all these little courts, they want to throw up little blockages against everything he's trying to do. If Andrew knew even a little bit about, I guess, the history of Nazi Germany, he would probably be talking about, like maybe we need to change the laws a little bit, right? We need to change the laws a little bit, maybe like race laws, right? We need to implement a new race law. I mean, obviously it'd be a little bit on the nose. We went to Nuremberg to do it, but like, maybe we do it somewhere else, right? Somewhere in America. I'm thinking we march to the Madison Square Garden, okay? We get the America First movement, the America Bund movement. We get them together and we march to the Madison Square Garden and we take it over, okay? Yeah. Whether it's his terrorists or deporting people. So I'm very pro-strong executive, strong leader, strong man. I support national sovereignty. And Hitler was a nationalist. He was like, we have to take Germany back for Germans. And I feel like we should do that in America. We should take America back for our native population. I don't think he's talking about the indigenous population, by the way. Anyway, so I'm not an expert on Hitler by any means, but as far as nationalism is concerned, I'm all that. Bryce, I myself am actually Jewish ancestrally. I'm Christian by faith, but Jewish by blood. I've actually read Mein Kampf. The end conclusion that he came to, absolutely abominable, but I strangely understood where he was coming from as far as wanting to improve the national state of Germany. He made a lot of people suffer, and I want to do ungodly things to people who do things like that. Oh, thank God, there's at least one person. Moderator, what do you think? Oh, no, the second dangerous question. Moderator, what do you think of Jewish people? Atticus, they've got Hollywood on lock. Don't they own, George, don't they own like a ton of the media and like just kind of everything? Bryce, No different than black people, Asian people, or any other people here today. I don't really know why there's a single issue about Jewish people. This is the guy who read Mein Kampf, who's ancestrally Jewish. Andrew, oh my God. Andrew, again, Andrew's like, you asked me about women, and now you're asking me about Adolf Hitler, and now you're asking me about Jews. Those are like 3 of my favorite subjects, okay? One could say, Jews are kind of like the women of the genders, of the religions. Bad across the board. And I can't fuck them like my mom, who I want to fuck. Let's see what Andrew had to say, okay, about Jewish people. I would say a force for evil. I don't see why we support Israel. I think Israel's a very evil state. The genocide in Gaza, killing all these poor people. And the reason we really support them is because they are the biggest donors. We have AIPAC and all these Jewish-run organizations. Congratulations to Israel. You got Andrew to speak out on Jews as an evil entity collectively by immediately associating it with Israel. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Andrew. Let me clarify that. Andrew, do you think the Jewish people are a force for evil? Yes, sir. It doesn't bother me if it's true. Those slurs, if you're racist or whatever, just rolls off my back. This is my country. My people have been here since the American Revolution, so I say what I want to. Oof. Okay, moderator, what do others think about that? I assume people are a little bit repulsed by Andrew at this point. Let's see. My boyfriend and I were just discussing the difference between Judaism and Christianity. And when you're looking at biblical terms, the only difference is they don't believe in the New Testament. I don't understand what the overall difference between the two groups. Ali. I think for me, any classification of a whole people group, I just don't think you can say this entire group is bad. My husband's Jewish. I wouldn't say that they're doing anything to people, you know? I don't think they're a force for evil, but I do think the relationship with Israel is very complex, and it's not just oil and special interests. There's so many things that go into that, and it just makes it a very difficult subject. Lauren, I hear pro-Israel content all the time from certain pastors, and it makes me question them. I used to go to Global Vision Bible Church with Greg Locke, and he's demonic, and I know a lot of stuff and how much harm he's done to a lot of people. He goes to Israel all the freaking time and takes his stupid money. Israel has a lot of connections to sex and human trafficking, and that doesn't sit well with me. I don't feel this is anti-Semitic because I'm a little bit Jewish myself. So I have all the room to talk, and I've been seeing evidence. When you see evidence of a pastor abusing people or a pastor won't show you his financial statements, that's a big freaking problem. Okay. So Jews, kind of iffy with the group, okay? Even amongst the people who are a little bit Jewish. George Santos style. I'm somewhat of a Jew myself, says Lauren. Okay, very cool. So the moderator switches to Israel, okay? And I suspect things are not going to get better for Gen Z conservatives from that point on. Because now we're not even talking about Jews, okay? We're just now talking about Israel. Let's see what they have to say. I definitely think that genocide is bad, but I can see the pros in having a positive relationship with Israel. Also, how do we know that the entire thing, numbers from Gaza, is being accurately represented to us? I don't think it's being accurately portrayed to us. I don't think George thinks that the numbers are actually much higher than the ones that are presented. I think he thinks it's much lower. George is invested in the conservative sphere. It's one thing to declare a war on terrorists. It's another thing to declare a war on the race of Arab people. I tend to avoid topics on Israel because my feelings are so conflicted about it. Honestly, this is the most thought I've given to the subject. I wish the genocide had never even started. I feel conflicted on the subject. I love how Americans will just be like, obviously genocide is bad, but low-key, the people doing the genocide, we should probably be chill with them because they give us medical technology. Also, have you heard of Waze? Like, that's a crazy thing to say. Like this is the defining trait of the average American and the way that they operate, okay? Yeah, genocide is bad, but the people doing the genocide also worked on Waze, and I really can't live without Waze when I'm on my way to work. It helps me avoid traffic. Treatler final form. Yeah. Have you had a fucking soda from a soda stream? Okay. It's crazy because, like, Israel doesn't even invent things that these guys actually care about. It's medicine. They hate that. You know what I mean? Like, they fucking hate pharmaceuticals. So to them, it's, you know, what do you got? You got Waze, you got SodaStream, and then you got a fuck ton of pharmaceuticals, right? And they fucking hate medicine. They think it's all woke and demonic. And also, they can't even afford it. So it doesn't even matter. Seemingly, none of them have fucking insurance. Anyway. I feel conflicted on the subject from a biblical standpoint. I don't think we should have anything to do with putting weapons in Israel. I actually personally don't know why we're allied with Israel at all, but from a biblical standpoint, I can see why we'd want to keep our eyes on Israel, because that's where things will start stirring when the end times come. This guy's anti-genocide, but he's like, yeah, we should just still pay attention to what Israel's up to. They're up to some fuck shit over there, and, you know, they're going to bring about the end times. Cool. Allie, I'm primarily just anti-war. I don't want to go to war, so I have to play nice with people that we don't necessarily agree with. They're doing to keep our people safe. That's like my number one priority. Jaden, I personally don't mind if the U.S. has a relationship with Israel. The Papa Gut voter. I just don't think it's worthwhile having so much of our interest going into a country in the Middle East. I don't think it's important. I think there's a lot of negative opinions on Israel based on a situation that wasn't provoked by them, and they had to respond. And they've responded with some mistakes, and just a couple mistakes. And people don't appreciate America's resources going towards that. But you have Hamas hiding behind civilians in Gaza. That's not really a recipe for success. Of course, all the fucking conservatives sound like, you know, all the libtards that are up my ass every day. As Christians, basically, we're supposed to protect them. Israel's positive, important, and the lesser of evils. Ukraine, scam, Europe's problem, over-involved, calculated in money, over-involved. Yeah, over-involved. I don't really care. Oh my God. Literally, in unison. Everyone's like, nah, get us out. Get us out of there. Israel, I don't know. The Bible says it's okay. Moderator, do you agree or disagree that all illegal immigrants should be deported? 13 of the 20 say they agreed. 7 did not, including Bryce. Oh, how much longer is this? I'm so tired. I think I'm going to give up at this point. I can't do it anymore. I've been doing it for 10 hours. This is a wonderful, wonderful article, though. And I do want to leave you with some choice words. I'm going to obviously cover the rest of the article and maybe some other fun stuff tomorrow as well, if I have time to stream tomorrow, because we got a big day of podcasting tomorrow. But I want to leave you with Donald Trump. Does he still have it? Let's take a look.
I went into my wife's closet, and I'll say this. Number one, it's very bad, but it sounds a little strange. They looked at her drawers.
Huh.
You have drawer, and then you have drawer. They looked at both. And she's a very meticulous person, you know, like these people. It's just like she'd fit into your group very well. She'd be very happy with her. But everything is perfect. Her undergarments, I want to use a nice, sometimes referred to as panties, are folded, perfect, wrapped. They're like so perfect. I said, that's beautiful. You know, it's the part of the world she came from. Everything was perfect, no problem. Fold, fold, fold. I think that she steams them, make sure. Just that we came home. I wasn't there when the raid took place. A raid of a popular president, a former president. She opened the drawers and it was not that way. They were a mess. It was all over the place. And she said, oh, what happened? That's so terrible. But it's terrible. They went into my young boy's room. These thugs are disgusting, and we cannot let them get away with this stuff. We have all the evidence now. We have all the evidence, and we have to do something about it. We have to do something about it. It's illegal, and it's disgusting.
He's right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye. Inshallah, I'll see you tomorrow.
The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pics so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. You wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll be nameless king soon. You wait. Oh shit, he already put. Oh wow.